Chapter 30:11. After Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun left the main hall, another person walked out of the main hall. It was none other than the person who had almost passed the test earlier. At this moment, there were 9 people, including Duan Lingtian, who had walked out of the main hall. As expected, they're not even 100 years old. Both of them are not even 100 years old. Heavens! Who are these people? They're already so talented at such a young age. How terrifying will they be when they grow up? Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun? As long as they don't die prematurely, they'll definitely become prominent figures in the profound Nether Mansion. With their innate talent and comprehension skills, they won't be limited to the profound Nether Mansion. The Southern Heaven territory will be their stage. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun left the main hall, everyone, except for Xue Jingyu, immediately used their divine consciousness to check their ages. Based on their divine senses, they were certain they were not even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old? At this moment, the young man who had just walked out of the main hall turned to look at Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. He discovered the duo was indeed younger than 100 years old. They're not even 100 years old, but they're already here? Moreover, they even passed the difficult test? The young man felt a blow to his confidence. In the past, he had thought he was a genius. However, compared to these two people, he was not a genius at all. He was more than 300 years old, and these two people were not even 100 years old, but their strength was already on par with him. He knew those who had passed the test earlier were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended at least one profundity from a law. What should we do next? Should we continue to wait here? Xue Jingyu looked around and frowned. He did not see any passageways that would lead to other places. As soon as Xue Jingyu finished speaking, everyone's attention shifted from Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun to their surroundings. Could it be that we need to gather a certain number of people before we can leave? A middle-aged man guessed. That makes sense. His words were quickly acknowledged by the others. Right now, we have a total of 8 people here. 2 more people will be coming out soon. Aside from one person who died in the test, another person appeared in the hall he appeared in after he died. No one else appeared in the halls where the other people passed the test. There are a total of 10 halls here. I'm guessing that we'll have to wait until all 10 of them are gathered before we'll be given a hint or change. As they discussed among themselves, they all came to the same conclusion. For a moment, their gazes landed on the 2 people undergoing the test in the 2 large halls. The test they were currently facing was nearing its end. It seems that their strength is not bad. They were able to pass the test smoothly. Isn't that normal? Those who have the ability to obtain 10 points by themselves, which one of them doesn't have some skills? Some people are really unlucky. They cheated to help others accumulate 10 points, but in the end, they lost their lives. Are you talking about Hong Tao from the Compassionate Cloud sect? He was indeed unlucky. Originally, he could have stood here with us, but because he helped others cheat, he ended up dying here. He didn't expect this to happen. In fact, we didn't know this would happen as well. I have a feeling that we won't be able to bring our memories of the Celestial Lord Temple out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Humph! If his strength was as strong as this little brother Duan Lingtian, how could he have ended up in such a sorry state? The group of people continued to whisper among themselves as they shifted their gazes to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was resting with his eyes closed. Ling Jueyun, who was standing nearby, looked at Duan Lingtian with a gentle expression on his cold face. These 2 people, Xue Jingyu, who was standing at the side, was shocked when he saw the expression on Ling Jueyun's face. Before the 2 of them entered the main hall, he was certain Ling Jueyun was indifferent to Duan Lingtian. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian, it was as though he was looking at a friend. What did they talk about inside? From the beginning until the end, Xue Jingyu only saw Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun talking face to face in the main hall. He did not know what they were talking about. In fact, before they left the main hall, he saw Duan Lingtian looking at Ling Jueyun coldly. Based on his expression, he could tell Duan Lingtian was not happy at all. However, Ling Jueyun had a smile on his face when he followed Xue Jingyu out. At that time, Xue Jingyu had thought it was strange. Now that he saw Ling Jueyun's attitude toward Duan Lingtian, Xue Jingyu found it even stranger. What kind of divine weapon were you in the past? Duan Lingtian seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but he was actually communicating with Huang, the divine weapon soul in his mind. The heavenly phoenix glazed sword, a high-grade divine weapon. Huang replied. You're also a sword soul? The chaos divine earth's surprised voice rang in the air. If you were the soul of a high-grade divine sword, it would be much easier for you to become the soul of another high-grade divine sword in this brat's body than it would be for an ordinary high-grade divine weapon to become the soul of another high-grade divine sword. Moreover, you'd be able to work together better. There's one more thing you might not know. The heavenly phoenix glazed sword and the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his body were forged by the same supreme expert. Moreover, they were forged one after the other. Moreover, the 7 orifices exquisite sword and I were born at almost the same time, Under such circumstances, I would have addressed the 7 orifices exquisite sword's sword soul as elder sister. If the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his body was not the 7 orifices exquisite sword but another high-grade divine sword, I would have made the same decision. I wouldn't have acted so rashly. Based on Huang Er's words, it was clear she had a close relationship with the 7 orifices exquisite sword soul. Apart from that, it was clear she missed the 7 orifices exquisite sword soul. You know the 7 orifices exquisite sword soul? If that's the case, how do you know who the 7 orifices exquisite sword's original owner is? Duan Lingtian asked. High-grade divine weapons are rare even in the realms of gods. In the divine offering land, any high-grade divine weapon is famous. Their owners are also powerful figures. Huang continued to say, with the 7 orifices exquisite sword's reputation, there are very few people in the divine offering land who don't know who its original owner is. As for the relationship between Xianxia and the 7 orifices exquisite sword's original owner, you'll have to ask Xianxia yourself. It's not convenient for me to say. Huang sighed when she reached the end of her sentence. This made Duan Lingtian even more certain the 7 orifices exquisite sword's original owner had a special relationship with Xianxia. You said the 7 orifices exquisite sword is a high-grade divine weapon. Does this mean divine weapons are divided into primitive, mediocre grade, and high-grade divine weapons? Duan Lingtian asked. In the past, he only knew Devata divine weapons were superior to all celestial weapons. Moreover, Devata divine weapons had innate souls. He did not know Devata divine weapons were divided into different grades as well. Huang replied, there are different grades of Devata divine weapons as well. They are the primitive, mediocre grade, and high-grade divine weapons. Are there any divine weapons above high-grade divine weapons? Duan Lingtian asked. Huang continued to say, high-grade divine weapons are the pinnacle of divine weapons. Only supreme powerhouses who are skilled in refining weapons are able to refine them. The refinement of a high-grade divine artifact doesn't just have high requirements for the refiner, it also has very strict requirements for the materials. Moreover, the refinement environment and time are also very particular. The right time, the right place, and the right people are all indispensable. Based on Huang Er's words, Duan Lingtian gained a better understanding of high-grade divine weapons. Moreover, Huang also mentioned mediocre and primitive Devata weapons, allowing Duan Lingtian to have a better understanding of the 2 types of Devata weapons. As it turns out, most heavenly emperors in the Devata realms only possess primitive divine weapons. Only a few people possess mediocre-grade divine weapons. As it turns out, there are only 3 grades of Devata divine weapons, unlike celestial weapons that are divided into the Duke, King, Royal, and Emperor grades. Only Devata divine weapons can give birth to innate souls. As for celestial weapons, only Emperor-grade celestial weapons can give birth to a celestial weapon spirit. The difference between a divine weapon spirit and a divine weapon spirit is like heaven and earth. The former is born naturally. On the other hand, the latter is acquired through birth. An innate divine weapon spirit is much better than an acquired emperor-grade celestial weapon spirit. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he thought about the emperor-grade celestial weapon, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, in the past. There was an acquired artifact spirit in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was the three-legged golden crow, Hualao. Although the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword Strength is comparable to an Emperor-grade celestial weapon without an acquired artifact spirit, it's still an Emperor-grade celestial weapon without an acquired artifact spirit. An Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an acquired artifact spirit is much stronger than an Emperor-grade celestial weapon without an acquired artifact spirit. Duan Lingtian learned that there was a huge difference in strength between Emperor-grade celestial weapons. Some Emperor-grade celestial weapons without artifact spirits were not as powerful as Emperor-grade celestial weapons with artifact spirits. They're coming out. They're coming out. All of a sudden, a clamor entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to instinctively open his eyes. With just a glance, he saw two people walking out from the other two palaces. In just a blink of an eye, there were 10 people gathered together. Congratulations on passing the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple. At this moment, the voice that Duan Lingtian suspected belonged to the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord rang in the air again. Chapter 30:12. 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. When the voice that sounded like the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord's voice rang in the air, the eyes of the 10 people, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. In the next moment, under everyone's gazes, 3 completely black armors appeared high up in the sky. They were like the armors of a demon god, emitting bursts of black mysterious light. Moreover, there were streaks of faint purple lightning circling around them. Every time the faint purple lightning struck, it would cause the air to tremble. A faint mysterious aura spread out in the air and swept toward Duan Lingtian and the others. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the others felt as though they were in a ghastly place. So these are the 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord? Duan Lingtian was overjoyed. His eyes shone brightly. The defensive strength of the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord was much stronger than the red scales garment that he currently possessed. It was only slightly weaker than the purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapons. Bang, 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 bang. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, a series of loud noises rang in the air. The other 8 celestial sovereigns leaped into the air and shot toward the 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords at lightning speed. Xue Jingyu was among the 8 people. Perhaps, they might possess purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons, but they were all ordinary king-grade celestial weapons that had not been nurtured by a celestial lord. Purely offensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord were extremely rare. Even the 3 sects and 2 clans did not have many of them, let alone the other forces. As for sectless cultivators, it was even rarer for them to possess purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. For this reason, purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord were so precious. Who would not want 3 king-grade celestial weapons at this moment? Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 8 of them flew toward the 3 king-grade celestial weapons at lightning speed. All of them wanted to be the first to obtain the 3 king-grade celestial weapons. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun were the only ones who remained standing. I want one. Ling Jueyun looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Ling king-grade celestial lord spoke. You're lacking king-grade celestial weapons? Duan Lingtian's words. He Duan Lord's words. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who had a king-grade celestial weapon that was from Duan possession, who had a celestial weapon that had a king-grade weapon was more than a weapon, who had weapons, in as well. Were who? Ling Lord, I Lord. Ling Jueyun said, when I left the divine offering land, I only had a few king-grade celestial weapons and emperor-grade celestial weapons. I only have a few king-grade celestial weapons after I left. However, Do you think I'll easily use king-grade celestial weapons and emperor-grade celestial weapons in front of others? Ling Jueyun paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Just like the king-grade celestial weapon in your body, do you dare to use it in front of others? If the 3 sects and 2 clans find out you have a king-grade celestial weapon, regardless of how high your innate talent is, they'll definitely kill you if you don't hand it over to them. I've obtained a king-grade celestial sword that was nurtured by a celestial lord in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but I've been lacking a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Ling Jueyun said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement after learning about Ling Jueyun's situation. If that was the case, he could understand Ling Jueyun's decision. Just as Ling Jueyun had said, he would not use his divine artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, unless he could guarantee that he could kill his opponent without anyone seeing him do it. Moreover, if he fought with Ling Jueyun, he might not necessarily win. After all, Ling Jueyun had a king-grade celestial weapon with a king-grade celestial weapon that had a king-grade celestial weapon's soul. Naturally, even if he had a chance of winning, he would not make a move on Ling Jueyun. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that Ling Jueyun had given him the soul of a high-grade divine artifact was enough for him to owe Ling Jueyun a favor, even if there was some element of trade involved. Then, one of the king-grade celestial weapons will belong to you, and the other 2 will belong to me. After nodding, Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Jueyun again. It was as though he did not care about the other 8 people at all. It doesn't matter. I can only use one anyway. Ling Jueyun said with a shrug. Bang, 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 bang. While Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian were talking, the 8 people who were charging toward the 3 king-grade celestial weapons were engaged in a fierce battle. They attacked indiscriminately, regardless of who their opponents were. When Duan Lingtian glanced at them, he could clearly see that they were all extremely powerful. Among the 8 people who were engaged in an intense battle, if one of them tried to snatch one of the 3 king-grade celestial weapons, he would become the target of everyone. Nobody was willing to let anyone else take the king-grade celestial weapon first. Under such circumstances, nobody dared to make a move on the 3 king-grade celestial weapons. The 8 people were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the outcome of the battle. But why are there only 8 people? Among the 8 people fighting in the air, one of them was the first to come back to his senses after a while. He realized that there were only 7 people fighting with him. Bang! He stomped his feet in the air and retreated from the battle. When he looked down, he saw the 2 young men standing motionlessly in the same spot. It was as though they did not care about the 3 king-grade celestial weapons at all. Both of you, are you not interested in the 3 king-grade celestial weapons? The person who retreated from the battle was a middle-aged man. He looked at Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun before he suddenly asked in a loud voice. Ling Jueyun's voice was so loud that it drowned out the sounds of the other 7 people fighting. The 7 people regained their senses and looked at each other before they tacitly retreated. Then, they turned to look at Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. When they saw Duan Lingtian, the hearts of 4 of the 7 people trembled slightly. The purple-clad young man seemed to have comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. His strength was far stronger than any of them. The purple-clad young man's terrifying defense made them tremble in fear. They were certain they would not be able to hurt the purple-clad young man even if they attacked with all their might. After all, the purple-clad young man's defense was too terrifying. It seemed like he had comprehended a defensive profundity from the law of earth. When the 4 of them looked at Duan Lingtian, a hint of dread flashed in their eyes. This was noticed by the other 3 as well. These 3 people were the ones who had retreated from the battle earlier. They did not see Duan Lingtian making a move, so they had no idea how strong Duan Lingtian was. Is this purple-clad young man very strong? He's not even 100 years old. How strong can he be? 2 of the 3 people asked as they looked at the 4 people and the middle-aged man who was the first to retreat. You can go and see if he's strong or not. The middle-aged man who was the first to retreat smiled mockingly as though he was watching a show. The 3 people who had retreated from the battle earlier were as strong as him. However, if they were to fight Duan Lingtian together, they might not be a match for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. An old man who had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength stepped forward. He looked at Duan Lingan and said loudly, "Your strength speaks for itself. You can choose one of the 3 king-grade celestial weapons, and we'll split the remaining 2 among ourselves. What do you think?" Upon hearing the old man's words, apart from the 3 people who had retreated from the battle earlier, the other 4 people, including Xue Jingyu, nodded. That's right. Duan Lingtian, you can choose one of the 3 king-grade celestial weapons. Duan Lingan, you can choose first. That's right. We'll split the remaining 2 among ourselves. The 3 people who had retreated from the battle earlier were shocked. Based on the reactions of the 4 people, they could tell Duan Lingtian was not as simple as they thought. Is it possible that this purple-clad young man is a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended 2 profundities from a law? It's possible. Otherwise, why would these 4 people who are on par with us give up on a king-grade celestial weapon so easily? That's a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. I'm afraid we're no match for someone they're afraid of. Since he wants one of the king-grade celestial weapons, let's just give it to him. Soon after, the 3 people made up their minds to let Duan Lingtian choose one of the king-grade celestial weapons. All 8 of them looked at Duan Lingtian as they waited for Duan Lingtian's reply. In the opinion of the 3 people who had retreated from the battle earlier, Duan Lingtian would most likely agree to it. However, the other 5 people were worried that Duan Lingtian would take all 3 of the king-grade celestial weapons. At that time, unless more than 5 of them joined forces, they would not be a match for Duan Lingtian. Naturally, even if they joined forces, they would only be able to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw at most. It was almost impossible for them to defeat or kill Duan Lingtian. However, even if they joined forces to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw, there was no room for distrust. Otherwise, they would be defeated by Duan Lingtian 1 by 1. However, their relationship was based on their own interests. If one of them died, there would be one less competitor. It was impossible for them to trust each other completely. They had reached a dead end. Chapter 3013. 2. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to ask for 2 king-grade celestial weapons as soon as he spoke. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the 5 people, including Xue Jingyu, frowned slightly. They found Duan Lingtian's words to be too overbearing. Even so, they did not intend to disobey Duan Lingtian's overbearing words. After all, Duan Lingtian did not intend to take all 3 king-grade celestial weapons for himself. The expressions of the other 3 people who had not witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength changed drastically when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. "Brat, aren't you being too greedy?" One of the 2 people who had come out from the back looked at Duan Lingtian grimly. "What? Do you have a problem with that?" As soon as this person finished speaking, before the other 2 people could even open their mouths, Duan Lingtian's lightning-like gaze had already landed on him. "You're not even 100 years old. How can you ask for 2 king-grade celestial weapons? Can you even take them?" The person who had spoken was a middle-aged man. He stared at Duan Lingtian and sneered. He had just discovered that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. Therefore, he did not think Duan Lingtian was very strong. After all, the strongest person in the history of the profound Nether Mansion who was not even 100 years old was on par with him. Not even 100 years old? The other young man extended his divine consciousness and discovered that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. He's really not even 100 years old. How cowardly of you to be so afraid of a brat who's not even 100 years old. Then, the young man looked at Xue Jingyu and the other 4 people and said mockingly. However, Xue Jingyu and the other 4 people were not embarrassed by the young man's mockery at all. Instead, they looked at the young man as though he was an idiot. They had also paid attention to this young man's strength. He was at the same level as them, having comprehended 1 profundity of law. If that's the case, both of you have objections? Duan Lingtian's gaze moved away from the middle-aged man and landed on the young man. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Brat, stop trying to mystify things in front of me. I don't buy it. If you want 2 king-grade celestial weapons, you'll have to defeat me first. The young man sneered when he saw the smile on Duan Lingtian's face. Obviously, he only thought that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying things. What about you? Do you have a problem with that? Duan Lingtian ignored the young man's words as his eyes fell on the last person of the 3. This person was the one who had passed the test in the other palace at the same time as Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. This person glanced at Duan Lingtian and recalled the words of the other 4 people when they rushed out. For a moment, he fell silent again. At that time, he could still hear the words of those people. As expected, they're not even 100 years old. Both of them are not even 100 years old. Heavens! Who are these people? They're so talented at such a young age. I wonder how terrifying they'll be when they grow up. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jue, as long as they don't die prematurely, they'll definitely become prominent figures in the profound Nether Mansion in the future. With their innate talent and comprehension skills, they won't just be limited to the profound Nether Mansion. The Southern Heaven territory will be their stage. Due to these words, he chose to remain silent when faced with Duan Lingtian's question. It seems like you're the only one who doesn't have any objections. Duan Lingtian looked at the last person before he shifted his gaze to the other 2 people and said indifferently, "Since both of you have objections, all of you can come at me together." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he stomped his feet on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. In the next moment, thush! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian was standing in front of the middle-aged man and the young man. These 2 people were the ones who were displeased with Duan Lingtian's request for 2 king-grade celestial weapons. Based on their sharp words, it was clear they were confident in their strength. "Come at me together?" The young man scoffed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He said disdainfully, "Brat, I'm more than enough to deal with you." Duan Lingtian took a deep look at the young man before a meaningful smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "I'll wait and see." Humph! Almost at the instant Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the young man snorted coldly. His figure flashed as he attacked Duan Lingtian like a bolt of lightning. A short saber, a king-grade celestial weapon, appeared in his hand. Based on the cold light and the sharp aura it emitted, one could tell this king-grade celestial weapon was not an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. Clearly, it was an offensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. Apart from that, the young man had cast all the Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that he had mastered. Apart from that, his celestial origin energy had also turned golden, causing the celestial weapon to emit a sharp aura. The law of metal's fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity? When Duan Lingtian sensed the sharp aura in the young man's celestial origin energy, he guessed the young man had comprehended the law of metal's fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity. The law of metal was an offensive law. Most profundities from the law of metal were offensive profundities. The metal elemental profundity could also enhance one's celestial origin energy and sharpen one's celestial weapon. Buzz, 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 buzz. A dazzling saber ray shot out from the saber, leaving saber shadows in its wake. It was as dazzling as 10,000 suns. When the saber shadows were still some distance away from Duan Lingtian, they merged into the saber ray, causing it to shine even more brightly. Swoosh! At this moment, the saber ray was so dazzling that it looked like a sun had appeared in the darkness. Everyone's attention was completely attracted by the saber ray. However, in the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stepped into the air unhurriedly. He actually used his body of flesh and blood to directly meet the dazzling saber ray that was heading towards him. On the surface of his body, his celestial origin energy pulsated. The earth elemental essence fused into his celestial origin energy. The rest of his celestial techniques and divine abilities were also cast. At the same time, they fused into the huge sword that suddenly appeared in his hand. At the same time, a majestic aura surged out of the gigantic sword. He actually comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the earth elemental profundity. The young man who attacked Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw this. His expression turned solemn. Of course, he wasn't surprised by this scene. After all, those who were able to stand here were those who had passed the previous tests. Their strength was at least at his level. Naturally, it was not certain if they were stronger than him. Even if he has comprehended the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity, he's not even 100 years old. His combat experience is far inferior to mine. The young man was filled with confidence when he thought about this. It was as though he could see the light of victory at this moment. However, in the next moment, the sudden scene in front of him caused the young man's pupils to shrink, and a look of shock appeared on his face. How's this possible? Is he not afraid of death? Under the young man's gaze, although Duan Lingtian, who he thought would use his gigantic sword to block his attack, also launched an attack, Duan Lingtian did not attack his attack. Instead, Duan Lingtian attacked him. Faced with the young man's attack, Duan Lingtian continued to charge forward with his body. It was as though he was determined to perish together with the young man. In the blink of an eye, when the young man saw Duan Lingtian charging forward with an unwavering gaze, it was not difficult for him to see that Duan Lingtian did not have the intention to scare him, and it was obvious that Duan Lingtian really intended to perish together with him. "You're crazy!" After cursing, the young man's figure flashed as he hurriedly dodged the thunderous attack from Duan Lingtian's gigantic sword. His attack was abandoned when he dodged, and only his remaining strength whistled as it landed on Duan Lingtian's body. When the saber ray landed on Duan Lingtian, the shadow of the red scale robe appeared on his body and easily blocked the young man's attack. Although the young man dodged Duan Lingtian's attack in a hurry, Duan Lingtian gained the upper hand because of this. After a while, he was suppressed by Duan Lingtian. In the end, the young man could no longer hold back. He attacked with all his might in an attempt to block Duan Lingtian's gigantic sword. However, Duan Lingtian did not intend to fight him head-on. The gigantic sword dodged the young man's attack and continued to land on his body. At the same time, Duan Lingtian exposed his body in front of the young man again. This time, the young man chose to dodge again. The outcome was the same as before. After this, the young man became more and more passive. Soon after, the young man attacked for the third time. When he saw Duan Lingtian was still fighting with all his might, he gritted his teeth and decided not to dodge anymore. "Brat, let's see if you have the courage to perish together with me." This time, the young man didn't dodge when faced with Duan Lingtian's ferocious attack, and he exerted all his strength to urge the attack to descend onto Duan Lingtian. However, when his attack landed on Duan Lingtian, although it was not as weak as the previous two attacks, it still could not break through Duan Lingtian's defense. Above the silhouette of the crimson scale robe on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body, there was a layer of earthen yellow light twined around it, as if it was airtight and impenetrable. It was the power of the chaos divine earth. "You've comprehended the second profundity from the law of earth?" The young man's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he finally understood why the other 5 people were so afraid of Duan Lingtian. It was as though they were willing to let Duan Lingtian take the 2 king-grade celestial weapons. As it turned out, the purple-clad young man had comprehended another profundity from the law of earth. Moreover, it was a defensive profundity. Bang! Chapter 30:14. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the young man was killed by Duan Lingtian's gigantic sword after his defenses were shattered. No! Before the young man died, he only left behind a mournful cry of grief. The cry of grief was filled with regret and unwillingness. "Idiot! Do you really think that all of us are incompetent people? We're afraid of the purple-clad young man, but he's not? He's courting death. If we didn't know how strong the purple-clad young man is, we wouldn't have allowed him to ask for 2 king-grade celestial weapons. With his strength, even if he asked for 3 king-grade celestial weapons, I wouldn't have interfered, let alone 2. The 5 people, including Xue Jingyu, thought of the mocking look the young man gave them before he died, and they all sneered, taking pleasure in their misfortune. How fortunate! As for the other young man, although he had not witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength before this, He chose to remain silent when Duan Ling Tian asked him if he had any objections due to the words of the others. However, after witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength, he broke out in cold sweat. He was glad he had chosen to remain silent at that time. This guy. I'm afraid he's in for it. The young man who still had a lingering fear in his heart looked at the middle-aged man who came out of the main hall behind him. He saw the middle-aged man's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his body was trembling violently. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he had seen a ghost. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian asked for 2 king-grade celestial weapons, this middle-aged man was the first to speak up. He was one of the 2 people who objected to Duan Ling Tian's request for 2 king-grade celestial weapons. The other person was the young man who had just been killed by Duan Ling Tian. After killing the young man, Duan Ling Tian casually took the young man's spatial ring and king-grade celestial weapons. At the same time, he took the young man's points from his accumulative point jade. In the next moment, his gaze landed on the middle-aged man who was the first to stand out and make a fuss. Now, it's your turn. Duan Ling Tian looked at the middle-aged man with a calm expression. Those who didn't know would think that he was just chatting with the middle-aged man. Seeing Duan Ling Tian looking over, the middle-aged man's face grew paler and paler. He slowly opened his mouth and said in a trembling voice, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, my family won't let you off. My family is... If you die, who will know that I killed you?" Duan Ling Tian interrupted the middle-aged man with a sneer. At the same time, he raised the giant sword in his hand slightly. His celestial elemental energy, which had fused with the earth elemental element, started to surge and pulsate. In addition, around the giant sword, there were golden rays of light and purple rays of light intertwining, giving people a dreamy feeling. This guy is really an idiot. Now, let alone us who have entered the Immortal Emperor Palace, those who know about the existence of the Immortal Emperor Palace are probably frozen in their memories before they knew about the existence of the Immortal Emperor Palace, right? Xue Jingyu sneered. That's right. In the past, there were many people who entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who entered the Immortal Emperor Palace. However, after they left the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they didn't have any memories of the Immortal Emperor Palace. It's obvious that there's a formation in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that erases memories. Even if you kill someone in the Immortal Emperor Palace, those who witnessed it won't be able to remember who killed whom after they leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It's normal for him to forget about this in the face of death. The others looked at the middle-aged man with a hint of pity in their eyes. How dare he offend the monstrous purple-clad young man? He's seeking death. After listening to the words of Duan Ling Tian and the others, the middle-aged man finally remembered this. His expression changed again as despair filled his eyes. "If you spare my life, I'll give you my spatial ring and all my wealth." In the face of death, the middle-aged man knelt in the air and repeatedly kowtowed to Duan Ling Tian, hoping for a way out. After all, it was not easy to cultivate. If he died, he would lose everything. At this moment, the middle-aged man no longer cared about his dignity. "Even if I kill you, your possessions will still be mine." A mocking smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. The middle-aged man's expression changed again as he said, "If you spare my life, I'll definitely give you more gifts after we leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." However, this time, Duan Ling Tian responded to the middle-aged man's words by charging at him with a sword in his hand. Duan Ling Tian looked like the Grim Reaper who was about to reap the middle-aged man's life. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words and seeing Duan Ling Tian's actions, Xue Jingyu and the others shook their heads and cursed under their breaths. This idiot. After all, they would not remember what had happened in the Celestial Lord Temple after they left the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even if they remembered, why would Duan Ling Tian trust them? Once the middle-aged man left the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would have his clan to rely on. It would be impossible for them to take advantage of him. Unless they chose to offend the middle-aged man's clan. Boom, 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 boom. Duan Ling Tian flashed out with his sword in hand. His speed was so fast that it shook the sky and caused a series of deafening explosions to resound in the air. Although the middle-aged man knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian, he did not sit back and do nothing when he saw Duan Lingtian charging at him. However, even if he did not choose to resign himself to death, he still died in Duan Lingtian's hands in just 2 moves. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as the middle-aged man's body was sent flying. His body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, leaving behind 2 king-grade celestial weapons and a spatial ring. Swoosh! After collecting the spoils, Duan Lingtian flew toward the 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. Xue Jingyu and the others made way for Duan Lingtian so he could approach the 3 king-grade celestial weapons without having to turn around. Congratulations, Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian flew past him, Xue Jingyu congratulated him. There was only envy in his eyes, not jealousy. Duan Lingtian turned his head slightly and nodded at Xue Jingyu. Congratulations. Congratulations, brother. After Xue Jingyu took the lead, the remaining 5 people congratulated Duan Lingtian as well. They knew they could only try their best to befriend the purple-clad young man. Otherwise, they would be the next to die. Xue Jingyu did not expect he would inadvertently give Duan Lingtian an opportunity to befriend Duan Lingtian when he congratulated him. However, Duan Lingtian ignored the congratulatory words and walked up to the 3 king-grade celestial weapons. The 3 black armors hovered in the air. They looked like the armors of a devil god. They shone with a black light and were surrounded by faint purple lightning bolts. Every time the lightning around the armor jumped, it would cause the void to tremble slightly, and circles of faint ripples would appear. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel a gust of eerie wind blowing against his face when he was near it. This eerie wind came from the armor that was hovering in the air before him. A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as he reached out with both hands and grabbed the 2 king-grade celestial weapons. Drip. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and dripped a drop of blood on one of the king-grade celestial weapons to claim ownership of the king-grade celestial weapon, the red scale garment. Its defense is indeed much stronger than before. With just a thought, the silhouette of a black armor appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. It was none other than the king-grade celestial weapon that had just claimed ownership of the king-grade celestial weapon. Since both of them were purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons, their effects would be much weaker if they were not nurtured by a celestial lord's celestial origin energy. After putting away the other king-grade celestial weapon and the red scale garment, Duan Lingtian slowly descended from the sky and landed on the ground in just a blink of an eye. Although the others were jealous of Duan Lingtian for taking away the 2 king-grade celestial weapons, they did not make a move. To be more precise, they did not dare to make a move. What a joke! After all, the purple-clad young man had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of Earth. They were no match for him at all. If they tried to snatch the 2 king-grade celestial weapons from him, they would only be asking for trouble. Fortunately, he didn't go overboard and left one for us. Xue Jingyu muttered to himself. Soon after, they shifted their eyes away from Duan Lingtian and looked at the last king-grade celestial weapon hovering in the air. All of a sudden, a strong smell of gunpowder was once again emitted between them. While Xue Jingyu and the others were fighting, Duan Lingtian, who had just landed on the ground, raised his eyebrows. He felt a gust of wind blowing past his ears. In the next moment, he saw that Ling Juyun, who was standing nearby when he landed, was nowhere to be seen. When Duan Lingtian discovered that Ling Juyun had disappeared, the expressions of Xue Jingyu and the others changed drastically as though they had sensed something was amiss. Swoosh! In the next moment, their eyes landed on the last king-grade celestial weapon, and they saw a gray-clad figure standing in front of them. Ling Juyun. Xue Jingyu recognized Ling Juyun with just a glance. However, his eyes were brimming with battle intent. He no longer cowered in front of Duan Lingtian. After all, in his opinion, Ling Juyun was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial like him. I'll take this king-grade celestial weapon. Ling Juyun hovered next to the king-grade celestial weapon. He was not in a hurry to take the king-grade celestial weapon. Instead, he glanced at Xue Jingyu and the others indifferently. This brat. Does he think he's Duan Lingtian? How arrogant. There's only one king-grade celestial weapon left. How can we let him take it away so easily? Humph. There's a price to pay for being arrogant. Chapter 30:15. Although Xue Jingyu and the others were reluctant to accept Duan Lingtian taking the 2 king-grade celestial weapons, they knew there was nothing they could do. After all, Duan Lingtian, who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth, was not someone they could contend with. However, after Duan Lingtian took the initiative, another person came forward and said he wanted the last king-grade celestial weapon. How could they tolerate this? Lad, although you and Duan Lingtian are both monstrous geniuses below the age of 100, Duan Lingtian has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. It's understandable that he wants the 2 king-grade celestial weapons. What makes you think you're worthy? Don't tell me you've also comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth? An old man asked. He was already frustrated that Duan Lingtian had taken the 2 king-grade celestial weapons away. However, he had nowhere to vent his anger. After all, he could not afford to offend Duan Lingtian. Now that Ling Jueyun had shown up, it was only natural for him to vent his anger. What? Do you want to give it a try? While Xue Jingyu and the others were looking at Ling Jueyun mockingly, Ling Jueyun took a deep look at the old man and asked in a meaningful voice, "What do you mean by that?" The old man was stunned. Xue Jingyu and the others were stunned as well. Ling Jueyun's calm expression reminded them of Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian had come out to compete for the king-grade celestial weapons. Don't tell me he has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth as well? Impossible. He's not even 100 years old. How can he be so monstrous? Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old, right? We witnessed Duan Lingtian comprehending 2 profundities from the law of earth when he's not even 100 years old. However, do you think there'll be 2 monstrous geniuses who have comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth in the same era in the profound nether mansion? I don't think so as well. It's rare for a monstrous genius like Duan Lingtian to appear in the profound nether mansion. How can there be 2 monstrous geniuses like Duan Lingtian? Based on their words, it was clear they did not think Ling Jueyun was the same as Duan Lingtian, who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Ling Jueyun. At this moment, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Ling Jueyun. If there was anyone present who thought Ling Jueyun would be able to obtain the king-grade celestial weapon, it would be him. In fact, he had intentionally left the king-grade celestial weapon for Ling Jueyun. If Ling Jueyun did not say he wanted one as well, he would have taken all 3 king-grade celestial weapons. Although he could not use so many king-grade celestial weapons, he could give them to the people around him. A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord was considered a rare treasure in the profound nether mansion. If it was not for Ling Jueyun, why would he keep one for himself? Boy, stop trying to be mysterious. The old man regained his senses and looked at Ling Jueyun with a mocking smile on his face. He said fearlessly, "If you want to try, go ahead." As soon as the old man finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body without waiting for Ling Jueyun's reply. At the same time, a pair of spiked maces appeared in his hands. At the same time, the old man's celestial origin energy turned blue in just a blink of an eye. It was obvious the old man's celestial origin energy had merged with the fundamental law of earth. This is the law of water's fundamental profundity, the water elemental profundity? As soon as the old man's celestial origin energy began to change, Duan Lingtian could feel a chill coming from his celestial origin energy. If one carefully observed the changes in his celestial elemental energy, they would discover that his celestial elemental energy had become much more flexible after it had turned blue. This was the property of water. Swoosh, swoosh. Before Xue Jingyu and the others could react, the mace in the old man's hands had already whizzed out like a meteor. Apart from the blue celestial origin energy, the spiked maces were shrouded in blood mist and black spots. It was clear the old man had used other techniques apart from the law of water's fundamental profundity, the water elemental profundity. Not only is Old Li taking his opponent by surprise, but he's also using his full strength to gain the initiative. He's clearly trying to kill his opponent while he has the upper hand. A middle-aged man standing near Xue Jingyu said with a sigh. In the southern heaven ancient realm, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. He's doing this to ensure nothing goes wrong. Another young man said, clearly understanding the old man's actions. Boom! Rumble! The two spiked maces flew across the sky like meteors streaking across the sky. The sound of the air exploding was as deafening as the rumbling of thunder. Just as the two spiked maces were about to hit Ling Jueyun, the blue celestial origin energy at the tips of the spiked maces transformed into two ferocious-looking wolf silhouettes that opened their mouths to bite Ling Jueyun. Why isn't he dodging? Can't he react in time? He's dead meat. How dare he claim the king-grade celestial weapon when he's so weak? Xue Jingyu and the others watched as the two spiked maces landed on Ling Jueyun's body. At the same time, the two ferocious-looking wolf silhouettes bit Ling Jueyun's shoulders. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air, accompanied by two cracking sounds. The sound of the spiked maces landing on Ling Jueyun's body and the wolf silhouettes biting Ling Jueyun's body rang in the air. What kind of technique is this? Unlike Xue Jingyu and the others who were certain Ling Jueyun would die, Duan Ling Tian discovered something was amiss with Ling Jueyun. In other words, the Ling Jueyun who stood there and endured the old man's attacks was no longer Ling Jueyun. It's the undead clone profundity from the law of death. As though she had heard Duan Ling Tian's muttering, Huang Er's cold voice resonated in his spiritual sea in a timely manner. Currently, Little Feng has comprehended two profundities from the law of death. Apart from the death elemental profundity, he has also comprehended the undead clone profundity. Huang Er explained in one breath. Undead clone profundity? In the next moment, while Xue Jingyu and the others were still shocked by Ling Jueyun's lack of movement, Duan Ling Tian saw Ling Jueyun's eyes glowing with a blood-red light as his body emitted a powerful aura. Is that all you're capable of? As soon as Crimson Eye Ling Jueyun spoke, the silhouette of a cloak appeared behind him. It grew longer with the wind. The patterns on the cloak seemed to be ancient words and patterns. As soon as the cloak appeared, the two ferocious wolf silhouettes that were about to land on Crimson Eye Ling Jueyun's shoulders were dispelled. Crimson Eye Ling Jueyun's body trembled, causing the two spiked maces to retreat. Crimson Eye Ling Jueyun's aura surged even higher. The cloak behind him seemed to be dyed red as it fluttered even though there was no wind. That cloak? It's definitely not just a king-grade celestial weapon. In fact, even a king-grade celestial weapon might not be this powerful. Duan Lingtian's attention was completely attracted by the cloak behind Ling Jueyun. The cloak fluttered in the wind as it complemented Ling Jueyun's aura. The complicated patterns on the cloak seemed to have come to life. From afar, it looked like rivers of blood were flowing on the cloak. Huang de, his cloak? Duan Ling Tian asked. It's a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Huang replied. An Emperor-grade celestial weapon? Although he was mentally prepared, Duan Ling Tian was still shocked at this moment. It was not difficult for him to figure out why Ling Jueyun dared to use an Emperor-grade celestial weapon here. It was obvious Ling Jueyun knew those who knew about the Celestial Lord Temple would not leave the Southern Heaven ancient realm with their memories of the Celestial Lord Temple. For this reason, the news of Ling Jueyun possessing an Emperor-grade celestial weapon would not spread. That cloak? It seems to be extraordinary. At the same time, Xue Jingyu and the others also noticed Ling Jueyun's cloak. It did not seem to be a simple king-grade celestial weapon. You have a royal-grade celestial weapon? The old man's expression changed drastically when he saw his attack had failed to injure Ling Jueyun. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes as he looked at the cloak behind Ling Jueyun. Even a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord would not be able to compare to the cloak. A royal-grade celestial weapon? Blood Eye Ling Jueyun sneered. However, he had no intention of explaining himself. His aura surged as he shot toward the old man like a ray of light. Faced with Ling Juyun's ferocious attack, the old man knew he could not break through his defenses. However, he had no choice but to block Ling Juyun's attack. I hope he won't fight as recklessly as Duan Lington. If he does, I'll definitely die. At this moment, the old man could only hope his attack would be able to block Ling Jueyun's attack. Even if he could not defeat Ling Jueyun, he would still be able to survive. Boom. Rumble. Scarlet-eyed Ling Juyun attacked. He punched with both fists and met the old man's two spiked clubs. Fists collided violently with the clubs. Thank goodness. The old man sighed in relief when he saw Ling Jueyun's attack colliding with his own. After all, he could still block Ling Jueyun's attack. However, in the next moment, the old man's expression changed drastically. Swoosh! An ear-piercing sound rang in the air as though it was a flash in the pan. Under everyone's gazes, a figure dashed out of Ling Juyun's body as he fought with the old man. Black and red light surrounded him as he turned into a sword and pierced through the old man's body, tearing him in half. How did Ling Jueyun come out of his body? Heavens! What kind of technique is this? Xue Jingyu and the others narrowed their eyes when they saw the figure that shot out of blood-eye Ling Jueyun's body was none other than Ling Jueyun himself. Chapter 30:16. That's his true body. A middle-aged man cried out in shock after the old man was killed by the blood-eyed Ling Jueyun who had transformed into a sword. That person with blood-red eyes is only his clone. To be more precise, it's his profundity clone. The middle-aged man said. Based on his attack, it seems like he has comprehended the law of death, one of the four supreme laws. The other young man's eyes narrowed, and his face was filled with shock. As far as I know, among the profundities in the law of death, there's a profundity called the undead doppelganger. The undead clone profundity allows the person who has comprehended the profundity to have a body that's almost corporeal. Moreover, its defense and combat strength are not inferior to the original. At the same time, the clone can use the original's celestial weapon and other profundities that the original has comprehended. The main body can fight side by side with the doppelganger, or it can hide in the doppelganger and wait for an opportunity to launch a fatal blow at the most critical moment. When the young man reached the end of his sentence, the way he looked at the two Ling Jueyun in the air changed completely. Swoosh! At the same time, under everyone's watchful eyes, the blood-eyed Ling Jueyun disappeared into the body of the other Ling Jueyun in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, the celestial origin energy surging from Ling Jueyun's body vanished. The law of death? The law that Ling Jueyun has comprehended is the law of death? Heavens! The law of death is one of the four supreme laws. It's not a law that can be comprehended through celestial methods or divine abilities. It requires fortuitous encounters, or legacies. Among the laws in heaven and earth, comprehending the four supreme laws is the most demanding. Ling Jueyun is not even 100 years old, but he has comprehended the law of death. Moreover, it's obvious that he has comprehended two profundities from the law of death. He's a monster among monsters. His innate talent is much higher than Duan Lingtian. After all, he has comprehended the law of death, one of the four supreme laws. Xue Jingyu and the others regained their senses at this time. They were also shocked by the strength displayed by Ling Jueyun. None of them had expected Ling Jueyun to possess such terrifying strength. He was even stronger than Duan Lingtian. Immediately, they looked at each other and saw bitter smiles on each other's faces. In the past, they felt that they were already considered rare geniuses. But now, in front of Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, they no longer dared to think that they were geniuses. They had been beaten black and blue. Duan Lingtian, less than 100 years old, comprehended two profundities of the laws of earth. Ling Jueyun was not even 100 years old, but he had comprehended two profound meanings of the law of death. After killing the old man, Ling Jueyun made his move to collect the last king-grade celestial weapon. Xue Jingyu and the others could only watch helplessly. They did not dare to stop him at all. They knew very well that they would definitely die if they made a move now. His cloak is a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, right? Why would he need a king-grade celestial weapon if he has one? Xue Jingyu was puzzled. As soon as Xue Jingyu finished speaking, a young man standing nearby sneered. Let me ask you, if you have a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, would you dare to use it? That's right. Since this is the Celestial Lord Temple, we won't remember anything that happened here. That's why he dares to use a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. He knows no one will reveal the fact that he possesses a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. That's right. This is the Celestial Lord Temple. If it weren't for the Celestial Lord Temple, I'm afraid he would have killed us. I don't think he dares to kill us. After all, if we die, he'll be able to leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm faster. After all, the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will reopen after a certain number of people have died. That's right. Even those from the Celestial Lord Temple won't be able to stay in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for long. Otherwise, they'll be trapped in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It was obvious the others had figured out the reason why Ling Jueyun dared to use a royal-grade celestial weapon here. They knew people like Ling Jueyun and Duan Ling Tian would not kill people here unless it was absolutely necessary. Now that both of them have obtained the rewards from the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple, what should we do next? Xue Jingyu looked left and right. Apart from the 10 palaces, all he could see was the boundless darkness in the distance. The others began to look around, but they could not find a way to leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Let's wait. I think we'll have to wait for a while. All of them agreed. At this moment, Xue Jingyu and the others saw Ling Jueyun descending from the sky and landing next to Duan Ling Tian after obtaining the last king-grade celestial weapon. It's strange that they're able to coexist peacefully. Did they come to an agreement when they entered the palaces? That's possible. Based on my speculation, Duan Ling Tian must have discussed this with Ling Jueyun before he left the royal-grade celestial weapon for Ling Jueyun. That's what I think as well. Otherwise, with Duan Ling Tian's strength, he could have obtained the 3 royal-grade celestial weapons. Initially, I thought they'd fight it out. However, it seems like they won't be fighting for the time being. Xue Jingyu and the others looked at Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun. They were slightly disappointed when they saw the two of them coexisting peacefully. Just by standing there, the two of them were like 2 dark clouds that shrouded their hearts, causing them to feel somewhat gloomy. If I can leave them, I'll definitely stay away from them. What good will it do to us if they're here? I agree. I hope we can leave them. Otherwise, even if we manage to leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm alive, we won't be able to obtain anything in the Celestial Lord Temple. At this moment, Xue Jingyu and the others were looking forward to parting ways with Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian. After all, as long as they were here, they would not be able to obtain anything they wanted. After a while, seeing that there was still no movement, some people began to chat. Speaking of which, based on what I know, there are 7 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have comprehended 2 profundities from a law in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. A middle-aged man said, 7? So many? I only know 5 of them. Another young man chimed in. Time passed quickly as everyone was chatting. There's also Sima Chun, the genius from the Sima clan. He has comprehended 2 profundities from the Law of Wind. It's said that apart from the Law of Wind's fundamental profundity, the Wind Elemental Profundity, he has also comprehended another profundity from the Law of Wind, the Gale Profundity. The Gale Profundity? One of the profundities from the Law of Wind that focuses on speed? Not only does the Gale Profundity increase one's attack speed, but it can also increase one's movement speed as well. The Law of Wind excels in one's speed and one's body as the wind. Sima Chun has comprehended the Law of Wind's Gale Profundity. Apart from those who have comprehended 3 profundities from the Law of Wind, it's almost impossible for them to defeat him, let alone kill him. Of course. Sima Chun has comprehended the Law of Wind's Wind Elemental Profundity and the Gale Profundity. His speed is second to none among those who have entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this time. If he can't defeat Sima Chun, he can always escape. If he's fast, he's invincible. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to their conversation. However, when they mentioned Sima Chun, a strange expression appeared on his face. Sima Chun? If he's fast, he's invincible? What? Do you know Sima Chun? Ling Jueyun asked curiously through voice transmission. He had been observing Duan Lingtian for a long time. Naturally, he had noticed the changes in Duan Lingtian's expression. Not really. We just happened to bump into each other before we entered the Celestial Lord Temple. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently through voice transmission. Did they fight? Ling Jueyun asked again. Duan Lingtian nodded. He has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. One of them is the Gale profundity. I won't be able to kill him unless I use an Emperor-grade celestial weapon or a divine weapon. Ling Jueyun paused for a moment before he continued to ask, with his speed, it's almost impossible for you to kill him unless you use an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Is he dead? Ling Jueyun asked again. Duan Lingtian nodded again. You used an Emperor-grade celestial weapon? Ling Jueyun asked again. Duan Lingtian shook his head again. Ling Jueyun frowned when Duan Lingtian said indifferently, although I didn't use an Emperor-grade celestial weapon, I did use a Royal-grade celestial weapon. Even if you used an offensive Royal-grade celestial weapon, it won't be easy for you to kill him, right? After all, based on the profundities from the law of earth that you've comprehended, speed isn't your forte. Ling Jueyun hit the nail on the head. You're quite good at calculating. You even used a little trick. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Ling Jueyun had accurately predicted his battle with Sima Chun. Although he had used a royal-grade celestial weapon, he would not have been able to kill Sima Chun without the help of the gravitational space profundity. Although he had only comprehended a little bit of the gravitational space Upanishad and was still a distance away from the entry level, it would not affect his overall strength much. However, at the critical moment, it could still play a role. Just like the battle between him and Sima Chun. Because of the little bit of gravitational space Upanishad, he killed Sima Chun. Otherwise, Sima Chun would have been able to escape. What little trick? Ling Jueyun asked again. Before Duan Lingtian could respond, Ling Jueyun felt the ground beneath his feet disappear. After a while, he felt as though he was standing on solid ground. Chapter 30:17. Duan Lingtian's vision flickered between darkness and light. His feet felt light and heavy. In the next moment, he discovered he had appeared on a spacious stone platform. In front of him was a divine pit that stretched as far as the eye could see. What's this place? Did we leave the first trial? Could this be the location of the second test set by the Celestial Lord Palace? When Duan Lingtian heard the commotion, he looked around and discovered that apart from Ling Jueyun, Xue Jingyu, and the others, there were 8 more people in the surroundings. Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, Xue Jingyu, and the others turned to look at the 8 people. Among these 8 people, there was a middle-aged man, a young man, and a young woman. Her appearance was delicate and pretty, and her temperament was elegant. Although she could not be considered to be extremely beautiful, she had her own unique charm. Dongfang Jinlu. Xue Jingyu exclaimed in surprise when he saw a finely dressed young man among the 8 people. A hint of dread could be seen on his face. Dongfang Jinlun? Immediately, several people not far from Xue Jingyu followed Xue Jingyu's gaze and saw the young man in luxurious clothes. It's really Dongfang Jinlun. Dongfang Jinlun is the most outstanding genius in the Eastern Fang family in recent years. He's only slightly over 200 years old, but he has already comprehended 2 profundities from the law of thunder. Many people in Duan Lingtian's group recognized the finely dressed young man. Dongfang Jinlun? Duan Lingtian looked in the direction Xue Jingyu and the others were looking at and saw the finely dressed young man. The finely dressed young man was tall, had a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. He gave off a stern aura. He stood there like an iron tower, unmoving like a mountain. Although he heard Xue Jingyu and the others' exclamations, he remained indifferent. Dongfang Jinlun, a member of the Dongfang family, a rank 7 clan. He's a little over 200 years old and has comprehended the fundamental profundity of the law of lightning, the thunder elemental profundity, and the lightning profundity of the law of lightning. Previously, Xue Jingyu and the others had mentioned Dongfang Jinlun when they were talking about the people who had comprehended two profundities. For this reason, Duan Lingtian knew Duan Lingtian was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial whose speed was on par with Sima Chun whom he had killed. In terms of speed, the lightning profound of the laws of lightning wasn't any slower than the gale profound of the laws of wind. In fact, it even had a bewitching property that the gale profound didn't have. It was a relatively powerful and practical profound of the laws of lightning. Xue Jingyu and the others descended from the sky and landed near where Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun were, obviously intending to approach Duan Lingtian and seek shelter. Compared to Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, the 8 people were more threatening. That young woman looks familiar as well. A young man standing next to Xue Jingyu said with a frown as he looked at the only woman among the 8 people. She's Oya from the Frost sect. Xue Jingyu said in a deep voice. As the most outstanding prince of the Southern Qi Nation's emperor in the profound Nether Mansion's Thousand Nations territory, Xue Jingyu often accompanied the emperor of the Southern Qi Nation to visit various forces. Therefore, he was familiar with the geniuses in the profound Nether Mansion. Whether it was Dongfang Jinlun from the Dongfang family or Oya from the Grade 8 Frost sect, Xue Jingyu had met both of them before. Naturally, they might not remember him even if he remembered them. Frost sect? Oya? I've heard of Oya from the Frost sect. She's a rare female prodigy in the profound Nether Mansion. She's not even 200 years old, but she's already comprehended 2 profundities from the law of ice. In terms of innate talent, Oya is even more talented than Dongfang Jinlun. Only Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun are stronger than her. The few people on Duan Lingtian's side shifted their attention from the young woman to Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. Oya? Duan Lingtian glanced at the young woman. He had heard about Oya from Xue Jingyu and the others. She was a female prodigy from the Grade 8 Frost sect. Although the Frost sect was only a Grade 8 sect, it was much stronger than ordinary Grade 8 forces. At the very least, none of the 1,000 Grade 8 celestial kingdoms in the Thousand Nations territory could compare to the Frost sect. The Guardian Celestial method of the Frost sect was a king-grade celestial method that allowed one to comprehend the law of ice's fundamental profundity, the ice elemental profundity, and the law of ice's frost profundity. The frost profundity. Based on the name of the profundity, it should be able to freeze one's opponent. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Sush. Not long after the 2 groups of people appeared, there was a sudden loud noise in front of them. It was like the sound of a flood breaking through a dam. That's... Duan Lingtian snapped out of his daze and looked ahead. He saw waves surging toward them from the distance. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally saw clearly that the place he was standing at was similar to a riverbank. In the distance, waves of water swept over like a roaring water dragon. The momentum was terrifying. Moreover, with his divine consciousness, Duan Lingtian could tell the waves were no ordinary waves. The waves were filled with an extremely terrifying aura. That aura even gave him an extremely strong sense of danger. His soul was slightly throbbing because of this. It's the soul-extinguishing water. Huang Er's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. Once the soul-extinguishing water comes into contact with a person's body, it'll be able to destroy one's soul. Without a Duke-grade soul defense celestial weapon, those below the level of celestial dukes will definitely die in the face of the soul-extinguishing water. Wanger said, Soul-extinguishing water? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he hurriedly soared into the air. This was because the soul-extinguishing water would soon hit the riverbank he was standing on. Of course, the soul-extinguishing water won't be able to hurt you. After all, your soul is protected by the profound divine metal outside your sea of consciousness. Upon hearing Huang Er's words, Duan Lingtian realized he had been overly anxious. As it turned out, he did not need to fear the soul-extinguishing water at all. Heavens! This is the soul-extinguishing water. The soul-extinguishing water can destroy one's soul. Those below the level of celestial dukes will definitely die if they touch it. So this is the second test of the Celestial Lord Temple. When Duan Ling Tian soared into the sky, the others also regained their senses and soared into the sky as well. Some of them recognized the soul-extinguishing water, and some of them did not as well. As the first wave of soul-extinguishing water splashed onto the river bank, those who had just learned of the terror of the soul-extinguishing water all sucked in a breath of cold air. There are boxes and chests on the soul-extinguishing water. A voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears, prompting him to look in the direction of the voice. With just a glance, he saw the boxes and chests floating on the soul-extinguishing water. However, due to the formation that had been set up above, he could not use his divine consciousness to probe the contents of the boxes and chests. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew if he could not probe the contents of the boxes and chests, the others would not be able to do so as well. After all, most of the people present were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials like him whose divine consciousness was on par with his. These boxes and chests most likely contain treasures left behind by the southern heaven celestial lord. Among the group of 8 not far away, a middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He was the first to descend from the air and approach the nearest box. The box was 5 feet long, so it could contain most celestial weapons. Naturally, the middle-aged man did not dare to be careless as he approached the box. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the fundamental profundity of the law he had comprehended wrapped around his body. Apart from that, a faint blue silhouette of armor could be seen on his body. It was clear he was well prepared. He did not dare to be careless in front of the soul-extinguishing water. "This box is mine." In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man arrived above the box, hovering above the soul-extinguishing water. He only needed to reach out his hand to touch the box. Swoosh! The middle-aged man stretched out his hand and touched the box with lightning speed, intending to lift it up. However, the moment the middle-aged man's hand touched the box, a mysterious power suddenly extended from the surface of the box. Ripples of energy spread out in all directions. Swoosh! Swoosh! As the shockwave swept out, the soul-extinguishing water around the box seemed to have come to life. It rose up like angry dragons in the water soaring into the sky. "It's heavy." As soon as the middle-aged man touched the box, he discovered it was extremely heavy. Even with all his might, he could only move the box at a very slow speed. Now, the surrounding soul-extinguishing water rose into the air and interweaved into a net that enveloped him. His expression changed drastically. A shrill cry rang in the air as the middle-aged man's body was enveloped by the soul-extinguishing water. When the soul-extinguishing water receded, Duan Lingtian and the others saw the middle-aged man's body lying on top of the box. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as though he had died with a remaining grievance. His vitality was rapidly dissipating, and his soul had been completely destroyed by the soul-extinguishing water earlier. How terrifying! The soul-extinguishing water destroyed his soul in just a blink of an eye. How terrifying! It's too terrifying. I was just about to make a move to collect the boxes earlier. Fortunately, he took the lead. Otherwise, I would have been the one who died. The remaining people felt a lingering fear when they saw the middle-aged man's death. Some of them were even glad they did not make a move first. You overestimate yourself. Chapter 30:18. As soon as Dongfang Jinlun finished speaking, the space around him trembled, and he disappeared from where he was standing. Everyone could only see a huge bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. It was none other than Dongfang Jinlun's body. It was the law of thunder, the lightning profundity. In order to use the lightning profundity, one had to have the thunder elemental profundity as a foundation. For this reason, Dongfang Jinlun had used the 2 profundities from the law of thunder that he had comprehended. Naturally, he had other tricks up his sleeve as well. Swoosh! Swoosh! Dongfang Jinlun's target was the box that the middle-aged man had his eyes on. When he made his move, the soul-extinguishing water stirred again. However, just as the soul-extinguishing water was about to descend on Dongfang Jinlun, Dongfang Jinlun quickly moved away from the soul-extinguishing water with the box and the middle-aged man's corpse. For this reason, the soul-extinguishing water missed its target. Bang! Dongfang Jinlun moved at lightning speed and returned at lightning speed. He easily retrieved the box and flipped it over. The middle-aged man's corpse fell into the soul-extinguishing water and was completely submerged by it. He's so fast. To speed. It seems like he's even faster than Sima Chun. Duan Lingtian looked at Dongfang Jinlun in shock. Dongfang Jinlun's speed was so fast that the soul-extinguishing water couldn't catch up to him, so it couldn't touch him and annihilate his soul. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Dongfang Jinlun raised his hand and slapped the box. The box opened, revealing its contents. When the box was opened, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, was stunned. Even Dongfang Jinlun had a slight frown on his face. The reason for that was because after the chest was opened, there was nothing inside. Upon seeing this, many people could vaguely guess what was going on. It seems like not all of the boxes in the soul-extinguishing water have something in them. However, despite knowing this, everyone's attention was still attracted by the boxes in the soul-extinguishing water. Some of the boxes might be empty, but there were definitely some that had something in them. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by. This wind brought with it a chilling coldness. Once it blew by, it gave people the feeling that winter had arrived. Oya has made a move. It was none other than Oya, the only female peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial present on the scene. Oya's body floated toward the soul-extinguishing water. In the blink of an eye, she was near a small box. Crash! When Oya approached the small box, the soul-extinguishing water surged up as usual and enveloped Oya. Seeing that Oya's slim figure was about to be submerged by the soul-extinguishing water, most of the people present couldn't help but gasp and stare at Oya with a solemn expression. In the blink of an eye. Following a series of crisp sounds, before the crowd's gazes, the soul-extinguishing water that was about to envelop Oya actually froze and turned into ice. Bang! Oya held the small box in her hand as a layer of ice enveloped her body. She seemed to have transformed into an ice ball as she shot up into the air, shattering the soul-extinguishing water that had frozen into ice. When Oya returned to the void where she had been standing, the soul-extinguishing water that had turned into ice melted again. The surface of the soul-extinguishing water had also returned to normal. Amazing! She's too powerful. As expected of someone who has comprehended two profundities from the law of ice. She can even freeze the soul-extinguishing water. The freezing profundity from the law of ice is really terrifying. Many people present on the scene exclaimed in surprise when they saw Oya was unharmed and had obtained a small box. Most of them had only comprehended one profundity from a law. Moreover, they had only comprehended the fundamental profundity. They were not on the same level as those who had comprehended two profundities from the same law. Although the fundamental profundities were the foundation of a law, they were not as powerful and useful as the other profundities. It's empty as well? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Oya opened the small box that she had obtained and discovered that it was empty as well. Oya shook her head and smiled wryly. My luck isn't too good. That's a clone. At this moment, someone exclaimed in surprise. It came from Dongfang Jinlun, Oya, and the other 6 people. Dongfang Jinlun and Oya had lost one of their members, leaving them with only 7 people left. The sudden exclamation startled Dongfang Jinlun and Oya. In the next moment, they saw a young man with blood-red eyes descending from the sky. In just a blink of an eye, he had arrived near one of the boxes in the soul-extinguishing water. Swoosh, swoosh. The soul-extinguishing water swept up and fell on the young man with blood-red eyes. However, it did not affect him in the slightest. The young man with blood-red eyes took the soul-extinguishing water head-on and stepped into the air with the box in his hand. In just a blink of an eye, he had left the area covered by the soul-extinguishing water. The young man with blood-red eyes was none other than the undead clone that Ling Juin had comprehended from the law of death. He did not have a soul, only a physical body. Without a soul, the soul-extinguishing water was, naturally, ineffective against him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ling Jueyun and his clone merged into one. However, the box remained in his hand. Ling Jueyun opened the box to reveal a 4-foot-wide saber. Based on the saber's aura, it was not difficult to tell that it was a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. It seems like I'm quite lucky. Ling Jueyun looked at Duan Ling Tian and said proudly, "What do you think? Do you want to give it a try as well?" In response to Ling Jueyun's boasting, Duan Ling Tian flew toward a small box that was floating above the soul-extinguishing water. This small box was one of the smallest boxes floating above the soul-extinguishing water. When Duan Ling Tian approached the small box, the soul-extinguishing water surged again, trying to drown Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not dodge the soul-extinguishing water. Based on his actions, it was as though he was trying to emulate Ling Jueyun's undead clone and take the soul-extinguishing water head-on. HM? Upon seeing this, Ling Jueyun could not help but frown. He only dared to take the soul-extinguishing water head-on with his clone. He did not dare to take the soul-extinguishing water head-on. For this reason, he was puzzled when he saw Duan Ling Tian's action. Naturally, he did not think Duan Ling Tian was courting death. Because he knew that a person like Duan Ling Tian would absolutely not do something as stupid as giving his life away. Is he crazy? Does he think he is Ling Jueyun's undead clone? Taking the soul-extinguishing water head-on with his body? Isn't that just courting death? Duan Ling Tian is crazy. Crazy. Xue Jingyu and the others were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's intrepid behavior. They could not understand why Duan Ling Tian would do such a thing. How could a body of flesh and blood be compared to an undead clone? Now, even if Duan Ling Tian were to use defensive means, they would not be so shocked. However, the problem was Duan Ling Tian did not even have the slightest intention of defending himself. It was obvious that he wanted to take the soul-extinguishing water head-on with his body of flesh and blood. Courting death. Dongfang Jinluan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a mocking smile on his face. Meanwhile, Oya was also looking at Duan Ling Tian. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes that were as clear as water. A woman's sixth sense was usually very accurate. Although the purple-clad young man in front of her seemed to be courting death, Oya's intuition told her that things were not that simple. Those who could enter the Celestial Lord Temple were not simple people. It was impossible for them to court death in such a stupid way. I've got it. As soon as Duan Ling Tian took the box, he felt the soul-extinguishing water pouring on his head. It was cold to the touch, as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. It's coming. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel a powerful destructive force entering his body the moment the soul-extinguishing water touched his body. It went straight for his sea of consciousness and targeted his soul. However, when the destructive force approached his sea of consciousness, it was blocked by the profound divine metal that was guarding it like a guardian. A golden light screen extended from the profound divine metal and blocked the destructive force of the soul-extinguishing water, preventing it from entering Duan Ling Tian's sea of consciousness. Since it could not enter Duan Ling Tian's sea of consciousness, it was only natural that it could not destroy his soul. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Duan Ling Tian endured the soul-extinguishing water with his body. Then he rose into the air and returned to his original spot. Heavens! What's going on? He didn't die. Many people exclaimed in shock. This purple-clad young man must have a soul defense celestial weapon above the Duke grade. As far as I know, as long as it's a soul defense celestial weapon above the Duke grade, it'll be able to withstand the soul-extinguishing water. Some people who were more knowledgeable figured this out. A soul defense celestial weapon above the Duke grade? Among all celestial weapons, soul defense celestial weapons are the rarest. A soul defense Duke grade celestial weapon is worth more than a pure defense king grade celestial weapon. If he has such a celestial weapon, it's not surprising that he can withstand the soul-extinguishing water with his body. Since he has a soul defense celestial weapon above the Duke grade, the Celestial Lord Temple is obviously giving him a treasure. Xue Jingyu and the others who knew about Duan Ling Tian's strength were not affected. On the other hand, Dongfang Jinlun and the others looked at Duan Lingtian enviously. It was as though they could not wait to snatch the soul defense celestial weapon from Duan Lingan. Brat, do you have a soul defense celestial weapon above the Duke grade? Dongfang Jinlun asked in a deep voice as he stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. Chapter 30:19. Although the value of a soul defense Duke grade celestial weapon was comparable to a purely defensive King grade celestial weapon, most people would not trade it for a purely defensive King grade celestial weapon. In fact, even if a purely defensive King grade celestial weapon had been nurtured by a celestial lord, those who owned a soul defense Duke grade celestial weapon would not trade it for a purely defensive King grade celestial weapon. This was because soul defense Duke grade celestial weapons were extremely rare. Not only was it difficult to refine them, but the materials required were also extremely rare. A soul defense Duke grade celestial weapon could withstand any soul attack from a celestial Duke or below. It could even withstand soul attacks from a celestial Duke or below that contained profundities from a law. Naturally, it could only withstand the soul attack from a celestial Duke who had not comprehended any profundities from a law. If it was a celestial Duke who had comprehended a profundity from a law, even a one basic celestial Duke would not be able to withstand it. The power of the soul-extinguishing water was comparable to the soul attack from a celestial Duke who had not comprehended any profundity from a law. For this reason, a soul defense Duke grade celestial weapon was more valuable than a purely defensive King grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. Lad, you have a soul defense celestial weapon that's at the Duke grade or above? Dongfang Jinlun stared at Duan Lingtian greedily. Everyone could see that Dongfang Jinlun was interested in Duan Lingtian's soul defense celestial weapon. What? Do you want it? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he stared at Dongfang Jinlun. Hand over your soul defense celestial weapon, and not only will I spare your life, but I'll also guarantee your safety in leaving the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Dongfang Jinlun said. Dongfang Jinlun did not think the purple-clad young man in front of him was a threat to him. Even if the purple-clad young man had comprehended two profundities from a law like him, he would not be afraid. A soul defense celestial weapon is indeed valuable, but it's not as valuable as your life, Dongfang Jinlun said. Dongfang Jinlun said again, his eyes flashing with killing intent. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. Not to mention a soul defense type immortal artifact. No matter how precious it is, it's only a worldly possession. It's not as precious as one's own life. Since you know this, quickly hand over your soul defense celestial artifact. If I make a move, you won't be able to regret it. Dongfang Jinlun sneered. In Dongfang Jinlun's opinion, he could easily kill the purple-clad young man and seize his soul defensive celestial artifact. However, if possible, he didn't want to kill too many people in the immortal sovereign palace. Who knew if his journey in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would end after he killed the purple-clad young man? After all, if 70% of the people who entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm died, the trip to the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would come to an end. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not want to kill anyone in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as soon as possible. He wanted to find more fortuitous encounters in the Celestial Lord Temple. In Dongfang Jinlun's eyes, even if this purple-clothed youth had other things on him, he wouldn't be too interested. After all, he didn't lack those things. He was only interested in soul defense-type immortal artifacts. Is that so? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. I'd like to see how you're going to make me regret it. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, with just a thought, energy that had been dormant for a long time began to awaken in his body. Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Dongfang Jinlun did not expect the purple-clad young man to be so foolish. His expression darkened as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. Boom! In the next moment, a saber appeared in Dongfang Jinlun's hand as he charged toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. At this moment, Dongfang Jinlun seemed to have become one with the celestial saber in his hand. Although Dongfang Jinlun did not think the purple-clad young man was a match for him, He still went all out when he attacked. When the crowd saw Dongfang Jinlun trying to kill Duan Ling Tian without saying a word, their hearts were in their mouths. At this moment, a 7-colored sword ray appeared where Duan Ling Tian was standing. Among the 7 colors, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, the purple was particularly bright. Apart from that, there was also a golden light and an earthy yellow light. A short-lived sword whistle sounded. It was extremely ear-piercing, and it even caused the group of people present to involuntarily shiver, even though the rainbow sword light was not aimed at them. At the same time, the crowd was shocked to see Dongfang Jinlun, who had transformed into a gigantic bolt of lightning, was pierced between his brows by the 7-colored sword ray when he was about to reach Duan Ling Tian. Wherever the rainbow-colored sword light passed, the void remained calm as if it was walking on snow without leaving a trace. When it came into contact with the lightning formed by Dongfang Jinlun's one with the saber, it easily broke through it as if it did not encounter any resistance. Spurt! A stream of blood spurted out from Dongfang Jinlun's forehead. Following that, the lightning energy around him dissipated. Dongfang Jinlun's eyes were wide open as his body flew toward Duan Ling Tian due to inertia. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and sent Dongfang Jinlun's body flying with a palm seal. At the same time, an invisible energy swept out and retrieved Dongfang Jinlun's celestial saber, spatial ring, and purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. It was not until Dongfang Jinlun's body fell into the soul-extinguishing water that everyone finally regained their senses. At this moment, apart from Ling Juyun, the others, including the Frost Sect's genius disciple, Oya, were staring at Duan Ling Tian in shock. That sword. Oya looked at the 7-colored sword ray that had returned to Duan Ling Tian's hand with a hint of shock in her eyes. Apart from the celestial methods and divine abilities that are below the king grade, the earth elemental profundity is the earth elemental profundity. He must have relied on that sword to kill Dongfang Jinlun. Is it a royal grade celestial weapon? No. Even if it's a royal grade celestial weapon, with Dongfang Jinlun's speed and reflexes, he should have been able to dodge it. That's an emperor grade celestial weapon? Oya's eyes narrowed when she saw the 7-colored light sword transforming into a ray of 7-colored light that entered Duan Ling Tian's palm and fused into Duan Ling Tian's body. As far as she knew, it was impossible for a royal-grade celestial weapon to merge with one's body in such a manner. Only an emperor-grade celestial weapon could do that. This is... When Oya saw the 7-colored light sword fusing with Duan Ling Tian's body, the others present on the scene also saw it. At once, several people who knew what this meant felt their scalps go numb. Heavens! What did they just see? The weapon Duan Ling Tian had used to kill Dongfang Jinlun had merged with his body as though it was a part of him. What's going on? The sword has merged with Duan Ling Tian's body? What weapon is that? Is it a royal-grade celestial weapon? I've never seen anyone who can merge a weapon like that. How did it merge with his body? Did Duan Ling Tian create a little world in his body? What a joke! Duan Ling Tian is only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's impossible for him to create a little world without becoming a celestial duke. What's going on then? Most of the onlookers were shocked that Duan Ling Tian was able to merge the 7-colored sword ray into his body, but they did not know what it meant. Although a celestial duke can create a little world, it's impossible for him to store his celestial weapon in it. After all, it's more troublesome to take a celestial weapon out of a little world than to take a celestial weapon out of a spatial ring. A middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock before he said in a deep voice, Duan Ling Tian is an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's impossible for him to create a little world to store his celestial weapon. Based on what I know, there's another type of celestial weapon that can merge with one's body. An emperor-grade celestial weapon. When the middle-aged man reached the end of his sentence, not only did his voice become louder, it also began to tremble violently. An emperor-grade celestial weapon. When Xue Jingyu and the others who did not know the characteristics of emperor-grade celestial weapons heard the middle-aged man's words, they were dumbfounded. At the same time, they could not help but tremble in fear. An emperor-grade celestial weapon? Even the 3 sects and 2 clans that they were planning to join did not have a royal-grade celestial weapon in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Emperor-grade celestial weapons were superior to royal-grade celestial weapons. There were only a handful of emperor-grade celestial weapons in the Southern Heaven territory. However, one of them had appeared in Duan Lingtian's hands. Who's this Duan Lingtian? Xue Jingyu, who had fought with Duan Lingtian before, regained his senses. He was shocked when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial possessed an emperor-grade celestial weapon. In the past, if someone had told him this, he would not have believed it even if he was beaten to death. Even the descendants of the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who ruled the Southern Heaven territory did not possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon when they were only overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Who's this Duan Lingtian? Why does he have an emperor-grade celestial weapon? Is this a joke? An emperor-grade celestial weapon? I didn't expect to see an emperor-grade celestial weapon in my lifetime. Meanwhile, the others regained their senses and looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. Don't tell me he found his emperor-grade celestial weapon in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? A young man speculated. However, his words were quickly refuted by the others. You're thinking too much. It's impossible for an emperor-grade celestial weapon to appear in the middle and upper realms of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, let alone the lower realm. Chapter 30-20. An emperor-grade celestial weapon? A hint of disdain flashed on Ling Jueyun's cold face when he heard everyone's words. Earlier, Duan Lingtian did not use an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Instead, it was a Devata artifact. Moreover, it was one of the highest-grade Devata artifacts. A prominent Devata artifact. Unfortunately, our memories of the Celestial Lord Temple will be erased after we leave this place. We won't be able to bring Duan Lingtian's emperor-grade celestial weapon out with us. You can imagine how much of an uproar the profound Nether Mansion and the Southern Heaven territory will be when news of the emperor-grade celestial weapon spreads. Have you ever thought about the possibility of Duan Lingtian taking out an emperor-grade celestial weapon so easily if we can bring the memories of the Celestial Lord Temple out with us? Regardless of his background, he'll definitely become a target for many powerhouses if news of him possessing an emperor-grade celestial weapon spreads. Many powerhouses will risk their lives to kill him for the emperor-grade celestial weapon. You can't say that. Based on the situation earlier, I don't think Duan Lingtian would be able to withstand Dongfang Jinluan's attack unless he uses an emperor-grade celestial weapon, right? Most of the people on Ouya's side said these words. Their words were quickly refuted by Xue Jingyu and the others from Duan Lingtian's side. Duan Lingtian isn't afraid of Dongfang Jinlun even if he doesn't use an emperor-grade celestial weapon. That's right. Although Dongfang Jinlun has comprehended 2 profundities from the Law of Thunder and is very strong, it's almost impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian has also comprehended 2 profundities from the Law of Earth. One of them is a defensive profundity from the Law of Earth. Dongfang Jinlun might be strong, but he might not be able to break through Duan Lingtian's defenses. Moreover, Duan Lingtian isn't as fast as Dongfang Jinlun. Even if Duan Lingtian doesn't use his emperor-grade celestial weapon, he'll be able to tie with Dongfang Jinlun. In my opinion, Duan Lingtian only took out his emperor-grade celestial weapon to kill Dongfang Jinlun. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have needed to use his emperor-grade celestial weapon to fight Dongfang Jinlun to a draw. No one knew Duan Lingtian's strength better than Xue Jingyu and the others. As soon as Ouya and the others heard the words of Xue Jingyu and the others, they were in an uproar again. Duan Lingtian has comprehended 2 profundities from the Law of Earth? At this time, they have no reason to deceive us. From the looks of it, they don't seem to be speaking without thinking, but this Duan Lingtian seems to be less than 100 years old, right? He's not even 100 years old, but he's already comprehended 2 profundities of the Law of Earth. This level of comprehension ability is simply monstrous. Terrifying. It's too terrifying. The 6 people around Ouya exclaimed in surprise. When Oya looked at Duan Ling Tian again, a hint of dread could be seen in her eyes. Not even 100 years old? Xue Jingyu chuckled. Earlier, all of you must have seen the technique of our opponent, right? He cast the undead clone profundity from the law of death, one of the 4 supreme laws. Moreover, he's also not even 100 years old. Upon hearing Xue Jingyu's words, Ling Jueyun instantly became the center of attention for Oya and the others. The undead clone profundity? At this moment, realization dawned on them. Before Duan Ling Tian made his move, Duan Ling Tian had already retrieved a celestial saber from one of the boxes. Since Duan Ling Tian had made his move, they had completely forgotten about Duan Ling Tian. Now that they thought about it, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian had used the undead clone profundity. As it turns out, his undead clone profundity is the undead clone profundity. He has comprehended the law of death? The law of death is one of the 4 supreme laws. It's not comprehended through celestial methods or divine abilities. It's either inherited from a legacy, fortuitous encounter, or fortuitous encounter. As expected, he's not even 100 years old. To comprehend the undead clone profundity, one must first comprehend the elemental death profundity. In other words, he has comprehended at least 2 profundities from the law of death. How can there be 2 such monstrous geniuses in the profound nether mansion? When Oya and the others regained their senses, they recalled Ling Jueyun's earlier attack. When they looked at Ling Jueyun again, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. It's empty. Everyone's attention was on Ling Jueyun when Duan Ling Tian opened the small box in his hand. It seems like you're not as lucky as me, Ling Jueyun said with a smile on his face. Duan Ling Tian ignored Ling Jueyun and continued to collect boxes and boxes. No one dared to interfere as he continued to collect boxes and boxes. Even Oya did not dare to compete with Duan Ling Tian for the boxes and boxes. If Duan Ling Tian became enraged and swung his sword at her, she would end up like Dongfang Jinlun. However, there were some people who were not afraid of Duan Ling Tian. That person was none other than Ling Jueyun. While Duan Ling Tian was collecting the boxes and boxes in the soul-extinguishing water, Ling Jueyun joined in as well. Although the others were envious of Duan Ling Tian, they knew they could only be envious. Apart from Oya, none of them were capable of obtaining the boxes and boxes even if they wanted to. Although Oya was strong, she did not dare to act recklessly since she was wary of the sword Duan Ling Tian had fused with his body. She thought it was an emperor-grade celestial weapon. About 15 minutes later, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun finished collecting all the boxes and boxes in the soul-extinguishing water. Naturally, most of the boxes and boxes were empty. In the end, Duan Ling Tian obtained 5 king-grade celestial weapons, 3 pill bottles, and 6 celestial talismans. Ling Jueyun obtained 6 king-grade celestial weapons, 2 pill bottles, and 3 celestial talismans. Swoosh, swoosh. After all the boxes and boxes were collected by Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun, the soul-extinguishing water began to boil again. In just a blink of an eye, the boiling soul-extinguishing water beneath Duan Ling Tian and the others' feet receded as though it had never existed. If it were not for the 2 corpses on the ground, they would have thought that everything that had happened was just a dream. HM? After the soul-extinguishing water receded from their sight, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the air around them trembling. In the next moment, a mysterious and gentle force swept over from all directions, and its target was him and the others. We're going to change locations. Although the energy that swept towards them was majestic and vast, everyone was certain that this energy did not have any ill intentions. It was more like a force that was leading them somewhere. In fact, it was indeed so. When the energy that swept over from all directions near Duan Ling Tian and the others, it gathered together and seemed to have transformed into a swift boat that brought Duan Ling Tian and the others into the depths of the darkness ahead. Congratulations on passing the second test in the Celestial Lord Temple. The place you're heading to will be your last stop in the Celestial Lord Temple. While Duan Ling Tian and the others were being transported to the depths of the darkness, the voice that seemed to have been left behind by the southern heaven's celestial lord rang in everyone's ears again. The last stop? Is it going to end so soon? Where's the last stop? Don't tell me we're going to end up in the same place again? Based on the situation, it seems like we won't be able to reap any benefits. It's impossible for us to reap any benefits under the watchful eyes of monstrous geniuses like Duan Lingtian and Ling Juan. Everyone, including Oya, smiled wryly when they found out they were going to the last stop in the Celestial Lord Temple as a group. At the center of Scaling Cloud Lake outside the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Jinlun. A mournful cry rang out. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe. His expression changed drastically, revealing pain and disbelief. At this moment, a name that was at the top of the scoreboard suddenly disappeared. It's the second master of the Eastern Fong clan. Dongfang Jinluan's name has disappeared. Dongfang Jinluan is the most outstanding son of the second master of the Eastern Fong clan. He's also a monstrous genius in the Eastern Fong clan. How did he die? Rumor has it that Dongfang Jinluan has comprehended 2 profundities from the Law of Thunder. Apart from the Thunder Elemental Profundity, he has also comprehended the Law of Thunder's Lightning Profundity. The Lightning Profundity is one of the most practical profundities from the Law of Thunder. It's mainly used for speed and offense. Even someone as strong as Dongfang Jinluan died in there? Who's strong enough to kill him? An uproar broke out in the sky above the center of Scaling Cloud Lake when the news of Dongfang Jinluan's death spread. This is the second person who has comprehended 2 profundities from the Law of Thunder to die. The first one was Sima Chun from the Sima clan. Now, it's Dongfang Jinluan from the Eastern Fong clan. Is there a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who has comprehended 3 profundities from the same law? It's possible. Otherwise, why would Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan die? Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan's deaths caused the air above the center of Scaling Cloud Lake to turn heavy. Many people shifted their attention to the scoreboard. There was not much difference between the points of those at the top of the scoreboard. Murong Xiao was ranked first on the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian was ranked second on the scoreboard. Ling Jueyun was ranked third on the scoreboard. Although Duan Lingtian has gained some points, he's still ranked second on the scoreboard. Murong Xiao seems to be the most outstanding genius in the Murong clan in the past 10,000 years. Moreover, she's a woman. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the scoreboard. As long as Duan Lingtian maintained the scoreboard, he would be rewarded handsomely by the 3 sects and 2 clans after his trip to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was over. However, Ling Jueyun is only a few points away from catching up to him. Chapter 3021. At this moment, Hu Lin Yi was unaware of this. The reason Duan Lingtian was ranked second was due to the protective mechanism of the scoreboard to prevent those who obtained a large number of points from being in the limelight. Currently, the points he obtained from Dongfang Jinluan had yet to be fully revealed. Once they were fully revealed, he would be ranked first on the scoreboard. The supporting Fall Nation and the East Ming Nation are really lucky to find such outstanding sectless cultivators. Some of the emperors from Grade 8 celestial kingdoms in the Thousand Nations territory knew that Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun were from the supporting Fall Nation and the East Ming Nation. Their eyes were filled with envy as they looked at the emperors of the supporting Fall Nation and the East Ming Nation. Meanwhile, at the place where the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans were gathered, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, who are ranked second and third, seemed to be younger than 100 years old. The leader of the Xianxia clan, Xianxia Xiongqi, looked at the 2 names that were ranked second and third on the scoreboard and sighed. Moreover, they are both from the 8-rank celestial kingdoms of the Thousand Lands. It is said that they are all loose cultivators. Even if Ling Jueyun has comprehended the law of death, it's highly likely that he has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of death. Gong Yangyu, the leader of the Xianxia clan, said with a hint of conviction in his eyes. Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian seem to be younger than 100 years old as well. Elder Gong Yang, I'm sure Duan Lingtian has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of death as well. Heng Chan, the leader of the Cloud Platform Celestial Sects group, said. Both of them are monstrous geniuses. Moreover, Murong Xiaoxiao is the strongest genius in the Murong clan in the past 10,000 years. Moreover, she's a woman. Zhang Guangzheng, one of the vice sect leaders of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, paused for a moment before he looked at Heng Chan and said, Heng Chan, Murong Xiaoxiao is a woman. She's destined not to join the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. Humph. Heng Chan snorted coldly. The Yuntai Celestial Sect only accepted male disciples. No matter how talented Murong Xiaoxiao was, it was impossible for him to accept her into the sect. However, when Heng Chan's eyes fell on the names of Duan Lingtian and Ling Juing, his eyes lit up. His target was these two people. Even if the two of them were not as strong as Murong Xiaoxiao, their talents far surpassed Murong Xiaoxiao. This was because Murong Xiaoxiao was almost 200 years old. And these two people were not even 100 years old. Behind Mingfeng, the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, was the only one among the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans who remained silent. Even though he did not say anything, his eyes were fixed on the top 3 names on the scoreboard. The lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian and the others were brought into an abyss-like canyon by the mysterious force that appeared out of nowhere. Only when they reached the abyss of the canyon did the power that enveloped them completely dissipate. This canyon. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked at the canyon that was as deep as an abyss. There was a stone platform hovering in the air above the canyon that was as deep as the abyss. These stone platforms were very small. They could only accommodate one person sitting cross-legged at most. Moreover, the higher the platform, the fewer the number of stone platforms. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the others were in the deepest part of the abyss of the canyon. They had come from one of the directions in the abyss of the canyon. At this moment, all they could see was darkness. It was as though they could not see the end of it. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian saw 2 other places that were also shrouded in darkness. Someone's here. There's someone there as well. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he saw a group of people had appeared in 2 other dark places in the depths of the abyss. When these 2 groups of people appeared in front of him, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see that they had also been brought here by a force similar to the one that had brought them here before. Moreover, they should be the remaining people who had entered the Celestial Emperor Temple. Sister Oya. A soft and pleasant voice came from one of the groups of people. Following that, a slender green figure appeared in the air. In just a blink of an eye, she arrived at the place where Duan Lingtian and the others were standing. It was none other than Oya, the genius disciple of the Frost sect. Sister Murong. When Oya saw the newcomer, a rare smile appeared on her calm face. The newcomer was a graceful woman. Her appearance was even more beautiful than Oya's. She had a valiant temperament and gave people the impression that she was not inferior to men. Murong Xiaoxiao. Xue Jingyu, who was not far from Duan Lingtian, saw the newcomer. His pupils shrank as he cried out involuntarily. Murong Xiaoxiao? Upon hearing Xue Jingyu's words, Duan Lingtian looked at the green-clad woman in surprise. She's Murong Xiaoxiao? Murong Xiaoxiao was a genius disciple of the Great 7 Murong clan. She was almost 200 years old and had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. Rumor had it that she had come into contact with the 3rd profundity from the law of water and had comprehended a superficial level of it. For example, Duan Lingtian had comprehended a superficial level of the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. Although it was not a great help, it was still helpful. It was not a great help at a critical moment, but it was just right. Duan Lingtian had used a royal-grade celestial weapon to kill Sima Chun. However, if he had not comprehended a superficial level of the gravitational space profundity, he might not have been able to kill Sima Chun. Oya flew toward Murong Xiaoxiao and greeted her. Based on their familiarity, it was not difficult for the onlookers to see that they were close. In fact, the 2 of them were not only close, but they could be considered best friends. Women were at a disadvantage when it came to cultivation. There were only a handful of women in the profound nether mansion who were as talented as Murong Xiaoxiao and Oya. For this reason, They appreciated each other and became best friends. Sister Oya, you must have had a good harvest, right? Murong Xiao asked with a smile. Oya smiled wryly when she heard Murong Xiao's words. She turned to look at Duan Lingtian. If it were not for Duan Lingtian, she would have had a good harvest. However, Duan Lingtian had used an Emperor-grade celestial weapon to kill Dongfang Jinlun during the second test in the Celestial Lord Temple. Due to this, she did not dare to compete with him for the treasures in the soul-extinguishing water. What's wrong? Murong Xiao saw the wry smile on Oya's face as she looked at the purple-clad young man. Nothing. Oya shook her head. Then, she looked at Murong Xiao and asked, Sister Murong, you must have had a good harvest, right? It's all right. Murong Xiao nodded. Based on the bright smile on Oya's face, it was not difficult to tell that she had had a good harvest. Sister Oya, something must have happened to you. What happened? Is there something wrong with that person? Based on Murong Xiao's understanding of Oya, it was not difficult for her to tell that something had happened to her. Oya sighed when she heard Murong Xiao's question. Then, she sent a voice transmission to Murong Xiao and told her what had happened. Murong Xiao was dumbfounded when she heard Oya's voice transmission. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old had comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. Murong Xiao's innate talent made her feel ashamed. However, that was not all. Not only did he possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon, but he had even used it to kill Dongfang Jinlun. Naturally, Oya knew who Dongfang Jinlun was. In fact, Dongfang Jinlun had once pursued her. For this reason, she knew Dongfang Jinlun well. Although she was confident she could defeat Dongfang Jinlun, it was impossible for her to kill Dongfang Jinlun with just one move. After sucking in a breath of cold air, Murong Xiao finally regained her senses. Naturally, she did not doubt Oya's words. Sister Oya, can you introduce me to him? Murong Xiao asked as she looked at Oya. Then, she shifted her gaze to Duan Lingtian who was standing behind Oya. Sister Murong, I don't know him. I haven't even spoken to him before. Oya smiled bitterly. You're so thin-skinned. After he killed Dongfang Jinlun, you could have just gotten to know him. Be a little more polite and humble. After that, even if you took out a few boxes and boxes, as a man, he definitely wouldn't argue with you. Murong Xiao shook her head. Duan Lingtian was standing in the distance, observing the abyss as he tried to figure out the reason the Celestial Lord Temple was built here. All of a sudden, he felt two pairs of eyes looking at him from afar. Moreover, the owners of the eyes were walking toward him in the air. At this moment, the two people walking toward Duan Lingtian were none other than Murong Xiao and Oya. Hello, I'm Murong Xiao. I'm from the 7th grade Murong clan. Murong Xiao and Oya stood side by side and greeted Duan Lingtian with a smile on their faces. It was as though they did not know what it meant to be presumptuous. As the saying went, one should never hit a smiling person. Duan Lingtian's expression did not change when he heard Murong Xiao's greeting. He merely nodded indifferently and did not say anything. Although this was his first time meeting Murong Xiao, it was not difficult for him to tell this woman was not simple based on the way she greeted him. I've already introduced myself. Aren't you going to introduce yourself as well? Murong Xiao ignored Duan Lingtian's indifference. The smile on her face widened. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's tone was indifferent. Murong Xiao was looking for various topics to chat with Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian was getting impatient. Who's this brat? A black-clothed young man in another group of people in the distance saw this scene, and his face turned gloomy. He had pursued Murong Xiao for many years, but he had not made any progress. Moreover, she usually ignored him. However, not only did Murong Xiao take the initiative to strike up a conversation with a man, but she was also clinging to him like a dogskin plaster. How could he tolerate this? He seems to be someone who came with Oya. Perhaps it's because he knows Oya that Murong Xiao is so enthusiastic about him. Chapter 3022. Brother Yuan, This purple-clothed kid doesn't seem to be 100 years old. The green-clad young man extended his divine consciousness slightly and discovered that the purple-clad young man standing in the distance was less than 100 years old. At this moment, the purple-clad young man was impatiently dealing with their goddess, Murong Xiao. Even though he knew that it was impossible for him and Murong Xiao to be together, seeing the purple-clothed young man like this, he was still very unhappy. Less than 100 years old? Hearing the words of the green-clothed youth, the black-clothed youth also extended his divine sense. After a moment, he confirmed that the purple-clothed youth was indeed less than 100 years old. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old was considered lucky to have made it this far. He didn't think that Murong Xiao's enthusiasm for this boy who was less than 100 years old was because of his strength. He thought it was because of Oya. But even if it's because of Oya, that brat actually dared to brush off Xiao's enthusiasm with such a perfunctory attitude. Unforgivable. The black-clothed young man's gaze towards Duan Lingtian suddenly surged with waves of fierce cold light, as if he was about to devour Duan Lingtian. Of course, if one looked closely, they would be able to see that there was more jealousy in the depths of his eyes. He was so jealous that it seemed like he was about to spit fire. As soon as the two divine senses approached one another, Duan Lingtian was aware of it, and now he happened to see the jealous eyes of the black-clothed youth. Is this person? I don't think I know him? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. However, when he saw the other party looking at Murong Xiao from time to time, realization dawned on him. So that's how it is. Looks like a femme fatale. Just as Duan Lingtian had this thought, Murong Xiao continued to chat with Duan Lingtian. Boom! Rumble! A series of thunderous booms suddenly sounded from the top of the canyon. It was earth-shattering, and it immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the depths of the canyon. Duan Lingtian was the first to look up at the sky above the canyon. The originally clear blue sky had turned murky at this moment, and within that murkiness, there was a flow of grayish air circulating. The outer circle moved in a clockwise direction. The inner circle revolved counterclockwise. At the same time, the voice of the southern heaven's celestial lord echoed again. The celestial lord temple is the last stop. You can try to comprehend the law of time by visualizing the profundity of the law of time that I left behind through the array formation. I've named this canyon the Time Canyon. As long as you sit on the stone platform inside, you'll be able to comprehend the profundities of the laws of time that I've left behind. The higher the stone platform, the higher the chances of comprehending the profundity of the law of time. Of course, this only applies to those with similar comprehension abilities. If your comprehension ability is high enough, you'll be able to comprehend the profundity from the law of time even if you're sitting on a stone platform that isn't too high. However, if your comprehension ability is high enough, the higher the stone platform, the higher the chances of you comprehending the profundity from the law of time. As for the time you can meditate on the profundity, it'll be before the exit of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opens. Once the exit to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm is opened, all of you will be sent out immediately. His voice abruptly stopped here. Profundity of the laws of time? One can meditate on the profundity of the law of time left behind by the southern heaven celestial lord while sitting on the stone platforms? I've heard of people who manage to comprehend the law of time's fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity, after coming out from the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Although no one has fully comprehended the time elemental profundity, it's still shocking enough. After all, the law of time is the most mysterious and peculiar law among the four supreme laws. Those people don't remember if they came into contact with the law of time in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It seems like they came into contact with the law of time in the celestial lord temple. For this reason, they couldn't bring their memories of the celestial lord temple out with them. At this moment, 3 groups of people had gathered in the depths of the canyon. Everyone was shocked when they heard the voice that sounded like the southern heaven's celestial lord's voice. The law of time? Ling Zhuyun's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked at the stone platform at the highest point of the canyon. The The stone platform was floating alone in the air, and it looked like a crane in a flock of chickens. It was the best stone platform in the canyon to meditate on the law of time. While Ling Jueyun was looking at the stone platform, many people were looking at it as well. Apart from a few people who had comprehended 2 profundities from the same law, the rest of the people were just watching. The law of time. At this moment, Murong Xiao stopped chatting with Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were trained on the highest stone platform in the canyon. A hint of anticipation could be seen on her face. However, in just a blink of an eye, she seemed to have recalled something. She quickly shifted her gaze to Duan Lingtian, who was standing in front of her. As the saying goes, ladies first. Duan Lingtian, you won't compete with me for the highest stone platform, right? If it were not for Duan Lingtian, Murong Xiao would have been determined to obtain the highest stone platform in the canyon. However, with Duan Lingtian around, she felt a lot of pressure. She knew very well that with her strength, it was impossible for her to compete with Duan Lingtian unless Duan Lingtian was willing to give the stone platform to her. Although the chances were slim and she knew her question was rude, she still asked for the sake of the law of time. You're old, shouldn't you give in to a younger person like me? Duan Lingtian retorted when he heard Murong Xiao's words. Murong Xiao glared at him angrily. What did he mean by giving in to a younger person? Did this guy not know how to talk? Did he not know it was taboo to joke about a woman's age? Brother Yuan, I didn't expect the last stop in the Celestial Lord Temple to give us an opportunity to meditate on the law of time. The young man in green beside the young man in black sighed. Yes, I really didn't expect this. The young man in black nodded. At this moment, he was staring at the highest stone platform in the sky above the canyon. It was the best place to meditate on the law of time. Although he was strong and had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of metal, he knew he was not weak at all. However, he was still slightly inferior to Murong Xiao. Damn it! The young man in black cursed inwardly as he looked at the other 2 stone platforms in the sky above the canyon. These 2 stone platforms were about 100 meters lower than the tallest one and were suspended on the same level. The highest stone platform must belong to that woman, Murong Xiao. It seems like I can only settle for the next best thing and go to these 2 stone platforms. However, there are 2 stone platforms there. The young man in black murmured to himself. With this thought, the black-clothed young man's gaze landed on the green-clothed young man beside him. He said indifferently, Wang Xian, since you and I are acquaintances, I will guarantee that you will ascend one of the 2 stone platforms on the 2nd highest level. How about it? Earlier, the young man in green, Wang Xian, had quickly shifted his gaze away from the highest stone platform. Although he coveted it, he knew it was not something he could get his hands on. Then, he shifted his gaze to the other 2 stone platforms. However, with his strength, it would be difficult for him to occupy one of the 2 stone platforms. After all, he had only comprehended the wind elemental profundity, Although he had comprehended the 2nd profundity from the law of wind, he had only scratched the surface of it. When he heard the young man in black's words, his breathing quickened, and his eyes shone brightly. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Thank you, Brother Yuan. In the next moment, Wang Xian hurriedly thanked the black-clothed youth as if one of the 2 stone platforms was already his. Duan Lingtian. Ling Juyun's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Even his tone was a little strange. Don't tell me you want the highest stone platform. I want that stone platform. Before Ling Jueyun could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at him meaningfully. Of course, it's not impossible for you to snatch it from me. Let's fight. The corner of Ling Jueyun's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although he did not think Duan Lingtian was stronger than him, Even if Duan Lingtian had a prominent god weapon and the best god weapon he had was a mediocre god weapon, he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian. After all, with their current strength, whether they used a prominent god weapon or a mediocre god weapon, the strength they could unleash was about the same. However, even if he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian, he could not help but think about Huang, who was about to become the artifact soul of Duan Lingtian's prominent god weapon. Huang, was originally the artifact soul of his sister's prominent god weapon. She had left the artifact and lived in his sea of consciousness. She had guided him out of the divine offering land and into the Devata realm. If it were not for Huang, he would have been killed by his pursuers. Apart from the fact that Huang had saved his life, Huang Er's identity was enough for him to treat her with respect. When his sister was still alive, he had also treated Huang as his sister. Now that Huang was about to become Duan Lingtian's artifact soul, her life and death were in Duan Lingtian's hands. Naturally, he did not dare to offend Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was unaware of Ling Jueyun's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been rendered speechless. Was Duan Lingtian that kind of person? What do you think? Do you want to give it a try? Duan Lingtian stared at Ling Jueyun with bright eyes. He was eager to give it a try. It's fine if you don't use a divine artifact. However, if you don't use a divine artifact, you can't use an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. At most, we can use a King-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. Ling Jueyun scoffed in response to Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3023. This guy. Is he admitting defeat? This doesn't seem like him at all. Duan Lingtian could not help but mutter to himself when he saw Ling Jueyun snorting coldly before he took to the air and made his way to the stone platforms. Little Feng is worried that you'll vent your anger on me after he defeats you. Huang Er's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind, leaving Duan Lingtian speechless. This guy thinks of me that way? Duan Lingtian was speechless when he saw Ling Jueyun's figure disappearing into the distance. After Huang Er's reminder, he finally realized why Duan Lingtian had fled without a fight. He was worried that Duan Lingtian would vent his anger on Huang Er after he lost. Originally, the people in the depths of the canyon were still in shock from the law of time. However, when they saw someone taking the lead and making his way to the stone platforms, they immediately made their move. Bush, 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 bush. The group of people, including Xue Jingyu and the others who were standing near Duan Lingtian, rose into the air and flew toward the stone platforms above the canyon. However, these people knew their own limitations, so none of them chose the highest stone platform. In fact, apart from Ling Jueyun, no one else chose the higher stone platform. Ling Jueyun chose one of the two stone platforms that was second only to the highest stone platform. It was also one of the two stone platforms targeted by the black-clad young man who had been hating Duan Lingtian since the beginning. Apart from Ling Jueyun, the rest of the people who had ascended the stone platforms had only comprehended one profundity from one of the laws. However, they knew their own limitations and did not dare to compete for the 6 stone platforms at the top. There were 6 stone platforms at the top, 1 at the top, 2 at the bottom 100 meters, and 3 at the bottom 100 meters. However, the competition for the stone platforms at the bottom was also in full swing. Although the competition was in full swing, no one attacked. If they felt they were weaker than their opponents, they would withdraw. If they felt they were stronger than their opponents, they would wait for their opponents to withdraw. Everything seemed to be in harmony. Naturally, they were worried they would be sent out of the southern heaven ancient realm if more of them died. Once that happened, they might not even have the time to comprehend the profundities of the law of time left behind by the southern heaven celestial lord. As time passed, the upper part of the canyon and the lower part of the canyon soon had their own owners. At this moment, only a few people, including Duan Lingtian, had yet to make a move. Duan Lingtian, Murong Xiao Oya. In addition, there was a black-clothed youth, a green-clothed youth, a blue-clothed middle-aged man, a red-clothed middle-aged man, a silver-clothed old man, and a gray-clothed old man. Among them, the green-clothed youth followed closely beside the black-clothed youth, while the other 4 formed their own camps. Let's go too. Murong Xiao no longer wasted her time on Duan Lingtian after learning about the contents of the last stop in the Celestial Lord Temple. She called out to Oya before the two of them flew up into the canyon. Before the contents of the last stop in the Celestial Lord Temple were revealed, Murong Xiao had wanted to befriend Duan Lingtian in the hopes that Duan Lingtian would take care of her. At the very least, she would be able to obtain some treasures under his watch. However, after learning about the contents of the last stop in the Celestial Lord Temple and the fact that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to give up on the highest stone platform, Murong Xiaoxiao decided to give up on pestering Duan Lingtian. Brat, stay away from Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. After Murong Xiaoxiao and Oya rose into the air, the black-clad young man brought the green-clad young man to Duan Lingtian. He glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly before he led the green-clad young man to the stone platforms in the sky above the canyon. If the black-clothed youth was not worried that killing Duan Lingtian would bring them one step closer to being sent out of the southern heaven ancient realm, he would have killed Duan Lingtian a long time ago. Duan Lingtian merely shook his head slightly in response to the black-clothed youth's provocation. Little brother, you're really lucky. Li Yuan is a vengeful person. I didn't think he would let you go so easily. After the black-clothed youth and the green-clothed youth flew up into the air, the red-clad middle-aged man laughed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. That's right, little brother. Based on Li Yuan's character, he would have killed you if he wasn't worried about being sent out of the southern heaven ancient realm faster. You're really lucky. Based on the silver-clad old man's words, it was clear he agreed with the red-clad middle-aged man. Based on what you said, it's as though he'll definitely be able to kill me. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. As it turned out, the black-clothed youth was Li Yuan. He had heard Xue Jingyu and the others mention Li Yuan before, so he knew that Li Yuan was also a person who had comprehended 2 profundities of the law of metal. He seemed to have comprehended 2 profundities of the law of metal. Apart from that, Li Yuan was also a genius disciple from a grade 8 sect. He was also the most talented disciple in the sect for the past 1,000 years. Generally speaking, those who made it to the Celestial Lord Temple were all geniuses in the profound nether mansion. Little brother, don't be unconvinced. Since we said that, it's only natural that Li Yuan is extraordinary. He has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of metal. The silver-clad old man smiled. How strong is he compared to Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. He shrugged nonchalantly when he saw the silver-clad old man smile. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the blue-clad middle-aged man and the gray-clad old man who were about to fly up into the air came to a halt. Sima Chun? Dongfang Jinlun? The red-clad middle-aged man was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he looked at the people in the sky and narrowed his eyes slightly. I didn't notice earlier. Where are Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun? With their strength, it shouldn't be difficult for them to come here. Among those who have entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, I know they're the only ones who have comprehended 2 profundities from the law. It doesn't make sense for them to be here, the blue-clad middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Don't tell me they're dead? Unless they're dead, they should have been here since they entered the Celestial Lord Temple. The gray-clad old man said. Then, the 3 red-clad middle-aged men exchanged a look with the silver-clad old man. Their eyes were filled with shock when they recalled the purple-clad young man's words. Little brother, why did you suddenly mention Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun? Do you know where they are? The silver-robed old man sucked in a cold breath and asked. Of course I do. Duan Lingtian looked at the silver-clad old man and said indifferently, they're dead. Although the 4 of them had vaguely guessed this would be the outcome, they still felt inexplicably shocked when they heard the confirmation from Duan Lingtian. Sima Chun was a genius from the Sima clan, a grade 7 clan. He had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, the wind elemental profundity and the gale profundity. His strength was comparable to the 4 red-clad middle-aged men. Although the 4 red-clad middle-aged men had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, it was still impossible for them to kill Sima Chun. After all, Sima Chun had comprehended the gale profundity from the law of wind. As for Dongfang Jinlun was a genius from the Dongfang family, a grade 7 clan. He had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of thunder, the thunder elemental profundity and the lightning profundity. Dongfang Jinlun's strength was stronger than Sima Chun and the 4 red-clad middle-aged men. However, these 2 people had actually died? They couldn't have been killed by you, right? The blue-clad middle-aged man asked in a trembling voice as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he instinctively swallowed his saliva and asked in a trembling voice. At the same time, the other 3 red-clad middle-aged men looked at Duan Ling Tian in unison. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently when he saw the 4 red-clad middle-aged men looking at him expectantly. Then he kicked the air and flew up into the air. They provoked me one after another. Their strength is only SOSO, so I killed them with just one move. When the 4 red-clad middle-aged men heard Duan Lingtian's words, their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. At this moment, the 4 of them could even hear each other's heavy breathing. After all, the purple-clad young man's words were simply too shocking. If the purple-clad young man had admitted to killing Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun, they would not have lost their composure. However, the problem was, not only did the purple-clad young man admit to killing Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun, but he even said he had killed them with just one move. He must be joking, right? It doesn't seem like he's joking. He killed Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun with just one move. Even if he has comprehended 3 profundities from the same law, he might not be able to do it, right? Even if he has a royal-grade celestial weapon, he might not be able to do it, right? The 4 red-clad middle-aged men whispered among themselves. None of them believed Duan Lingtian's words. They felt Duan Lingtian was being too honest. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's figure blurred as he approached the highest stone platforms in the valley. Xiao, you should be going to that stone platform. Why are you looking at these 2 stone platforms? The black-clad young man, Li Yuan, and the green-clad young man, Wang Xian, were standing at the top of the valley. They looked at Murong Xiao, who was standing at the same level as them. It was obvious she was not interested in the highest stone platform at all. Don't tell me you're thinking of helping Oya get one of the 2 stone platforms? Realization dawned on Li Yuan as he looked at Oya, who was standing next to Murong Xiao. At the same time, Wang Xian's expression changed drastically. Chapter 30-24. Murong Xiao did not reply to Li Yuan's question. However, her next action told Li Yuan the answer. Murong Xiao's figure flashed like a gust of wind. She landed firmly on one of the 2 stone platforms that was second only to the tallest one. From then on, the 2 stone platforms that were second only to the tallest one were occupied. Apart from Murong Xiao, Ling Juyin, who was the first to move, also occupied one. This, Li Yuan was dumbfounded when he saw Murong Xiao's actions. He did not expect such an outcome. Xiao, you don't intend to go to the tallest stone platform? When Li Yuan finished speaking, he subconsciously raised his head and looked at the stone platform at a higher point. The stone platform was 100 meters away in the air. There was no one on it at all. As soon as Li Yuan finished speaking, he saw a figure flying toward him. A purple figure rose into the air unhurriedly. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the highest point of the stone platform. When the figure appeared, Li Yuan's expression changed completely. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. It's him. It's him. He's not even 100 years old. How dare he occupy that stone platform? At this moment, Wang Xian, who was next to Li Yuan, also saw the young man in purple on the tallest stone platform. Wasn't that the young man who was so close to Murong Xiao? Xiao, you gave that stone platform to him? In the next moment, Li Yuan looked at Murong Xiao in disbelief. In his opinion, Murong Xiao was the only one who had the right to go to that stone platform. However, someone else had gone up there. Moreover, Murong Xiao might have given it to that person. Li Yuan was so angry that his face twitched slightly. However, Murong Xiao ignored Li Yuan's question. She closed her eyes as the aqua-blue energy surrounded her body. It was as though she was immersed in a blue ocean. Murong Xiao was beautiful to begin with. Her face looked even more enchanting under the aqua-blue energy. If it was any other time, Li Yuan would have calmed down and admired this scene. However, he was not in the mood at all. Seeing that Murong Xiao was ignoring him, Li Yuan's twitching face twitched even more. It became somewhat distorted and sinister. Bang! Li Yuan kicked the air. In the next moment he shot toward the tallest stone platform at lightning speed. It was also the stone platform that Duan Lingtian was standing on. This is going to be interesting. That purple-clad young man. Even Murong Xiao took the initiative to talk to him. He's obviously not an ordinary person. Perhaps he's stronger than Murong Xiao? Otherwise, why didn't Murong Xiao compete with him for the stone platform? That's not necessarily. Maybe Murong Xiao's who is? No matter how I look at it, he's a pretty toy boy. Most importantly, this purple-clad young man doesn't seem to be 100 years old. Heavens! He wasn't even 100 years old, so how did he end up here? His innate talent is too monstrous. I'm not even 100 years old. I haven't even become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, let alone comprehending a profundity. Where did this purple-clad young man come from? How is he so monstrous? No matter how monstrous he is, he's not even 100 years old. There's no way he's a match for Li Yuan. That might not be the case. After all, even Murong Xiao had to take the initiative to befriend him. Moreover, she wouldn't bring out her memories of the Celestial Lord Temple. It's only possible that Murong Xiao is willing to take care of him after they leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps he has a powerful background. Perhaps he's related to the Murong clan. That's why Murong Xiao is willing to take care of him. When the others saw Li Yuan flying toward Duan Lingtian, who was sitting on the highest stone platform, they turned to look at Duan Lingtian. He's going to the highest stone platform? Meanwhile, the four people who had just recovered from the shock of witnessing Duan Lingtian killing Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan with a single move also noticed Duan Lingtian's movements. It seems like Murong Xiao has no intention of competing with him. Earlier, Murong Xiao had interacted with him, so she must be aware of his strength. It seems like Murong Xiao is trying to befriend him because he's stronger than her. Oya came here with him. Moreover, Murong Xiao and Oya are best friends. Oya must have told Murong Xiao about what she saw. I agree. Oya must have witnessed the purple-clad young man killing Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun with her own eyes. However, I still find it hard to believe that he's capable of killing Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun with a single move. It's obvious Li Yuan intends to compete with Duan Lingtian for the highest stone platform. We'll soon find out if he's strong enough to kill Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun. Li Yuan is even stronger than Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun. Apart from comprehending the fire elemental profundity, he has also comprehended the explosion profundity. The explosion profundity is the strongest offensive profundity in the law of fire. With this profundity, Li Yuan's strength is more than enough to defeat Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun. The four of them discussed among themselves. It was clear they were very familiar with Li Yuan's strength. However, Murong Xiao is the only one who can counter Li Yuan. Not only has she comprehended the law of water, but her attainment in the law of water is even higher than Li Yuan's attainment in the law of fire. I'm really curious. Is this purple-clad young man really strong enough to kill Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun like he said? Their gazes followed Li Yuan all the way until Li Yuan reached the highest stone platform in the abyss. He stood in the void beside the stone platform. Get lost, Brett. Li Yuan stood in the air and stared coldly at Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone platform as he scolded sternly. Duan Lingtian had noticed Li Yuan's presence when he arrived at the stone platform. His face darkened when he heard Li Yuan's reprimand. I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight right now. Otherwise, you can stay in the Celestial Lord Temple and the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm forever. Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Yuan coldly. His voice was icy cold, giving off a feeling as though he was in a world of ice and snow. Duan Lingtian's voice was not soft. His words were clearly heard by everyone in the gorge. Most of them burst into an uproar. Naturally, there were also some who were not surprised by Li Yuan's words. For example, Xue Jingyu, Oya, and the others who were on Duan Lingtian's side had witnessed Duan Lingtian killing Dongfang Jinlun with a single strike. Naturally, they did not doubt Li Yuan's strength. Perhaps, Li Yuan was slightly stronger than Dongfang Jinlun, but not by much. In fact, if Li Yuan fought Dongfang Jinlun, he might not be able to defeat Dongfang Jinlun even if he had the upper hand. Sometimes, even if one's strength was similar, it did not mean one would win. When Wang Xian heard Duan Lingtian's words, he instinctively thought Duan Lingtian was seeking death. He was standing near the stone platform on the second level. However, when he glanced at Oya who was standing nearby, he discovered she was calm. It was as though she was not affected by the purple-clad young man's words at all. It was as though it was only natural for her to do so. Could it be? When Wang Xian recalled how Murong Xiao and Oya had expressed their goodwill to Duan Lingtian not long after they had reunited, a thought that made him break out in cold sweat appeared in his mind. Could it be? Could it be that Duan Lingtian is stronger than Oya and Murong Xiao? Could it be that Murong Xiao is trying to curry favor with Duan Lingtian in the hopes that he'll let her have a share of the benefits in the future? I remember. After the voice left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord introduced the Time Canyon, Murong Xiao stopped trying to curry favor with Duan Lingtian like a plaster. Perhaps, her change of heart is due to the fact that this is the last stop in the Celestial Lord Temple. Even if she tries to curry favor with Duan Lingtian, it's useless. When Wang Xian thought about this, he was even more certain his guess was correct. He could not help but gasp. After taking a deep breath, Wang Xian instinctively wanted to remind Li Yuan of this. However, just as he was about to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, Li Yuan, who was hovering in the air near the only stone platform on the first level, suddenly charged toward Duan Lingtian with flames blazing all over his body. Swoosh, swoosh. The burning man swept across the sky as though a huge fire was burning the sky. The air seemed to be scorched and a faint burnt smell could be smelled. Idiot! The voice came from one of the two stone platforms on the second level. It was Ling Juyun. He looked up at the sky and said calmly, "That's right, young Master Xiao." Naturally, he was referring to Li Yuan. In Li Yuan's opinion, apart from him, anyone who dared to attack Duan Lingtian would be seeking death. Duan Lingtian, who possessed a divine weapon, was like a peerless god of death in the Celestial Lord Temple. He could kill anyone he wanted. Ling Jueyun's words caught Murong Xiao's attention. She looked at him curiously. He's not even 100 years old? At the same time, she discovered the gray-clad young man was not even 100 years old, just like Duan Lingtian. He seems to have come to the Time Canyon with Duan Lingtian and Sister Oya. Murong Xiao's memory was not bad. As soon as Murong Xiao thought about this, swoosh. Chapter 3025. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Li Yuan, who had transformed into a flaming man, was cleaved into two before he could even get close to the purple figure on the highest stone platform. Swoosh. During this process, there was only a short-lived sword whistle in their ears, and a flash of seven-colored sword light appeared in their eyes. After Li Yuan was cleaved into two, the fire continued to burn. In just a blink of an eye, the two halves of Li Yuan's body were reduced to ashes. Only a sumaru ring, a long spear, a set of dark golden armor, and the accumulative point jade badge remained. They appeared in mid-air and fell from the sky. "You can have his points," Duan Lingtian said to Ling Juyun through voice transmission. Then he raised his hand, and an invisible energy swept out. Before Li Yuan's accumulative point jade shattered, he flicked his finger and threw it out. The distance between Ling Juyun's jade token and Li Yuan's jade token was more than 100 meters away from Ling Juyun. Although Ling Jueyun and Murong Xiao were on the same stone platform, Ling Jueyun's stone platform was closer to Duan Lingtian's stone platform. Bang! After Li Yuan's accumulative points jade exploded, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and retrieved his accumulative points jade. He nodded in satisfaction when he saw there were no more points in his accumulative points jade. Previously, Duan Lingtian had killed two people who had comprehended two profundities from a law and obtained a large number of points. If he obtained Li Yuan's points, Even if the people in the Celestial Lord Temple did not remember he was the one who killed Li Yuan, there would still be people who would suspect he was the one who killed Li Yuan based on the points he had accumulated. Apart from that, there would also be people who would suspect he was the one who killed Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun. Although Duan Lingtian would join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans after he left the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it would be impossible for anyone to kill him even if they suspected him. However, what would happen after he joined one of the 3 sects and 2 clans? That power couldn't possibly send powerhouses to protect him all day long, right? Although he still had a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that could be used twice, he did not want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Therefore, he gave Li Yuan's points to Ling Jueyun. This way, he and Ling Jueyun's points would be more balanced. "You're trying to push me into a fire pit?" Ling Jueyun gritted his teeth and said to Duan Lingtan when he realized that a large number of points had appeared in his jade token out of nowhere. "Don't worry. When the time comes, they might not only suspect the 2 of us, but they will also suspect other people with high points," Duan Lingtian said through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian raised his hand again, and another wave of invisible energy swept out from his hand and collected the spatial ring, the spear, and the armor that continued to fall from the sky. "I thought I'd only be able to obtain profundities from the law of time in the Time Canyon. I didn't expect someone to give me a king-grade celestial weapon and a spatial ring." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said in a clear voice, "Although I don't lack king-grade celestial weapons, since someone gave them to me, I can't possibly refuse." Due to the dead silence in the Time Canyon, Duan Lingtian's casual words were clearly heard by everyone present on the scene. Everyone was originally immersed in the shock earlier. Now that they regained their senses because of Duan Lingtian's words, they were naturally speechless. "You don't lack king-grade celestial weapons? You can give them to me if you don't lack king-grade celestial weapons." Naturally, they did not dare to voice their thoughts out loud. Who knew if they would offend Duan Lingtian if they said so? "Everyone, I'm sorry. I've killed another person. This also means that the amount of time we can stay here has decreased by a bit." Duan Lingtian looked at the people below the stone platform and said in a clear voice, "I hope everyone can quietly comprehend the profundities from the law of time left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. All right, I'll meditate first. Don't disturb me if there's anything. It won't be easy for me to meditate again if I wake up." Duan Lingtian continued to speak. When he reached the end of his sentence, there was no lack of threat in his tone, causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily. They did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. If anyone dared to provoke Duan Lingtian again, they would definitely end up like Li Yuan. "I hope no one will disturb me again. After all, it takes time to comprehend the profundities from the law of time left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord." Duan Lingtian muttered to himself before he closed his eyes again. He left a portion of his divine consciousness to observe his surroundings while the rest of his energy was scattered around his body. This is the law of time? After entering the meditative state, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel waves of mysterious energy pulsating around his body. For example, the airflow to his right was sometimes rapid and sometimes slow. There was even a moment when it completely stopped. It was as though time had stopped. The law of time was known as the most mysterious and peculiar law among the 4 great laws. It was also the most profound law in heaven and earth. Such a law could not be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities. It could only be comprehended through fortuitous encounters and fortuitous encounters. The Emperor-grade celestial weapon, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, that I used to own, must contain the law of time. This is because the flow of time in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is different from the flow of time in the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian thought about the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and Hua Lao when he thought about the law of time. He could not help but sigh inwardly. He wondered where Hua Lao and the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda were. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had already immersed himself in the law of time's profundity flowing around him. However, it was not peaceful below the stone platform. Many people were vying for the right to own the stone platform. However, at this moment, No one dared to challenge the highest stone platform Duan Lingtian was on. What a terrifying attack! Is the seven-colored sword Qi his emperor-grade celestial weapon? Murong Xiaoxiao was stunned for a long time when she witnessed Duan Lingtian killing Li Yuan with just one strike. She only regained her senses after a while. Although she did not doubt Ya's words, hearing about it and seeing it with her own eyes were two completely different things. If I had to face that sword Qi, I would have ended up just like Li Yuan. Murong Xiaoxiao broke out in cold sweat when she thought about this. He killed Li Yuan with just one strike? With just one strike of his sword? The four-peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended two profundities from a law initially doubted Duan Lingtian. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian killing Li Yuan with just one strike, they realized Duan Lingtian was not lying to them. Their strength is only SOF. I killed them with just one strike. Duan Lingtian's words rang in their ears. How terrifying! How can he be so strong? His sword Qi seems to contain the earth elemental profundity, It seems like it's because of his sword. That sword seems to be emitting a seven-colored light. I even saw the sword fuse with his body when it returned to his hand. Fuse with his body? Isn't that something only an emperor-grade celestial weapon can do? He has an emperor-grade celestial weapon. One of them recalled how the seven-colored sword ray had entered Duan Lingtian's body after killing Li Yuan. He immediately thought of the emperor-grade celestial weapon that was superior to royal-grade celestial weapons. An emperor-grade celestial weapon. That purple-clad young man has an emperor-grade celestial weapon? Soon after, everyone in the Time Canyon learned that Duan Lingtian had an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Ya, Xue Jingyu, and the others who had witnessed Duan Lingtian killing Dongfang Jinlun with just one strike were not surprised at all. How dare Li Yuan provoke Duan Lingtian? He's seeking death. Just now, I wanted to remind him, but on second thought, this Li Yuan's reputation is ordinary, and I don't have a good impression of him, so I gave up on the idea. Me too. The few people who spoke were of average strength. They all chose the lower stone platforms in a low-key manner. Therefore, no one challenged them. He doesn't seem to be even 100 years old. On one of the two stone platforms on the second level, Murong Xiaoxiao looked at Ya, who was about to leave, and asked through voice transmission, "Aren't you going to challenge him and snatch his stone platform? With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to snatch his stone platform. If you're not confident, I can help you." Murong Xiaoxiao replied through voice transmission. Ya smiled bitterly when she heard Murong Xiaoxiao's words. At the same time, she said to Murong Xiaoxiao through voice transmission, "Sister Murong, I appreciate your kindness, however, I'm no match for him. Even if we join forces, we won't be able to defeat him. Instead of wasting our time, I might as well find a stone platform and comprehend the law of time left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord." A hint of bitterness could be heard in Ya's voice when she spoke. Upon hearing Ya's words, Murong Xiaoxiao could tell something was amiss. Don't tell me he also has an emperor-grade celestial weapon like Duan Lingtian? Murong Xiaoxiao asked casually. She did not think there was a second person with an emperor-grade celestial weapon in this place. After all, emperor-grade celestial weapons were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. He doesn't have an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Ya replied. Then why are you afraid of him? Murong Xiaoxiao asked. It's true that he doesn't have an emperor-grade celestial weapon, but I heard from the people who came with me that he has a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, he has comprehended two profundities from the law of death. Ya's voice was laced with a hint of helplessness. Duan Lingyan, who was not even 100 years old, had comprehended two profundities from the law of earth and possessed an emperor-grade seven-colored light sword. Ling Jueyun, who was not even 100 years old, had comprehended two profundities from the law of death and possessed a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. Chapter 3026. What? Ya's words shocked Murong Xiaoxiao. A pure defensive royal-grade celestial weapon? Just like how purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons were rare among king-grade celestial weapons, purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapons were second only to sole defensive royal-grade celestial weapons. The value of a pure defensive royal-grade celestial weapon was comparable to an ordinary emperor-grade celestial weapon. Yes. Oya nodded and left. She went to the third layer of the stone platform to compete for the stone platform. With her strength, it would not be difficult for her to compete for one of the 3 stone platforms on the 3rd floor. However, even if Oya gave up on Ling Jueyun's stone platform, it did not mean the others would give up as well. A moment later, the red-clad young man among the 4-peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended 2 profundities from a law flew up to Ling Jueyun's stone platform in just a blink of an eye. He did not dare to compete for Murong Xiao Zhao's stone platform. However, he still wanted to compete for the stone platform of this young man whom he had never seen or heard of. This was because when Duan Lingtian had given Li Yuan's points to Ling Jueyun, he had communicated with Ling Jueyun through voice transmission. Otherwise, even if he was wary of Duan Lingtian, he would not have dared to compete for Ling Jueyun's stone platform. Although Duan Lingtian's action of increasing his points was huge and many people had seen it, in their opinion, Duan Lingtian was merely protecting himself. Duan Lingtian did not want to be in the limelight by accumulating too many points. It was not difficult to guess that Duan Lingtian did not want to attract the attention of the people behind Li Yuan, Sima Chun, and Dongfang Jinlun. Li Yuan was from an 8th-grade sect, and he was the strongest genius in the sect in the past 1,000 years. Therefore, the sect treated him like his life. If they knew who killed Li Yuan, that sect would definitely secretly take revenge. Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun's backgrounds were even more extraordinary. Both of them came from 7th-grade clans, and their clans had many more experts than those from 8th-grade sections. Once these 2 clans set their sights on someone, even if that person was a genius from the 3 sects and 2 clans, his life would still be in danger. Therefore, they could completely understand Duan Lingtian's actions. As for Ling Jueyun's points, in their opinion, it was just Ling Jueyun's good luck that he was close to Li Yuan's point Jade. Oya, Xue Jingyu, and the others knew about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, but at this time, they were either busy challenging the stone platform or comprehending the laws of time that filled the time canyon. They had no time to talk to people who didn't know about this. Yun Zhan. With just a glance, Murong Xiao recognized the red-clad middle-aged man who wanted to challenge Ling Jueyun. Yun Zhan was a disciple from an 8th-grade sect. However, he was not young, and he had suppressed his cultivation base to comprehend profundities. Although Yun Zhan looked like a middle-aged man, he was, in fact, more than 1,000 years old. He had suppressed his cultivation base to the level of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial just to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Yun Zhan had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth, and he had lived for more than 1,000 years. Therefore he was quite strong. At the very least, Murong Xiao did not think she would be able to defeat Yun Zhan when she had just comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight. Otherwise, you'll have to stay in the Celestial Lord Temple and the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm forever. Ling Jueyun said coldly when he saw Yun Zhan staring at him from a distance. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Ling Jueyun glanced at Yun Zhan and said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he thought to himself, "It feels good to say these words." He had repeated what Duan Lingtian had said to Li Yuan earlier. Yun Zhan had thought of many possibilities when he heard Ling Jueyun's words. However, he did not expect Ling Jueyun would say the same thing as Duan Lingtian. When Ling Jueyun spoke, his voice was loud enough to drown out the clamor in the time canyon and reach everyone's ears. Immediately, the figures who were fighting each other shot out and temporarily stopped fighting. They all looked at one of the 2 stone platforms on the 2nd floor. A gray-clad young man could be seen sitting cross-legged on one of the stone platforms with a sheathed sword resting on his knees. It was clear he was a sword celestial. He's not even 100 years old. Soon after, someone discovered the gray-clad young man was not even 100 years old, just like Duan Lingtian. Didn't he say what Duan Lingtian said to Li Yuan earlier? Now, he's facing a challenger, and he's actually saying the same thing to his challenger? This is my first time seeing such a lazy person. Is it that difficult for him to say something like that? Why is he copying someone else's words? Does he think he's Duan Lingtian? Or is he delusional? Does he think he has an Emperor-grade celestial weapon like Duan Lingtian? That's right. Does he think Emperor-grade celestial weapons are like cabbages? Everyone was speechless when they saw Ling Jueyun mimicking Duan Lingtian's words. However, at the same time, they were eager to see if Ling Jueyun would be able to withstand the challenge from the red-clad middle-aged man. The red-clad middle-aged man is an outer court elder from the Grade 8 sect, the Thousand Autumns sect. His name is Yun Zhan. He's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Coupled with his 1,000 years of combat experience, he's quite strong. Many people recognized the middle-aged man in red. This gray-robed youth? I've never seen or heard of him before. Who knows him? At the same time, the crowd discovered that no one knew the gray-clothed young man, nor had they heard of him. Brother, you seem to have come with him in Duan Lingtian. How strong is he? Is he a match for Yun Zhan? Someone asked, looking at Xue Jingyu. I don't know. However, Xue Jingyu simply shook his head in the face of other people's questions. He had a blank look on his face as if he knew nothing at all. He knew Ling Jueyun was no weaker than Murong Xiaoxiao. Moreover, Ling Jueyun possessed a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, so it was impossible for Murong Xiaoxiao to defeat him. However, he did not intend to reveal his thoughts. After all, he hated shameless old men like Yun Zhan who purposely suppressed their cultivation bases to compete with the juniors in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for the fortuitous encounters left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Meanwhile, many people who came with Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun were questioned as well. However, like Xue Jingyu, none of them knew anything about Ling Jueyun. It seems like the gray-clothed young man who's younger than 100 years old has only comprehended one law. That's impossible. How could he dare to climb up the stone platform if he's so weak? I have a feeling he has comprehended 2 profundities from a law as well. He's not even 100 years old, but he has comprehended 2 profundities from a law? Do you really think Duan Lingtian is as weak as a cabbage? Perhaps he's trying to use Duan Lingtian's fame to make people think he's as strong as Duan Lingtian. That's possible. In the end, everyone agreed that Yun Zhan would snatch the stone platform that Ling Jueyun was sitting on. Moreover, based on what Xue Jingyu had said to Duan Lingtian, it was highly likely Yun Zhan would not show him any mercy. That was indeed the case. Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's words, Yun Zhan felt like he was being looked down upon and humiliated. His eyes widened and his face turned even redder. At the same time, his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the earth elemental profundity began to vibrate around his body. Sand and pebbles could be seen flying around him. Yun Zhan and Duan Lingtian had comprehended the same law, but unlike Duan Lingtian, Yun Zhan had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was mistaken for having comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. In fact, he had only comprehended 1 profundity. Boom! Rumble! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the yellow energy around Yun Zhan's body vibrated even more. Sand and pebbles began to gather around him. In the end, Yun Zhan was completely shrouded in the energy. Sand and pebbles flew all over the sky, shaking the void, causing countless ripples to appear in the void. They then spread out together, as if forming a dazzling picture. The law of Earth's vibration profundity? On the stone platform, Ling Jueyun raised an eyebrow when he saw Yun Zhan accumulating his energy. Then he slowly raised his hand. Everyone thought he was going to draw his sword from the scabbard on his lap. However, he raised his hand, clearly not intending to draw his sword. What's he trying to do? Murong Xiaoxiao, who was standing closest to Ling Jueyun, frowned slightly. She did not know what Ling Jueyun was trying to do. In the next moment, a black vortex appeared in Ling Jueyun's hand. Then, the tip of a sword appeared in the black vortex. Murong Xiaozhao's expression changed drastically. An Emperor-grade celestial weapon? Murong Xiaozhao's eyes widened as her heart trembled violently. Just like how only Emperor-grade celestial weapons could be stored in one's body, only Emperor-grade celestial weapons could be retrieved from one's body. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, a 3-foot-long sword that was shrouded in gray lightning appeared in Ling Jueyun's hand. An Emperor-grade celestial weapon? Another Emperor-grade celestial weapon? How's this possible? Since when did Emperor-grade celestial weapons become so common? Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun both have Emperor-grade celestial weapons. Everyone, including Xue Jingyu and the others, was stunned when they saw Ling Jueyun retrieving a sword from his body. Moreover, the sword's aura was extraordinary. To them, Emperor-grade celestial weapons were legendary existences. However, now that Emperor-grade celestial weapons had appeared one after another, they began to doubt the rarity of Emperor-grade celestial weapons. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Chapter 3027. Just a moment ago, Yun Zhan was still filled with rage, looking as though he was going to kill Ling Jueyun. However, when Yun Zhan saw Ling Jueyun taking out the 3-foot-long sword that seemed to be an Emperor-grade celestial weapon, the battle intent in Yun Zhan's body was instantly extinguished. It was as though his battle intent had been extinguished by a bucket of water. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Yun Zhan hastily admitted defeat. It was as though he was afraid Ling Jueyun would use the sword that was shrouded in gray lightning against him. Admit defeat? Ling Jueyun glanced at Yun Zhan, who was shrouded by the flying sand and pebbles, before he said indifferently, "Why are you admitting defeat now? What were you waiting for?" As soon as Ling Jueyun finished speaking, a clone of Ling Jueyun appeared out of thin air in front of everyone's eyes. However, this Ling Jueyun had a pair of blood-red eyes, and the aura he emitted was strange as well. That's a clone. Many of the people present could see that Ling Jueyun had used the doppelganger technique. Humph! That's the undead clone profundity that Ling Jueyun has comprehended. Ling Jueyun has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of death. However, I didn't expect him to have an Emperor-grade celestial weapon as well. Moreover, it's also a celestial sword. Xue Jingyu's tone was filled with emotion as he spoke. He was already shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian taking out an Emperor-grade celestial sword. However, Ling Jueyun had also taken out an Emperor-grade celestial sword. He could not help but wonder if there was really an Emperor-grade celestial weapon in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he quickly dismissed it. He knew it was impossible. The law of death? Profound of undead doppelganger? This gray-clothed young man named Ling Jueyun has comprehended the law of death? Moreover, he even comprehended 2 profundities from the law of death? With the strength of the law of death and the fact that he has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of death, even if he doesn't use an Emperor-grade celestial weapon, he's not any weaker than Yun Zhan. Now that he has taken out his Emperor-grade celestial weapon, there's no doubt about the outcome of this battle. Aren't you spouting nonsense? Didn't you see Yun Zhan admitting defeat in fear? Now, he's just short of kneeling before Ling Jueyun. This Yun Zhan probably never even dreamed that he would kick such an iron plate. Hearing Xue Jingyu's words, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, they felt that Yun Zhan was extremely unlucky to have provoked a monster like Ling Jueyun. Whoosh! Along with the sound of air being torn apart and the sound of air exploding rang out. It was Ling Jueyun's undead avatar wielding an Emperor-grade celestial sword that was aimed at Yun Zhan, who was shrouded in flying sand. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When Ling Jueyun's undead avatar was still a distance away from Yun Zhan, he swung the sword in his hand. In just an instant, gray sword rays appeared around Yun Zhan and swept toward him from all directions like a net of swords. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air. Yun Zhan was trying to break free from the net of swords with the help of the flying sand and rocks. However, the net of swords shook a few times, but it did not show any signs of breaking free. Yun Zhan's expression changed drastically. Bang, 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 bang. A series of loud noises spread out, like the deafening sound of a drum. Before Ling Jueyun's undead avatar could get close to Yun Zhan had taken out his king-grade celestial weapon in an attempt to break free from the net of swords. However, no matter how hard he tried, the net of swords only shook a few times before it returned to normal. An expression of despair could be seen on his face. "Spare me! Spare me! As long as you spare me, I'm willing to give you everything I have. Spare me!" Just as Ling Jueyun's undead clone was about to slash at Yun Zhan's anxious and humble voice resounded through the entire time canyon. "Senior brother Ling Jueyun, please accept my offer." At this moment, everyone felt despair from Yun Zhan's anxious and humble words, and they all felt a sense of sympathy for him. If they were in Yun Zhan's position, the outcome would not be any different. But all of this came to an end when Yun Zhan let out an extremely shrill scream. The time canyon regained its calm once more. However, at this moment, the way everyone looked at Ling Jueyun was completely different. In their eyes, Ling Jueyun was no longer inferior to Duan Lingtian. After all, Ling Jueyun had comprehended the law of death while Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of earth. For this reason, they were even more afraid of Ling Jueyun. With Ling Jueyun's strength and the emperor-grade celestial sword in his hand, he's definitely a match for Duan Lingtian. However, based on the way he sat there, it seems like he had planned to let Duan Lingtian have the highest stone platform since the beginning. Soon after, some people voiced their doubts. "Isn't it obvious?" One of the more observant people chimed in. "Didn't you see how Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian came here together? Perhaps they've known each other for a long time. Both of them are peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials under the age of 100. Moreover, both of them possess emperor-grade celestial weapons. It's very likely that they came from the same place. How could a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial be given an emperor-grade celestial weapon? Why would someone from that place be interested in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? I don't think they're interested in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, right? I don't know. However, I have a feeling that it's not a coincidence that both of them appeared in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm at the same time. Even Xue Jingyu and the others who were in the same place as Duan Lingtian during the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple could not help but feel skeptical. Could it be that Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun were really related? I remember that after the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple, Ling Jueyun asked Duan Lingtian to avoid us. Xue Jingyu could not help but frown when he thought about this. He felt that Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun might not have known each other before this. Otherwise, why would they be so secretive? Why would they not have spoken to each other through voice transmission? After thinking about it for a long time, Xue Jingyu still could not figure it out. In the end, he decided to give up. Forget it. It's none of my business whether they're related or not. I should focus on comprehending the profundity from the law of time in the time canyon. After a while, he sat cross-legged on a stone platform and began to comprehend the law of time. With your strength, you're definitely capable of competing with Duan Lingtian for that stone platform. Murong Xiaoxiao looked at Ling Jueyun, who was standing at the same level as her. A hint of shock could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Although Murong Xiaoxiao had learned from Oya that Ling Jueyun was not a simple person before he made his move, she had only thought his defense was extraordinary. She did not expect Ling Jueyun to not only have a terrifying defense, but his attack was also very powerful. In fact, his attack was even more terrifying than his defense. After all, he relied on his royal-grade celestial weapon for defense while he relied on his emperor-grade celestial weapon for offense. What does it have to do with you? Upon hearing Murong Xiaoxiao's question, Ling Jueyun glanced at her indifferently before he closed his eyes and began to comprehend the law of time in the time canyon. Murong Xiaoxiao's words invisibly pierced his soft spot. In truth, he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian at all. However, since his sister Huang, or had already acknowledged Duan Ling Tian as her master, her life and death were in Duan Ling Tian's hands. For this reason, he had no choice but to submit to Duan Ling Tian's tyranny to prevent Duan Ling Tian from venting his anger on his sister Huang Yu. Murong Xiaozhao's expression changed drastically when she saw that Ling Juyun was as rude to her as Duan Ling Tian was. He was unlike the men who surrounded her like stars surrounding the moon. Now, she even began to wonder if her charm had weakened. However, what she did not know was that Ling Juyun had an extraordinary background. He had met many women who were more beautiful than her. Even Huang Er, who had become the soul of Duan Lingtian's divine sword, was far more beautiful than her. Gasp, 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 gasp. After a long time, Murong Xiaoxiao finally calmed down. At the same time, she did not waste any more time and began to meditate and comprehend the profundities of the law of time. Meanwhile, the others had also recovered from the shock of seeing Ling Juyun and continued to compete for the stone platforms. After a day and a night, the time canyon finally calmed down. Everyone had their own stone platform. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian sat on the highest stone platform in the time canyon, meditating and comprehending the law of time. Although he seemed calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. The law of time is mysterious and strange. It can be fast, slow, and even stop. The element contained in the law of time should be the time elemental profundity, Duan Ling Tian was the first to comprehend the law of time's fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity, since he was the first to comprehend the law of time's fundamental profundity. Generally, those who came into contact with the law of time's fundamental profundity would have a high chance of comprehending the time elemental profundity. Time is passing with every passing moment. Generally speaking, no one can avoid time completely. Naturally, if one has an emperor-grade celestial weapon like the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, one can avoid time to a certain extent. However, it's impossible to reverse or stop time. Time, 100 years in a single thought, 1,000 years in a single thought. One thought, one cycle. Chapter 3028. Although Ling Juyun had caused a huge commotion earlier, Duan Ling Tian did not pay attention to it at all. In fact, Duan Ling Tian did not know about it at all. Currently, other than leaving a wisp of divine consciousness to protect himself so that he could wake up immediately when he was in danger, the rest of his attention was completely focused on visualizing and comprehending the law of time. Currently, there were more than 40 people, including Duan Ling Tian, who were comprehending the law of time and comprehending profundities in the time canyon. They could be considered the strongest group of people who had entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As for the others, they were wandering around the Celestial Lord Temple, waiting for the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to open again. After all, they could be killed at any time during the entrance to the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I wonder how Brother Duan and Jia Chao are doing. At this moment, a figure was standing on a pool of boiling lava at the foot of a volcano that was still erupting. The figure belonged to a handsome young man who was holding a 7-foot-long spear in his hand. Based on his expression, it was obvious he was exhausted. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would be able to tell the person was none other than Huang Jialong with just a glance. Huang Jialong was the only friend he had made since he left the borderlands and came to the central area. Based on Huang Jialong's tattered robe, it was clear he had just fought a fierce battle. Based on his current appearance, it was clear he had won the battle. I finally have more than 10 points. Huang Jialong looked at the accumulative point jade in his hand. A bright smile appeared on his face when he saw he had accumulated 11 points. Although Huang Jialong had accumulated more than 10 points, he was still not summoned by the Celestial Lord Temple. It was obvious his speed of accumulating points had exceeded the Celestial Lord Temple's requirement. At this moment, apart from Huang Jialong, many people outside the Celestial Lord Temple had also accumulated more than 10 points. Meanwhile, the people outside the Celestial Lord Temple were still fighting ferociously. Little did they know, in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, in a place called the Celestial Lord Temple, A group of people had obtained a great fortuitous encounter. The great opportunity was to comprehend the profundities of the law of time that the South Heaven Immortal Dominator had left behind. That being said, not everyone in the Celestial Lord Temple was comprehending the profundities of the law of time that the Southern Heaven Celestial Emperor had left behind. A small number of people were staying in a small room in the Celestial Lord Palace, not daring to go out at all. Surprisingly, Huang Jiaqiao was one of them. The reason why these people didn't dare to leave the small room was because their strength was average. The reason why they could enter the Immortal Lord Palace was because someone cheated and brought them in. Just like Huang Jiaqiao. The reason why Huang Jiaqiao was able to obtain more than 10 points was entirely because of Duan Lingtian's help. He didn't rely on his own strength to obtain them. In the Immortal Lord Palace, this would be considered as cheating. I wonder how Brother Duan is doing. He must have left the room I'm in and gone to the Celestial Lord Palace to explore. Huang Jiaqiao thought, with his strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to survive. Huang Jiaqiao heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Huang Jiaqiao was unaware that Duan Lingtian was still alive. Currently, Duan Lingtian was living a better life than anyone else in the Celestial Lord Palace. In the sky above the central area of the Scaling Cloud Lake where the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was located. Yong! A sorrowful cry rang in the air, attracting the attention of a few people. However, most of them were already numb to such a cry. After all, it was common for people to die in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Those who died were from all sorts of backgrounds. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, was looking at the scoreboard as though he was trying his best to find his son, Hu Jiyong's name. However, no matter how hard he searched, he could not find Hu Jiyong's name. It was clear Hu Jiyong had died in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Hu Lin Yi was still mourning the death of his most outstanding son when an exclamation suddenly rang in the air, attracting everyone's attention. "There's a new person in the first place." When this exclamation spread out, it immediately caused the gazes of the group of people present to uniformly fall on the scoreboard. Even Hu Lin Yi, who was grieving over Hu Jiyong's death, instinctively shifted his gaze to the scoreboard. Ling Jueyun? Hu Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat when he saw Murong Xiao Zhao's name was replaced by Ling Jueyun. Then, he instinctively shifted his gaze to the second place on the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian's name was originally second place. However, Ling Jueyun had risen from third place to first place. With this, Duan Lingtian, who was originally second place, was now third place. Hu Lin Yi's expression turned even more unsightly when he saw this. Just a moment ago, his son had died. Now that Duan Lingtian's name had fallen from second place to third place, it was no different from adding insult to injury. However, just as Hu Lin Yi's heart sank and he was about to look away from the scoreboard, he was shocked to see that the names of the second and third places on the scoreboard had swapped. Duan Lingtian had returned to second place while Murong Xiao Xiao had fallen from second place to third place. How's this possible? Apart from the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there were two other elders from the Murong clan. Their expressions darkened when they saw Murong Xiao Xiao had fallen from first place to third place in just a blink of an eye. It's been a long time since the top 3 rankings have been changed. I didn't expect Murong Xiao Xiao to go from first place to third place. Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian seem to be sectless cultivators from the Thousand Nations territory. Since when are sectless cultivators so strong? These two sectless cultivators are extraordinary. In the past, no sectless cultivators have managed to reach this stage. That's right. No sectless cultivators have managed to reach this stage. However, 2 sectless cultivators managed to climb to the top of the scoreboard this time. Due to Murong Xiao Zhao's fall from first place to third place, the sky above the center of the Scaling Cloud Lake was in an uproar for a long time. About half a month later, the void above the center of the Scaling Cloud Lake rippled as a huge door appeared out of thin air. It was identical to the door that had appeared when the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened. "They're coming out." The entrance to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm has appeared. It seems like only 30% of the people who entered the lower realm are still alive. The opening of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm this time is more tragic than any of the previous times. Upon seeing the huge door, the people hovering above the center of the scaling cloud lake realized that the people from the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were about to come out. For people who had comprehended two profundities from a law have died during the opening of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. This has never happened before. Sima Chun, Dongfang Jinlun, Li Yuan, and Yun Zhan were famous peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the profound nether mansions territory. I didn't expect them to die in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I wonder who killed them? Ling Jueyun? Duan Lingtian? Murong Xiao? Or did someone join forces with them? I don't know. Among the top three, Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian's points are about the same. Although Murong Xiao's points are slightly lower, it's only a little more than 10 points. It's not a big difference. There's not much of a difference between the top four and the bottom four. It's hard to tell who killed Sima Chun and the others. Sima Chun, Dongfang Jinlun, Li Yuan, and Yun Zhan were the most eye-catching people who had died during the opening of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. These four people, Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun, were prodigies from their grade 7 clans. Li Yuan was the strongest prodigy in a grade 8 sect in the past 1,000 years. As for Yun Zhan, he was an elder of a grade 8 sect. He had purposely suppressed his cultivation base for the opening of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Apart from that, all four of them had comprehended two profundities from a law, and they were extremely powerful. Generally speaking, with the strength of the four of them, killing their way into the top 10 of the rankings was as simple as drinking water and eating. However, not only did they fail to rank in the top 10, but they were not even listed on the scoreboard since all of them had died. Perhaps someone joined forces to kill them. Or perhaps there's a fortuitous encounter in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm that's difficult to obtain. Perhaps they died, and their points were taken away by someone who was lucky enough to be close to them. Those are two possibilities. Many people were still discussing the deaths of Sima Chun, Dongfang Jinlun, Li Yuan, and Yun Zhan. Sush, 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 sush. At this moment, several figures seemed to have appeared out of thin air in front of a large door. At the same time, those with high cultivation could clearly sense that there was an extremely powerful force that was sending these people out. Where's this? How did I get out? Wasn't I in the snowy mountain? What's going on? Why am I out of the door? Is it over? Why do I feel like I've forgotten something? What's going on? The group of people who were pushed out of the door looked around as though they had lost their memories. They did not even know how they got out of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The people who were sent out were those who had entered the celestial lord temple in the southern heaven ancient realm. Jia Chao? Chapter 3029. Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback by his sudden appearance in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He remembered he had encountered Sima Chun, a member of the grade 7 Sima clan, in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After killing Sima Chun, he had more than 10 points in his accumulative point jade. His memory was frozen at that moment. Then, he discovered he had been sent out of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I remember I had 11 points in my accumulative point jade after killing Sima Chun. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian began to check the points in his accumulative point jade. Alas, he was dumbfounded when he looked at his accumulative point jade. This. Duan Lingtian discovered the points in his accumulative point jade had increased to 286 points. 286 points, what kind of concept was that? This meant he had obtained 285 points from other people since he only had 1 point when he entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. These 285 points. I even know where 10 of them came from. But where did the other 275 points come from? No matter how hard Duan Lingtian thought about it, he could not figure out where the points came from. Is there something wrong with my accumulative point jade? Duan Lingtian was still thinking about this when he heard a series of exclamations in his ears. Why do I have so many points? If I remember correctly, I only have 12 points. I remember I only had 11 points, but now I have 23 points. I don't think I have any more or less points, but I feel like I've forgotten something. Me too. Among the group of people around Duan Lingtian, many of them were surprised by the number of points they had. Most of them felt as though they had lost their memories. I feel like I've lost a part of my memory as well, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Swoosh. At this moment, a gray figure in the distance looked left and right for a while, and his face suddenly changed. This was a young man in gray clothes, and if Duan Lingtian saw him, he would definitely be able to recognize him. The gray-clad young man was none other than Ling Jueyun, the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation. He's Ling Jueyun? He's Ling Jueyun, the genius sectless cultivator who ranked first in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? He's really not even 100 years old. He's not even 100 years old, but he's ranked first. Is he strong? Or is he just lucky? Regardless, he's the biggest winner in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this time. Everyone's attention was focused on Ling Jueyun's group. At this moment, a group of people who had just exited the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm looked at the scoreboard and saw Ling Jueyun was ranked first. However, Ling Jueyun turned a deaf ear to everyone's words. His face was pale as he muttered to himself, "Where's Sister Huang? Where's Sister Huang? Did something happen to Sister Huang in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm?" Ling Jueyun's expression darkened when he thought about this. Moreover, I feel like I've lost a part of my memory. I can't remember it at all. Ling Jueyun looked at his accumulative point jade and discovered there were 298 points in it. Where did I get these points from? I only remember that I got 14 points. I don't seem to remember anything after that. A hint of confusion could be seen in Ling Jueyun's eyes when he realized he could not remember where he obtained so many points. Duan Lingtian and the others were still in a state of panic when Xianxia Xiongqi, the elder of the Xianxia clan, said, "Calm down. There's no need to panic. In the history of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there are many people who have encountered similar situations. It's all due to a fortuitous encounter in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most of those who encountered the fortuitous encounter would not remember anything about it. However, after they exited the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they would discover their points and their spatial rings. Apart from that, there are also some people who manage to comprehend the law of time through the fortuitous encounter. When Xianxia Xiongqi finished speaking, the eyes of the people who had just exited the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. The law of time? The law of time was the most mysterious and peculiar law among the four great laws of heaven and earth. It would be great news if one could comprehend the law of time. The law of time? Upon hearing Xianxia Xiongqi's words, a series of memories suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. And these memory fragments all revolved around time. Time deceleration, time acceleration, and time stoppage. This is the law of time? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, a childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. Boy, there's a formation in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that can erase certain memories. Now, let me tell you what the memory you lost is. The owner of the voice was none other than the Chaos Divine Earth. Tell little Feng that I'm fine as well. He's also lost his memories. He'll be worried when he realizes I'm no longer in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, a woman's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. Who are you? He was fine when he heard the Chaos Divine Earth's voice. After all, he knew that the Chaos Divine Earth was in his body. However, when he heard the woman's voice in his mind, his expression changed drastically. When did this person appear in his sea of consciousness? The spiritual sea was where his soul was located. Normally, the profound divine metal would protect his spiritual sea, so nothing could enter his spiritual sea. But now, a voice had suddenly appeared in his spiritual sea. Moreover, it also meant a life. How could he not be shocked and anxious? Boy, don't panic. You'll know who she is once I'm done explaining. You little girl, don't panic. Once this boy learns about what happened, he'll help you, warn Ling Jueyun, the Chaos Divine Earth said. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's voice, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. The woman's voice in Duan Lingtian's sea of consciousness did not speak again. It was clear she was obedient to the Chaos Divine Earth. Boy, after you killed Sima Chun from the 7th grade Sima clan, you accumulated 11 points in your accumulative points Jade token, the Chaos Divine Earth said. At that time, you heard a voice left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. You learned about the location of the Celestial Lord Temple and made your way to the Celestial Lord Temple. During this process, you met that kid called Huang Jiaqiao. At that time, he was on the verge of death, and it was you who saved him. After listening to the Chaos Divine Earth's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally found out what he was missing from his memory. At the same time, he also found out why he had so many points. As it turns out, after killing Sima Chun, I also killed Dongfang Jinluan and Li Yuan. Similar to Sima Chun, both of them had comprehended 2 profundities from a law. As for Ling Jueyun, he's from the Divine Offering Land. Or used to be the soul of a prominent Devata artifact before she decided to serve me as the soul of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Apart from that, I promised her that I'll avenge her original master as long as I'm capable of doing so. Of course, that's only if that person deserves to die. After listening to the Chaos Divine Earth's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally regained his lost memories. However, he did not find them familiar at all. After all, although the memories were originally his, they had been erased by the formation in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For this reason, he still found the memories to be unfamiliar. Nevertheless, he did not doubt the Chaos Divine Earth's words, since it was the Chaos Divine Earth who told him the truth. Moreover, based on what the Chaos Divine Earth had told him, Duan Lingtian took a look at his spatial ring and discovered that the items he had obtained from the Chaos Divine Earth matched what it had told him. Does this mean that I obtained the best opportunity to comprehend the profundities of the laws of time in the Time Canyon? Jia Chao only managed to come out with us because I cheated and helped him enter the Celestial Lord Temple. He only managed to come out alive because he didn't leave the small room in the Celestial Lord Temple. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jiaqiao again and saw Huang Jiaqiao walking toward him. Brother Duan, I remember that you were the one who saved me at that time. However, after you saved me and communicated with me, my memory seems to have completely disappeared. Huang Jiaqiao asked with a confused expression on his face, do you remember what happened after that? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Although he knew what happened after that, he did not intend to tell Huang Jiaqiao about it. After all, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Ling Jueyun. Duan Lingtian turned to look at Ling Jueyun, who had an unsightly expression on his face. It was obvious Ling Jueyun was not happy about being ranked first. Instead, he seemed to be troubled. He must have discovered Huang Er's disappearance. I didn't expect this brat to be from the Divine Offering Land and possess an Emperor-grade celestial weapon and a divine weapon. Chapter 30:30. Duan Lingtian finally understood why the voice in his mind had asked him to contact Ling Jueyun and tell him that she was fine. Ling Jueyun. Duan Lingtian immediately contacted Ling Jueyun through voice transmission. When Ling Jueyun looked at him with a confused expression on his face, Duan Lingtian began to tell him everything that had happened after they met. He began to recount how Huang Er had left Ling Jueyun's mind after the first test in the Celestial Lord Temple ended. Duan Lingtian also told Ling Jueyun everything that had happened after that. In order to convince Ling Jueyun, Duan Lingtian also mentioned the purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon that Ling Jueyun had used in the Celestial Lord Temple in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and the divine weapon that he had used in the Time Canyon. The sword that Ling Jueyun had used in the Time Canyon was a divine weapon. Although it was only a primitive divine weapon, its strength was not inferior to an emperor-grade celestial weapon in the slightest. Ling Jueyun did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. His gaze softened as he looked at Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun were the only ones who knew what had happened in the Celestial Lord Temple. The others who were sent out of the Celestial Lord Temple with Duan Lingtian had no recollection of what had happened in the Celestial Lord Temple. Even Murong Xiao was confused when she was sent out of the Celestial Lord Temple. She could not recall what had happened. 232 points. So many points, but he still hasn't reached the top of the rankings? Murong Xiao glanced at her accumulative point jade before she looked at the top 3 names on the scoreboard. She was ranked 3rd. First place, Ling Jueyun, 298 points. Second place, Duan Lingtian, 286 points. Murong Xiao frowned. She had never heard of these 2 people before. It was obvious they were not famous in the profound Nether Mansion. Nevertheless, she was still shocked by the fact that 2 unknown people ranked 1st and 2nd in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. 2nd Mississippi. At this moment, the 2 elders of the Murong family walked towards Murong Xiao. When Murong Xiao saw the 2 of them, she also walked towards them. Murong Xiao was not only a rare genius disciple of the Murong family, but she was also the only daughter of the current head of the Murong family. As a woman, she was better than a man. Second Miss, you really don't remember what happened inside at all? An elder of the Murong family asked. I only remember how I got 12 points. I can't remember anything else. It's just that I didn't expect that even though I got 232 points, I still couldn't get 1st place. Murong Xiao shook her head at first, but after that, she couldn't help but sigh. Elders, do you know who those 2 people are? Murong Xiao looked at the 1st and 2nd names on the scoreboard and asked the 2 Murong family elders in front of her. Second Miss, both of them are sectless cultivators. Ling Jueyun is a sectless cultivator from the East Ming Nation in the Thousand Nations territory. As for Duan Lingtian, he's a sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation in the Thousand Nations territory. One of the Murong family's elders replied. Second young miss, both of them aren't ordinary sectless cultivators. Not only are they ranked 1st and 2nd in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but they're both younger than 100 years old. The other elder from the Murong family chimed in. What? Younger than 100 years old? If it was said that the words of the Murong family elder from before had only slightly surprised Murong Xiao. However, the words of the Murong family elder after that completely shocked Murong Xiao. Not only were the 2 people ranked higher than her sectless cultivators, but they were also younger than 100 years old? Ling Jueyun. After taking a deep breath, Murong Xiao followed the gazes of the people in the surroundings and confirmed Ling Jueyun's location. She immediately looked at him. She discovered Ling Jueyun was indeed younger than 100 years old. And Duan Lingtian? Murong Xiao murmured to herself. Then she looked at Duan Lingtian and discovered Duan Lingtian was indeed younger than Ling Jueyun. HM? Duan Lingtian instinctively turned to look at Murong Xiao. At the same time, the Chaos Divine Earth's voice rang in his mind. That woman is Murong Xiao. Murong Xiao. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. He had heard the Chaos Divine Earth mention this name before. He knew Murong Xiao had tried to curry favor with him in the Time Canyon, but she had ignored him when she found out he couldn't do anything to her in the Time Canyon. Based on her gaze, it's obvious she doesn't remember me. When Duan Lingtian looked at Murong Xiao, it was not difficult for him to see the way she looked at him. It was as though she was looking at a stranger for the first time. Those who have come out of the Time Canyon, please return to your respective sections. Zhangsun Xiongqi, an elder of the Zhangsun clan from the 3 sects and 2 clans, said. Duan Lingtian and the others quickly left the entrance of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao returned to Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. Ling Jueyun returned to the emperor of the East Ming Nation as well. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. Hu Lin-yi smiled brightly when he saw Duan Lingtian returning after ranking second on the scoreboard. It seemed as though he had forgotten about his son, Hu Jiyong's death. Jia Chao, you did well as well. You managed to rank in the top 100. After greeting Duan Lingtian, Hu Lin-yi turned to look at Huang Jia Chao and said with a smile, "The fourth prince's name." At the same time, Huang Jia Chao, who had been observing the scoreboard, discovered his fourth brother, Huang Jialong's name on the scoreboard. However, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation, Hu Jiyong, was nowhere to be seen. This meant there was only one possibility. Hu Jiyong had died. Huang Jiachao gasped inwardly as he looked at Hu Lin-yi warily. Yong has died, Hu Lin-yi said in a deep voice when he noticed Huang Jiachao's gaze. My condolences, Your Majesty. Huang Jiachao hurriedly comforted him. Meanwhile, many people in the surroundings saw Duan Lingtian returning to the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. Congratulations, Emperor Hu. Emperor Hu, you're really lucky to have such a monstrous sectless cultivator like Duan Lingtian to help you, Emperor Hu. I'm sure you'll be rewarded handsomely this time. You're ranked second on the scoreboard. Since you're the one who recommended Duan Lingtian, you'll be rewarded handsomely, Emperor Hu. A hint of jealousy could be seen in the eyes of many people as they congratulated Emperor Hu. Although some of them seemed to be congratulating Emperor Hu, they were inwardly cursing Emperor Hu for being so lucky. The 3 sects and 2 clans would reward those who recommended Duan Lingtian based on the scoreboard. The higher one's ranking was, the more generous the reward would be. Since Duan Lingtian was ranked second on the scoreboard, Hu Lin-yi, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, would be rewarded handsomely, second only to the Emperor of the East Ming Nation. The Emperor of the East Ming Nation, on the other hand, would be rewarded handsomely since Ling Jueyun was ranked first on the scoreboard. Zhu Yun, you didn't disappoint me. The Emperor of the East Ming Nation welcomed Ling Jueyun back to the Emperor of the East Ming Nation with a bright smile on his face. He was still in a daze when he learned Ling Jueyun was ranked first on the scoreboard. Although he knew Ling Jueyun was strong, he did not expect Ling Jueyun to be ranked in the top 10, let alone the first place. Meanwhile, Murong Xiao, who was ranked third on the scoreboard, was surrounded by many people who were flattering and congratulating her. Congratulations, Miss Murong, for ranking third on the scoreboard. With Miss Murong's innate talent, it'll be easy for you to join the profound Nether Mansion with the help of the 3 sects and 2 clans. I'm sure you'll have a bright future in the profound Nether Mansion as well. Congratulations, Miss Murong. Congratulations, Miss Murong. Murong Xiao merely nodded indifferently in response to the flattery. Her eyes remained fixed on Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. She still could not accept the fact that they were ranked first and second on the scoreboard. Who's the one who killed my Chun? At this moment, an old man dressed in gray was looking at Ling Jueyun, Duan Lingtian, Murong Xiao, and the other 7 people in the top 10. It was as though he was looking for something. He was none other than Sima Pingdong, the Grand Elder of the Grade 7 Sima clan. He was looking for the culprit among Duan Lingtian and the others who had killed his grandson, Sima Chun. On the other side, the members of the Dongfang clan were also looking at Duan Lingtian and the others. Similar to Sima Pingdong, they wanted to find the culprit who had killed Dongfang Jinlun. Li Yuan. Who killed him? Who killed Elder Yunzhan? The 2 grade 8 sects behind Li Yuan and Yunzhan were also trying to find the person who killed Li Yuan and Yunzhan from Duan Lingtian's group. No matter who it is, I, Sima Pingdong, and the Sima clan will reward you handsomely if you can provide us with any clues about the culprit who killed my grandson, Sima Chun. Sima Pingdong said loudly. His voice was like a clap of thunder that resounded through the central area of the scaling cloud lake. The Dongfang clan will also reward you handsomely if you can provide any clues about the culprit who killed Dongfang Jinlun. After Sima Pingdong, the people from the Dongfang clan, the Grade 7 Dongfang clan, also announced. The 2 of them spoke one after another, revealing their determination to find the culprit. It would be fine if the person who had died this time was just an ordinary disciple of their clan. However, the person who had died this time was the most outstanding disciple in their clan. Chapter 30-31. It seems like the two of you don't respect the 3 sects and 2 clans at all. After the cold snort, a cold voice sounded. Once it entered everyone's ears, it made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. As soon as the voice fell, swoosh, a gust of wind blew past. In the next moment, under the gazes of the crowd, a figure seemed to appear out of thin air in front of the Sima family's grand elder, Sima Pingdong. Bihai Ming Feng. By the time Sima Pingdong regained his senses, the person in front of him had already attacked at lightning speed. Swoosh. Just as Sima Pingdong's celestial origin energy was about to surge out of his body, the person in front of him raised his hand and spun a writing brush in his hand. In the next moment, zoom, rumble. The celestial origin energy that Sima Pingdong had just released was destroyed in one fell swoop. Then, the celestial origin energy enveloped Sima Pingdong. With a sweep of its tail, Sima Pingdong's body exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. All that was left was a singlet and a storage ring. Swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, felt a terrifying shockwave sweep out, and then it transformed into gusts of wind that swept out in all directions and blew at the clothes on their bodies. Those who were standing close to the scene narrowed their eyes and retreated hastily. He's dead. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. He did not expect the person from the Sima clan would be killed in just a blink of an eye. The person who killed the Sima Pingdong was so swift and clean that it was shocking. The Grand Elder of the Sima clan died just like that? The Grand Elder of the Sima clan is one of the top powerhouses in the Sima clan. However, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect? Even if he was unprepared, he shouldn't be so helpless, right? It's normal. The 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect is even stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. He's also one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion. The Grand Elder of the Sima clan is really unlucky. If it were someone else from the coupling celestial sect, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect would only reprimand him for his actions. However, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect is also an inspector of the profound Nether Mansion. Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, had killed Sima Pingdong, the Grand Elder of the Sima clan. At this time, the people of the rank 8 sects behind Li Yuan and Yunzhan all secretly wiped away their cold sweat. Fortunately, they did not have the time to speak. Otherwise, they would have been targeted by the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. At that time, they would have died without a burial ground. Sima Pingdong's strength was far superior to theirs, but he still died, let alone them? Great Elder. The other elder of the Sima family had personally witnessed the death of the Great Elder, Sima Pingdong, but he could only smile bitterly. There was nothing he could do. He's from the Eastern Fang clan. After Bihai Mingfeng killed Sima Pingdong, many people shifted their attention to the person from the Eastern Fang clan who had spoken earlier. Earlier, someone from the Eastern Fang clan had also spoken after Sima Pingdong's death. His words were a clear violation of the rules in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As expected, after killing Sima Pingdong, Bihai Mingfeng disappeared from his spot under everyone's watchful eyes. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the person from the Eastern Fang clan. The person who had spoken earlier was an ordinary elder from the Eastern Fang clan. His expression changed drastically when he saw Sima Pingdong being killed. When he saw Bihai Mingfeng appear before him, his complexion immediately turned pale. There was no trace of blood in his face. 3rd sect leader, please spare my life. 3rd sect leader, please spare my life. The elder from the Eastern Fang clan knelt in the air and repeatedly kowtowed as he begged Bihai Mingfeng for mercy. Even if Sima Pingdong was fully prepared, it would be easy for him to kill the elder from the Eastern Fang clan. For someone who could kill Sima Pingdong with just a blow, killing the elder from the Eastern Fang clan would be as easy as stepping on an ant. However, Bihai Mingfeng's expression remained indifferent when he heard the elder from the Eastern Fang clan begging for mercy. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Bihai Mingfeng raised his hand again and pointed his brush at the air. In the next moment, thoosh! A sharp ray of light whizzed out from the tip of the brush, making a sound like the whistle of a sword. It streaked across the sky like a meteor. Spurt! In the next instant, the crowd saw that the Dongfang clan's elder, who was kowtowing nonstop, had just raised his head when a bloody hole appeared in between his eyebrows. His eyes fell to the ground, and he died with grievance. After killing Sima Pingdong, the grand elder of the Sima clan, Bihai Mingfeng had taken Sima Pingdong's spatial ring and vest. However, after killing the elder from the Eastern Fang clan, he did not take Sima Pingdong's spatial ring and defensive celestial weapon. It was as though he did not care about Sima Pingdong's spatial ring and defensive celestial weapon at all. In fact, Bihai Mingfeng was right. With Bihai Mingfeng's status and wealth, even Sima Pingdong, the grand elder of the Sima clan, could not compare to him. It was only natural that he would not be interested in the spatial ring of an ordinary elder from the Eastern Fang clan. After killing the elder from the Eastern Fang clan, Bihai Mingfeng returned to the palanquin in just a blink of an eye. Sect leader Bihai, I'm afraid most of the people who came out of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will only want to join the coupling Celestial sect now. Zhang Guangjing, one of the vice sect leaders of the Simplicity Celestial sect, said with a bitter smile on his face. That's right, sect leader Bihai. That's not very nice of you. Hung Chan, the pavilion master of the Arhat Hall from the Cloud Platform's Celestial sect, chimed in unhappily. The Zhangsun brothers from the Zhangsun clan and Gong Yang Yu from the Gong Yang clan remained silent, but they could only smile bitterly at the side. The third sect leader of the coupling Celestial sect had displayed his prowess, but they had done nothing. If they were in Bihai Mingfeng's shoes, they would be more willing to join a sect with such a powerhouse. Isn't it because I saw that after Sima Pingdong spoke, although you all looked dissatisfied, you didn't intend to attack, so I attacked? Bihai Mingfeng glanced at Zhang Guangjing and Heng Chan before he said indifferently, since both of you didn't want to make a move, I had no choice but to make a move. Upon hearing Bihai Mingfeng's words, Zhang Guangjing and Heng Chan could only smile bitterly. They wanted to make a move as well. However, Sima Pingdong was not any weaker than them. Even if they made a move, it would only end in a stalemate. If Sima Pingdong decided to flee, they would not be able to stop him with their strength. If Sima Pingdong fled, it would be even more embarrassing than if they did not make a move. For this reason, after weighing the pros and cons, they did not make a move. After Bihai Mingfeng made a move, the remaining people from the Sima clan and the Dongfang clan behaved themselves. The two people from the grade 8 sects behind Li Yuan and Yunzhan also behaved themselves. They did not even dare to look at Duan Lingtian, Ling Juin, Murong Xiao Xiao, and the others. Someone's coming out again. A moment later, a cry of surprise rang out. Many people saw another figure appear outside the door that floated in the air. Not long after, figures came out one after another. Jialong, soon after, Duan Lingtian saw Huang Jialong emerging from the door. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian knew Huang Jialong was fine since his name was still on the scoreboard. Moreover, Huang Jialong had more points than Huang Jiachao. Unlike Huang Jiachao who relied on Duan Lingtian, Huang Jialong had obtained all his points on his own. This time, out of the 9 people from the supporting Fall Nation who entered, only 4 survived. Apart from the 3 of us, there's also Meng Qiuyu. Upon seeing Huang Jialong, Duan Lingtian glanced at the scoreboard and saw Meng Qiuyu's name. Meng Qiuyu was one of the 2 women among the 9 people from the supporting Fall Nation who had entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with an old woman who was a celestial king. Brother Duan. As soon as Huang Jialong came out, he made his way to Duan Lingtian and the others. After greeting Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, he began to chat with Duan Lingtian. Brother Duan, how many points did you obtain? Huang Jialong asked curiously. At the same time, he waved the accumulative point jade in his hand proudly and said, I have 22 points. See for yourself. Duan Lingtian shrugged nonchalantly when he heard Huang Jialong's question. At the same time, he looked at the scoreboard in the distance. Huang Jialong followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and looked at the scoreboard. Look at it from the top. When Huang Jialong's eyes landed on the scoreboard, Huang Jiachao reminded him. Huang Jialong shifted his gaze to the top of the scoreboard. First place, Ling Jueyun, 298 points. Huang Jialong could not help but curse when he saw the first row. *CK. That genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation is so freakish? First place? How did he do it? Don't worry about that. Just look at the scoreboard. Huang Jiachao reminded him. Huang Jialong suppressed his shock and continued to look at the scoreboard. He was stunned when he saw the scoreboard. Second place. Duan Lingtian. 286 points. Once these words fell into his eyes, they seemed to contain an extremely powerful force that continuously attacked his eyeballs. The brother Duan. Why you're in second place? After a while, Huang Jialong looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. What did you do? I just did it. That's all. Duan Lingtian shrugged again and said with a casual expression. Sush. Meng Qiuyu exited the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and returned to the old woman's side as a fragrant breeze blew in the air. Chapter 30-32. Meng Qiuyu actually obtained 31 points? That's even more than Jialong. Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Qiuyu in surprise. It seems like she hid her strength during the Southern Heaven combat. 31 points. Among those who did not enter the Celestial Lord Temple, this was considered a lot. She even made it into the top 100. Duan Lingtian, second place? When Meng Qiuyu came out and saw the second place on the scoreboard, she could not help but look at Duan Lingtian in shock. Although she knew Duan Lingtian was extraordinary, she did not expect him to be the strongest among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the supporting Fall Nation. The profound Nether Mansion was huge. There were more than 1,000 Grade 8 celestial kingdoms like the supporting Fall Nation, Grade 8 forces, and even more powerful Grade 7 forces. It was precisely because of this that she was so shocked that she was unable to regain her senses for a long time when Duan Lingtian was ranked second. Play around. Huang Jialong was stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. When he regained his senses, the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Huang Jialong had risked his life to obtain 22 points in the profound Nether Mansion. However, Duan Lingtian said he only played around and obtained 286 points? Huang Jialong rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. Then, he changed the topic and asked, Brother Duan, have you made up your mind? Which of the 3 sects and 2 clans do you want to join? My suggestion is, don't join the Xianxia clan and the Gongyang clan. Even if you join the profound Nether Mansion, they won't treat you as well as their lineal disciples. They might put in some effort to get you to join the profound Nether Mansion, but there's a limit to how much they can do. On the other hand, the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, and the Coupling Celestial Sect are different. Since they're sects, they'll definitely invest a lot of resources into you in order to recruit you. Huang Jialong said. I think so too. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already thought about what Huang Jialong said, so he didn't consider joining the Gongyang clan or Xianxia clan. Why don't you join the Coupling Celestial Sect with me? Not only does the Coupling Celestial Sect have a powerful third sect master like Bihai Mingfeng, but they also have many female disciples and top-grade sect slaves. Huang Jialong continued. His eyes sparkled like 2 bright stars in the night sky. Duan Lingtian naturally knew what Huang Jialong was referring to. Huang Jialong was referring to beautiful women who had no cultivation base. They were raised by the Coupling Celestial Sect as cultivation furnaces for the male disciples of the Coupling Celestial Sect. Of course, those cultivation furnaces were all willing to become cultivation furnaces. The Coupling Celestial Sect was very good at this. They never forced anyone to do anything. For this reason, although the Coupling Celestial Sect had a bad reputation in the profound Nether Mansion, no one thought of it as an evil sect. I think you're just after the female disciples and the sex slaves of the Coupling Celestial Sect, right? Duan Lingtian said angrily. Ha! Huang Jialong laughed awkwardly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he looked at Huang Jiachao and said, Jiachao, you're quite lucky. Not only did you come out alive, but you even managed to accumulate 17 points. Before entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Huang Jialong had no idea how dangerous it was. It was only after he survived that he realized how dangerous the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was. In fact, he even thought his fifth brother, Huang Jiachao, might have died in there. Yes, I'm quite lucky. If it weren't for Brother Duan, I would have died in there, Huang Jiachao said with a sigh. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian gratefully. If it weren't for Duan Lingtian, he would not be standing here right now. What happened? Huang Jialong thanked Duan Lingtian profusely after he learned about what had happened. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was thinking about something else when he heard Huang Jialong's words. If the Chaos Divine Earth did not tell him that he had saved Huang Jiachao, he would not have known that he had saved Huang Jiachao's life. After all, the moment he learned about the Celestial Lord Temple in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, his memory of the Celestial Lord Temple had been erased. Huang Jiachao only remembered the Celestial Lord Temple after Duan Lingtian had saved him. After Huang Jiachao found out about the Immortal Lord Palace, he lost all his memories. He couldn't remember what had happened. Both of you have amnesia? Huang Jialong was shocked when he learned that both Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao had lost their memories in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, from the moment he entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm until now, he had not lost any of his memories. Yes. Huang Jiachao nodded and said, Brother Duan and I, as well as some of the stronger people, were the first to be sent out. We don't even know where we were sent out from. Huang Jiachao had a bitter smile on his face as he was still in a daze. He had no idea what had happened after that. Although both of you have amnesia, didn't Elder Zhang's son Xianxia from the Zhangsun clan say that? Those who have lost their memories have obtained great fortuitous encounters. At this moment, the old man standing next to Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, said, There's a chance that those who have lost their memories will be able to comprehend the law of time. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Hu Linyi said, The chances of that happening are very slim. At the very least, in the past 10,000 years, no one in the profound Nether Mansion has managed to comprehend the law of time in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, in recent years, there have been people in Grade 6 Celestial Mansions who managed to comprehend the law of time's fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity, in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It was clear Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, was familiar with this matter. For this reason, both of you should stop thinking about the law of time. It's good that you've comprehended it. It's normal that you haven't comprehended it. Hu Lin Yi comforted Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao as he looked at them. Both of them nodded in agreement. His Majesty is right. The law of time is the strongest of the four supreme laws. It's not something that ordinary people can comprehend. Huang Jialong nodded in agreement with Hu Lin Yi's words. I feel like my comprehension of the law of time is quite deep. In fact, I think it's very likely that I'll be able to comprehend the law of time. When Duan Lingtian thought about his comprehension of the law of time, he was certain that he would be able to comprehend the law of time. He was looking forward to it. The law of time was the strongest of the four supreme laws. It was superior to the law of space, the law of life, and the law of death. Naturally, everyone wanted to comprehend the law of time, including Duan Lingtian. As time passed, more and more people came out of the lower realm. 10 days later, everyone who had survived the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had come out. The door that was hovering in the air had also disappeared as though it was never there. Now, all the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who survived the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, please step forward and present your accumulative point jade. The host, Zhangsun Xianxia, stepped forward and announced. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, stepped forward and took out their accumulative point jades. Although the accumulative jade tokens in everyone's hands were divided into 4 colors, it was not difficult to tell which color had the most accumulative jade tokens at a glance. Gentlemen, I'm sorry, but the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect won. Hung Chan from the Cloud Platform Immortal Sect glanced at the accumulative point jade in everyone's hands before he looked at Bihai Mingfeng, Zhang Guangjing, Zhang Sun Xiongqi, and Gong Yangyu with a smile on his face. Currently, most of the accumulative point jades in the hands of Duan Lingtian and the others were made of golden jades. The golden jades were the accumulative point jades distributed by the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. Every time the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, the 3 sects and 2 clans would set up a bet with each other. The participants were betting on which sect would have the most accumulative point jades when they came out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with the most accumulative point jades. The sect with the most accumulative point jades in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would lose to the sect with the most accumulative point jades. Humph! Zhang Guangjing scoffed before he tossed a spatial ring to Heng Chan. On the other hand, Bihai Mingfeng calmly tossed a spatial ring to Heng Chan. It was as though he did not care about losing the bet at all. In fact, he did not care about the bet at all. After all, the bet belonged to the coupling Celestial Sect, not him. What he cared about the most now was this. Would the coupling Celestial Sect be able to recruit the 3 most outstanding Celestial Sect disciples? Bihai Mingfeng glanced at Ling Jueyun, Duan Lingtian, and Murong Xiaoxiao. He did not pay any attention to Murong Xiaoxiao because she was a woman. Instead, he shifted his attention to Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian. Which sect do you plan to join? A voice transmission suddenly rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately looked to his left. Ling Jueyun stood there and stared at him. What? Do you want to join the same sect as me? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. Yes. Ling Jueyun replied. Why? Duan Lingtian asked again. I'm afraid Sister Huang will be implicated if you die. Ling Jueyun did not beat around the bush. Huang used to be the sword soul of his sister's prominent divine sword. She had been separated from the prominent divine sword and had yet to fully recover. Currently, she was residing in Duan Lingtian's body. She had yet to fully integrate with Duan Lingtian's prominent divine sword. If Duan Lingtian died, it was almost impossible for Huang to survive. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard Ling Jueyun's words. Chapter 30-33. Tell him that I don't want him to join the same force as you. Both of you need to train on your own, Huang said to Ling. She continued to say to Duan Lingtian, if both of you are together, you won't be able to train on your own anymore. Based on her words, it was clear she did not want Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun to join the same force. In fact, even if we join different forces, we'll still go to the profound nether mansion together. However, you're right. At the very least, before we go to the profound nether mansion, if we're not together, we'll have to face everything on our own. Duan Lingtian decided to respect Huang wishes and relayed her words to Ling Jueyun. Since Huang was currently in Duan Lingtian's sea of consciousness, she could not communicate with Ling Jueyun directly. Therefore, she could only rely on Duan Lingtian to relay her words to him. Please tell Big Sister Huang that I understand. Ling Jueyun's expression was slightly unsightly, but he nodded. It was clear he had no intention of going against Huang wishes. Now, the top 3 participants and the representatives of the forces that have recommended them to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, please come to me. Zhang Sun Xiongqi said loudly as he looked at Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, and Murong Xiaoxiao. The 3 of them stepped out of the void immediately. They were none other than Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, the emperor of the East Ming Nation, and an elder from the Murong clan. Zhang Sun Xiongqi had asked Duan Lingtian and the others to step forward to give out their rewards. The first reward was Ling Jueyun and the emperor of the East Ming Nation. They were each given a spatial ring. Only they knew what was inside the spatial ring. However, based on the overjoyed expression on the emperor of the East Ming Nation's face after he accepted the spatial ring and claimed it as his master, It was obvious the spatial ring contained a bountiful reward. Many people looked at the Emperor of the East Ming nation enviously. Naturally, these people were the representatives of Grade 8 and Grade 9 forces. As for the representatives of Grade 7 forces, they did not think much of it. A reward that could tempt a leader of a Grade 8 force was nothing to a Grade 7 force. The Emperor of the East Ming nation, the Emperor of a Grade 8 celestial kingdom, is inferior to a young man who's younger than 100 years old. Duan Ling Jueyun's disciple from a Grade 8 celestial kingdom. He said this because Ling Juyun's expression remained calm after he claimed ownership of Zhang Sun Xiongqi's spatial ring. It was as though he did not care about the contents of the spatial ring at all. After all, the S's, the reward, the rewards, 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 the TTTs, is Duan Emperors, Duan merit to D. S. Emperor Lu, go ahead and be jealous. Ha. The Emperor of the East Ming nation did not mind being mocked by the Emperor of the 8th grade celestial nation. Instead, he laughed loudly. That was because the Emperor of the East Ming nation was his sworn enemy. He was only mocking him because of jealousy. However, there were still many people who were surprised by Ling Jueyun's composure. Not to mention Ling Jueyun's innate talent and comprehension ability, his ability to remain unperturbed even in the face of a great wave will definitely make him a genius in the Southern Heaven territory in the future. Heng Chan from the Cloud Platform Immortal Sect looked at Ling Jueyun with admiration in his eyes. If he had been a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, he would not have been able to remain so calm when faced with the rewards that Ling Jueyun had received. What? Heng Chan, are you interested in this little fellow as well? Bihai Mingfeng asked Heng Chan. Of course. If he's willing to join the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, we'll do our best to nurture him even if he has to leave the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect for the profound Nether Mansion. The Cloud Platform Celestial Sect is willing to form a good relationship with him. After Heng Chan finished speaking, he clasped his hands together and looked away from Ling Jueyun. Then, he closed his eyes and looked at Heng Chan sincerely. Old bald donkey Heng Chan, you're really scheming. This brat is destined to become a powerhouse in the Southern Heaven territory in the future. Aren't you betting on the benefits that he'll bring to the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect by forming a good relationship with him? Zhang Guangjing from the Simplicity Celestial Sect said as he looked at Heng Chan disdainfully. You don't have to act all pitiful in front of us. Do you think we don't know what you're thinking? Gong Yangyu, who was standing at the side, felt like laughing when he saw Zhang Guangjing did not give Heng Chan any face at all. As for Bihai Mingfeng, although his expression did not change, he also glanced at Heng Chan with a disdainful look in his eyes. Naturally, both Bihai Mingfeng and Zhang Guangjing admired Ling Jueyun's character. However, if they knew Ling Jueyun possessed an emperor-grade celestial weapon or even a divine artifact, they would not have such thoughts. Even if the rewards from the 3 sects and 2 clans could be of some use to someone who possessed an emperor-grade celestial weapon or even a divine artifact, it would not be enough to make him happy. Meanwhile, after Ling Jueyun and the Emperor of the East Ming nation received their rewards, Duan Lingtian and Hu Lin Yi, the Emperor of the supporting Fall nation, each received a spatial ring. Hu Lin Yi's face flushed with excitement after the storage ring claimed ownership of the ring. At this moment, it was as though he had completely forgotten about his son's death. Duan Lingtian glanced at the spatial ring. There were no king-grade celestial weapons inside, only celestial talismans and a few pill bottles. Beside the celestial talismans were memory celestial talismans. Duan Lingtian probed the spatial ring with his divine consciousness. Thunderbolt Talisman. It contains 2 profundities from the law of thunder. It's inscribed by a celestial king. Once crushed, it can kill most celestial dukes. Spring Rain Talisman. It contains 2 profundities from the law of wood. It's inscribed by a celestial king. Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. Among the celestial talismans, the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman was one that Duan Lingtian had come across before. The Shadow Void Escaping Talisman was a common celestial talisman. It was common even in the Borderlands. However, other celestial talismans were rare in the Borderlands. The 3 sects and 2 clans didn't give me any celestial weapons. Instead, they gave me these celestial talismans. It seems like they think I don't lack celestial weapons since I'm from the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that he was rewarded with a pile of celestial talismans and pill bottles that contained celestial pills. Based on my ranking, it's not difficult for them to guess that I've obtained some king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords. Under such circumstances, the celestial weapons they gave me are just icing on the cake. After all, they can only give me celestial weapons that are similar to the ones I obtained in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, I'm afraid they don't know that not only did I obtain many celestial weapons, but I also obtained many pills and celestial talismans in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. For this reason, Duan Lingtian remained calm when he saw the rewards given to him by the 3 sects and 2 clans. Upon seeing how calm Duan Lingtian was after receiving his rewards, those who were paying attention to him began to think highly of him. Duan Lingtian isn't as simple as he seems. It's rare for a sectless cultivator to be so calm at such a time. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun are definitely dark horses in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I wonder where these 2 sectless cultivators came from? I have a feeling they're not sectless cultivators. The crowd discussed among themselves. Based on their discussions, they felt Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun were not sectless cultivators. After all, their strength at such a young age was not something a sectless cultivator should possess. Shouldn't the rewards be given to us after we decide on which sect we want to join? Murong Xiao asked when it was time for her and the Murong clan's elder to receive their rewards. That was in the past. Zhang Sun Xiongqi said, starting from the opening of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm this time, the 3 sects and 2 clans will give out rewards first. Then, you'll be allowed to choose one of our forces to join. This is also an order from the profound nether mansion. A hint of helplessness could be heard in Zhang Sun Xiongqi's voice when he spoke. Although the rewards were given out by the 3 sects and 2 clans, the rewards given by the Zhangsun clan and Gongyang clan were less than half of what the Coupling Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, and the Simplicity Celestial Sect had to offer. Even so, they were still at a disadvantage. After all, in the past, the outstanding overarching heavenly supreme celestials who survived the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm would not choose the Zhangsun clan or the Gongyang clan. This was also the shackles of clans. There was a huge difference between clans and sections. He knew this very well in his heart, so he always felt helpless and never felt unwilling or anything like that. If he were an outstanding overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he would not have chosen the Zhangsun clan or the Gongyang clan. I see. Murong Xiao suddenly understood and received the reward at the same time. The Murong family elder beside her also received the reward. Whether it was Murong Xiao or the Murong family elder beside her, after claiming ownership of the storage ring in their hands, their faces were similarly calm and unperturbed. However, none of them were surprised by this. After all, they were members of the Murong clan. The Murong clan was a Great 7 clan. It was comparable to the Zhangsun clan and the Gongyang clan. However, since the Zhangsun clan and the Gongyang clan were close to the profound nether mansion, they were much more prominent than the Murong clan. Chapter 30-34. I had a feeling something was amiss. As it turns out, they haven't even chosen a sect yet, but they're already being rewarded. Upon hearing Murong Xiao's question, many people who felt something was amiss finally realized what was going on. In the past, after the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm closed, the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials would choose a sect to join first. Then, that sect would reward them and the sect they had recommended. Naturally, only the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials and the sect they had recommended would be rewarded accordingly. The higher one's ranking was, the more generous the rewards would be. Those who ranked in the top 3 would receive the most generous rewards. However, if one were to compare the rewards, It was only natural that those who ranked in the top 3 would receive lesser rewards than those who ranked in the top 3. After Murong Xiao and the elder from the Murong clan received their rewards, Xianxia Xiongqi spoke again. Those ranked from the 4th to the 10th place and the representatives of the sects that recommended them, please come to me. After the rewards were given to the top 3, it was time to give out the rewards to those who ranked in the top 10. After that, the rewards would be given out to those who were ranked in the top 10. The lower one's ranking was, the worse the rewards would be. After all the rewards were given out, Xianxia Xiongqi's voice rang in the air again. Now, according to the rankings, the top 30, starting from the first place, step forward one by one and choose the organization that you wish to join. Once you've made your choice, you can't change your mind. Therefore, you must consider carefully before making a decision. Xianxia Xiongqi reminded them before he looked at Ling Jueyun, who was ranked in the first place. Sush. Ling Jueyun stepped forward and looked at the 5 leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. At this moment, a voice transmission sounded in his ears. It was from the 5 leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. All 5 of them promised to do their best to nurture him so that he could join the profound nether mansion as soon as possible. I choose. Ling Jueyun spoke calmly under everyone's watchful eyes. Everyone, including the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans, held their breaths as they looked at him. Cloud Platform Immortal Sect. In the end, Ling Jueyun decided to join the Cloud Platform Immortal Sect. Although most of the disciples in the Cloud Platform Immortal Sect were monks, there were still some lay disciples who did not need to shave their heads, wear kasayas, and abide by the rules. However, the secular disciples of the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect were all geniuses. Only geniuses could become secular disciples of the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. The secular disciples were a compromise of the Cloud Platform Immortal Sect. In the past, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect did not have secular disciples. In order to join the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, one had to shave one's head, tattoo one's name, and change one's kasaya. The Cloud Platform Immortal Sect welcomes you. Hung Chan had a bright smile on his face. Just now, he had made the biggest promise to this gray-robed young man who was not even 100 years old, within the scope of his authority. After a while, Ling Jueyun turned around and nodded at the East Ming Kingdom's emperor. Then he flew to Hung Chan's side. Old bald donkey Hung Chan, I could tell from the start that you were determined to win him over. You must have made a huge promise for him, right? Zhang Guangjing from the Simplicity Celestial Sect said as he looked at Heng Chan with a hint of jealousy. Old Taoist Zhang, as the saying goes, you can't trap a wolf without sacrificing a child. If you don't make a sacrifice, how can you convince him to join the Simplicity Celestial Sect? Hung Chan smiled faintly as he looked at Zhang Guangjing. A hint of pride could be seen on his face. Zhang Guangjing didn't pay any attention to Heng Chan. Instead, he turned his attention to the other purple figure that had stepped out of the void. The Simplicity Celestial Sect and the Coupling Celestial Sect. Which one should I choose? After Ling Jueyun had chosen the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian had begun to consider this question. Even if he were to step forward now, it would still be difficult for him to make a decision. Although Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, was powerful and one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion, it did not mean anything. He could not blindly choose the Coupling Celestial Sect just because of this. Duan Lingtian, if you join the Xianxia clan, the Xianxia clan is willing to give you a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord and 3 celestial talismans that will allow you to escape from a doctor. Duan Lingtian was still hesitating when another voice rang in his ears. The person who spoke was none other than Xianxia Xiongqi from the Xianxia clan, the person in charge of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This condition sounds good. However, isn't it a little too stingy? Most people might be interested in Xianxia Xiongqi's words, but Duan Lingtian was not. Duan Lingtian, if you join the Gongyang clan? Xianxia Xiongqi said through voice transmission. Following Xianxia Xiongqi's words, Gong Yangyu, the leader of the Gongyang clan, also sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Although his promise was better than Zhang Sun Xiongqi's, it was not much better. Then, Bihai Mingfeng's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, if you join the Coupling Celestial Sect, not only will you be treated like a core disciple in the Coupling Celestial Sect, but I'll also do my best to help you in the profound Nether Mansion. Compared to Zhang Sun Xiongqi and Zhang Sun Xiongqi, Bihai Mingfeng's promise was much better. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was tempted. After Bihai Mingfeng finished speaking, Zhang Guangzheng, the vice sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, said to Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, if you join the Simplicity Celestial Sect, you'll be treated like a direct disciple of the sect leader. Moreover, once you join the profound Nether Mansion, the old ancestor of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, one of the 10 inspectors, will take care of you as well. Zhang Guangzheng paused for a moment before he continued to say, apart from that, you can take anything you want from the treasure vault that has been passed down since the Simplicity Celestial Sect was founded. Zhang Guangzheng's tone was slightly heavy when he spoke. It was clear he had gritted his teeth when he spoke. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Based on his knowledge, the Simplicity Celestial Sect had the longest legacy among the Grade 7 sects in the profound Nether Mansion. Even the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect and the Coupling Celestial Sect could not compare to them. Duan Lingtian was still tempted by Zhang Guangzheng's promise when Heng Chan from the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect called out to him. However, Heng Chan's promise was about the same as Bihai Mingfeng's promise. In fact, it was even slightly inferior. It was far inferior to Zhang Guangzheng's promise. What did the old monk promise you when he asked you to join the Cloud Platform's Celestial Sect? Duan Lingtian asked Ling Jueyun through voice transmission. After receiving Ling Jueyun's reply, Duan Lingtian could not help but curse inwardly. After all, Heng Chan's promise was nothing compared to Ling Jueyun's promise. In fact, Heng Chan's promise to Ling Jueyun was comparable to Zhang Guangzheng's promise to him. I want to choose 3 treasures from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Zhang Guangzheng. If it's possible, I'll join the Simplicity Celestial Sect. However, Zhang Guangzheng did not respond to Duan Lingtian's voice transmission immediately. Duan Lingtian guessed Zhang Guangzheng was probably asking the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect through a communication celestial talisman. After a while, Zhang Guangzheng replied through voice transmission, 2 treasures at most. If you insist on 3 treasures, I can only say that you're not fated to join the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Upon hearing Zhang Guangzheng's reply, Duan Lingtian knew this was the Simplicity Celestial Sect's bottom line. He nodded and said in a clear voice, I choose the Simplicity Celestial Sect. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he walked to Zhang Guangzheng's side. Zhang Guangzheng forced a smile on his face and said, The Simplicity Celestial Sect welcomes you. Bihai Mingfeng's expression turned ugly when he saw Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian had chosen the Simplicity Celestial Sect and the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, respectively. Old man Zhang, bald donkey Heng Chan, what did you promise them? Bihai Mingfeng asked bluntly. He felt his promise was already generous. However, Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian were unmoved. Faced with Bihai Mingfeng's question, Zhang Guangzheng and Heng Chan only smiled at him and remained silent. Bihai Mingfeng shifted his attention to Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Zhang Guangzheng, and said through voice transmission, Tell me what old man Zhang promised you. I'll give you 3 shadow void escaping talismans. Duan Lingtian glanced at Bihai Mingfeng and replied through voice transmission. The shadow void escaping talisman was not even a rare treasure to the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not hold back at all. Brat, you're asking for too much. However, I like it. 10 talismans it is. Bihai Mingfeng agreed without hesitation. When Bihai Mingfeng heard Duan Lingtian's words, the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. It was one thing for him to be treated like a direct disciple of the sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect. It was another thing for him to be treated well by the Simplicity Celestial Sect's inspector in the profound Nether Mansion. He could choose 2 items from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault? Bihai Mingfeng felt that even he was a little tempted by this condition. After all, the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault had a long history. It was even longer than the profound Nether Mansion. Moreover, it was said that even an ordinary celestial lord would not be able to break through the defensive formation in the treasure vault. After learning about Zhang Guangzheng's promise to Duan Ling Tian, Bihai Mingfeng could only admit defeat. He felt his loss was justified. Bihai Mingfeng turned to look at Ling Jueyun, intending to ask Ling Jueyun about the cloud platform's celestial sect's promise to him. Give me another 10 shadow void escaping talismans, and I'll tell you about the cloud platform's celestial sect's promise to him. Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in Bihai Mingfeng's ears, causing the corner of Bihai Mingfeng's mouth to twitch. Chapter 30-35. Bihai Mingfeng glanced at Duan Ling Tian before he shifted his gaze to Ling Jueyun. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission again. It's useless. As long as I ask, he won't tell you what the cloud platform's celestial sect promised him. After saying this, Duan Ling Tian turned to Ling Jueyun and said, if Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, asks you what the cloud platform's celestial sect promised you, don't tell him. Tell him to ask me. HM? Ling Jueyun was slightly puzzled when he heard Bihai Mingfeng's voice transmission. He replied to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, he asked me, all right, tell him to ask me. Duan Ling Tian replied. To Ling Jueyun, this was only a small matter. Moreover, Huang had already acknowledged Duan Ling Tian as her master. Naturally, he would not disobey Duan Ling Tian. You can ask Duan Ling Tian. He knows. Although Bihai Mingfeng was strong, Ling Jueyun was not someone to be trifled with. Since he came from the Divine Offering Land, he had seen many powerhouses who were stronger than 10 Directions celestial emperors. Why would he be afraid of a mere celestial king? Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's reply, the corner of Bihai Mingfeng's mouth twitched. Then he shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian and said through voice transmission, Lad, I didn't expect you to have some tricks up your sleeve. You actually managed to get him to cooperate with you. Thank you for the compliment, sect leader Bihai. Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission, same old rules, 10 shadow void escaping talismans. Bihai Mingfeng felt slightly helpless. He had dominated the profound Nether Mansion for many years, but this was the first time he felt so powerless in front of a junior. However, it was not appropriate for him to bully the junior in this situation. Speak. Bihai Mingfeng said grumpily. After listening to Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, Bihai Mingfeng glanced at Heng Chan from the cloud platform's celestial sect meaningfully. I didn't expect the bald donkey Heng Chan to be so straightforward. The things that Heng Chan had promised to Ling Jueyun were not inferior to the things that Zhang Guangzheng had promised to Duan Ling Tian. I'm still inexperienced. If I had known earlier, I would have spilled some blood. Anyway, the blood isn't mine. Bihai Mingfeng was a little regretful. It was his first time coming to such an event, and it was completely on a whim. He had no experience at all, so he couldn't compete with Heng Chan and Zhang Guangzheng. This Murong Xiao Xiao. I must have her. Just as Bihai Mingfeng was about to send a voice transmission to Murong Xiao Xiao after sorting out his thoughts, Murong Xiao Xiao opened her mouth and spoke. I choose the Gong Yang family. As soon as Murong Xiao Xiao appeared, she decisively chose the Gong Yang family. At this moment, let alone Bihai Mingfen, even Zhang Guangzheng and Zhang Sun Xiongqi from the Zhang Sun clan did not manage to send voice transmissions in time. As for Heng Chan from the Cloud Platform's Celestial Sect, he did not intend to use voice transmission since the Cloud Platform's Celestial Sect was a Buddhist holy land that did not accept female disciples. Even if Murong Xiao Xiao was ranked first, the Cloud Platform Immortal Sect would not accept her, let alone the fact that she was only ranked third. The Cloud Platform Immortal Sect was willing to accept secular disciples as their greatest compromise. Female disciples? There was no way the Cloud Platform Immortal Sect would accept them. Gong Yangyu. You sure are fast. Zhang Sun Xiongqi looked at Gong Yangyu and said in a puzzled tone. He was even more puzzled as to why Murong Xiaoxiao would choose Gong Yang family. Not to mention that the Gong Yang family was the same as their Zhang Sun family, it was impossible for them to pay too much for Murong Xiaoxiao to join. The limitations of the family were enough to make Murong Xiaoxiao shrink back. Most importantly, Murong Xiaoxiao was also a member of a rank 7 family. She knew that it would be more comfortable for him to stay in the Murong family than it would be for her to stay in the Murong family. I didn't promise Miss Murong anything. Gong Yangyu said with a smile. You didn't promise anything? Who would believe that? If you didn't promise her anything, why would she choose the Gong Yang family? Zhang Sun Xiongqi asked skeptically. Elder Zhangsun, I'm afraid you don't know this. The Gong Yang family and the Murong family are going to have a marriage alliance. The third young master of the Gong Yang family is going to marry the fourth young miss of the Murong family. Gong Yangyu continued to say with a smile. Upon hearing this, not only was Zhang Sun Xiongqi stunned, but even Zhang Guangzheng and Heng Chan were stunned as well. As far as I know, the Murong family's fourth young miss and Murong Xiaoxiao share the same mother. The third young master of the Gong Yang family is basically confirmed to be the future leader of the Gong Yang family. Bihai Mingfeng narrowed his eyes as he spoke. He was no longer surprised that Murong Xiaoxiao had chosen the Gong Yang family. If there were no accidents, Murong Xiaoxiao's sister would become the matriarch of the Gong Yang family in the future. Murong Xiaoxiao joining the Gong Yang family was not only to do the Gong Yang family a favor, but it was also to pave the way for her sister. This little girl isn't simple at all. Bihai Mingfeng thought to himself as he stared deeply at Murong Xiaoxiao, who was standing beside Gong Yangyu and descending from the sky. After Murong Xiaoxiao, the people who were ranked at the top of the scoreboard entered the arena one after another. Perhaps, Bihai Mingfeng did not manage to recruit anyone from the top 3 on the scoreboard, so he went all out and recruited almost half of the people in the top 30 to join the coupling celestial sect. Among the 7 people in the top 10, he had recruited 5 of them. Sect leader Bihai, the coupling celestial sect has reaped a great harvest this time, Zhang Guangzheng said with a smile as he looked at Bihai Mingfeng. Old Zhang, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. I'll give you the 5 people in the top 10, and you'll give me Duan Ling Tian. What do you think? Bihai Mingfeng said through voice transmission. Naturally, he had spoken through voice transmission since the 5 people in the top 10 were standing next to him. If he said this out loud, the 5 people in the top 10 would be displeased. For this reason, Bihai Mingfeng replied to Zhang Guangzheng through voice transmission to avoid any conflict between the 5 people in the top 10 and the coupling celestial sect. Naturally, this was also because he was certain Zhang Guangzheng would not agree to it. If he was certain Zhang Guangzheng would agree to it, he would not have spoken through voice transmission. Just as Bihai Mingfeng had expected, Zhang Guangzheng merely smiled and did not respond to Bihai Mingfeng's voice transmission. As time passed, the group of people who had survived the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm chose to join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. Most of them chose to join the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, and the Coupling Celestial Sect. Very few people chose to join the Zhangsun clan and the Gongyang clan. In the end, less than half of those who chose to join the coupling celestial sect had chosen to join the Zhangsun clan and the Gongyang clan. I'll give you an hour. After an hour, you'll leave with us. Zhang Sun Xiongqi said in a loud voice to the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had chosen to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Many people began to bid farewell to their elders. Brother Duan, why didn't you join the coupling celestial sect? It's said that the coupling celestial sect has mountains, rivers, and beautiful women. It's said that half of the disciples in the coupling celestial sect are female. Not to mention, they have a large number of cauldrons as well. Huang Jialong said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. He found it difficult to accept the fact that Duan Lingtian did not choose to join the coupling celestial sect. He knew in his heart that after this separation, it would not be as easy as before for them to meet again in the future. Just do your best. Isn't it the same if we meet in the profound nether mansion? Duan Lingtian said with a smile. After all, the elites from the 3 sects and 2 clans would have a chance to join the profound nether mansion. Once they joined the profound nether mansion, they would be able to compete with the elites from the various celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory. After that, he would be able to come into contact with the 10 great clans of the Southern Heaven territory and the few top sects of the Southern Heaven territory. Although Huang Jialong was frustrated, he knew what was done could not be undone. He could only accept reality. Nevertheless, he was determined to join the profound nether mansion no matter what. He knew with Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability, it would be easy for him to join the profound nether mansion. However, it would be difficult for him to join the profound nether mansion. There were many people with high innate talent and comprehension ability in the 3 sects and 2 clans. However, very few of them would be able to join the profound nether mansion. Be nice to my sister Huang, otherwise I won't let you go. Duan Lingtian heard Ling Jueyun's threatening voice transmission when he saw Ling Jueyun looking at him. That depends on whether she's obedient or not. Duan Lingtian said mockingly through voice transmission. In the next moment he saw Ling Jueyun's eyes burning with anger. It was as though he could not wait to fight Duan Lingtian. I don't think we'll have a chance to fight now. Why don't we fight when we're in the profound nether mansion? Duan Lingtian said through voice transmission. Previously, he had learned from the Chaos Divine Earth that Ling Jueyun did not compete with him for the best stone platform to comprehend the law of time in the Celestial Lord Temple in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm despite his extraordinary strength. Naturally, Ling Jueyun did not compete with him because he was afraid Duan Lingtian would seek revenge on Huang. After learning about Ling Jueyun's strength from the Chaos Divine Earth, Duan Lingtian was eager to have a fight with Ling Jueyun. He wanted to see if Ling Jueyun's 2 profundities from the Law of Death was more powerful than his 1 profundity from the Law of Earth and the Chaos Divine Earth's help. I'll fight you to the end. Ling Jueyun replied with a hint of battle intent in his voice. In just a blink of an eye, an hour had passed. At this moment, Bihai Mingfeng, Zhang Guangjing, Heng Chan, Zhang Sun Xiongqi, and Gong Yangyu, the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans left the central area of the Scaling Cloud Lake with their people. During this process, the 5 leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans said goodbye to each other before taking their leave. The Simplicity Celestial sect was located in a different direction from the other 2 sects and 2 clans. For this reason, Zhang Guangjing led Duan Lingtian and the others in a different direction. Chapter 30-36. Naturally, the people who were looking at Duan Lingtian with jealousy were not the people from the Simplicity Celestial sect who had followed Zhang Guangjing here. Instead, they were the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had chosen to join the Simplicity Celestial sect. Many of these peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were confident in their strength. They were certain Duan Lingtian was only able to rank 2nd because of Duan Lingtian's luck. If they were as lucky as Duan Lingtian, they might even be able to rank 2nd. Duan Lingtian is definitely not as strong as me. However, he's able to walk side by side with Vice Sect Leader Zhang. Moreover, Vice Sect Leader Zhang is also respectful to him. A gray-clothed old man in the crowd looked at Duan Lingtian's figure, and flames of jealousy burned in his eyes. He was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire. He was considered one of the strongest among those who had entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In this time's rankings, he was ranked 9th. Apart from Duan Lingtian, he was the only other person in the top 10 who had chosen to join the Simplicity Celestial sect. He had chosen to join the Simplicity Celestial sect because the sect had the most king-grade fire-type celestial methods and divine abilities among the 3 sects and 2 clans. If he joined the Simplicity Celestial sect, he would have a chance to obtain king-grade fire-type celestial methods and divine abilities and comprehend profundities from the law of fire. He had never thought of joining the profound nether mansion. After all, Duan Lingtian was no longer young. The profound nether mansion only recruited those below the age of 300 who had high innate talent and high comprehension ability in the 3 sects and 2 clans. Therefore, he had only planned to join the Simplicity Celestial sect and earn a place in the sect. Then, he would try to obtain the King-grade fire-type celestial methods and divine abilities. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian, who was not even 100 years old, standing next to vice sect leader Zhang Guangzheng, while he could only follow behind Zhang Guangzheng, the vice sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, he was infuriated. Fortunately, the gray-clad old man had forgotten about what had happened in the Time Canyon in the Celestial Lord Temple in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Otherwise, he would not have dared to provoke Duan Lingtian. After all, he'd witnessed Duan Lingtian instantly kill Li Yuan, who'd comprehended 2 profundities of the law of fire just like him. Although Li Yuan had comprehended 2 profundities of the law of fire like him, the second profundity Li Yuan had comprehended was stronger than the second profundity he had comprehended. Therefore, his strength was inferior to Li Yuan's. At that time, when he saw Li Yuan being instantly killed by Duan Lingtian, even though he was envious that Duan Lingtian occupied the highest stone platform in the Time Canyon, he didn't dare to fight for it. However, after leaving the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he no longer remembered these things. For this reason, he assumed Duan Lingtian was only ranked second on the scoreboard due to luck. Naturally, the gray-clad old man was not the only one who was jealous of Duan Lingtian. There were also some people who were ranked at the top of the scoreboard who had comprehended the fundamental profundity of a law. Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old, but he's ranked second on the scoreboard. In my opinion, it's purely because of luck. I think so too. It's already rare for a brat who's not even 100 years old to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, let alone comprehending the fundamental profundity of a law. I can't believe he's being treated this way just because he's lucky. Moreover, based on his ranking, I'm sure he'll be rewarded handsomely. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were relatively strong whispered among themselves as they stared at Duan Lingtian's back. It was as though they thought Duan Lingtian had relied on luck to rank second on the scoreboard. Naturally, there were exceptions. For example, Xue Jingyu. Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the Southern Qi nation, had comprehended the law of thunder's fundamental profundity, the thunder elemental profundity. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian, he did not underestimate him at all. After all, before entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he had fought with Duan Lingtian once. Therefore, he knew how terrifying Duan Lingtian was. These idiots probably don't know that Duan Lingtian has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth even though he's not even 100 years old, right? At this moment, Xue Jingyu felt a strong sense of superiority when he heard the whispers of a group of people around him whose strength was comparable to his. Duan Lingtian, are you really a sectless cultivator? Originally, Duan Lingtian and Zhang Guangzheng were just chatting idly when Zhang Guangzheng suddenly asked such a question. Duan Lingtian nodded in response to Zhang Guangzheng's question. In the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian did not belong to a powerful sect. Naturally, he was considered a sectless cultivator. Even if someone from a small sect in the borderlands came to the central area, as long as they did not join a powerful sect, they would still be considered as a sectless cultivator. It's rare for a sectless cultivator to reach your current level at such a young age. However, from today onward, you're no longer a sectless cultivator. You're a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Although Zhang Guangzheng found it hard to believe Duan Lingtian was a sectless cultivator, he did not say anything since Duan Lingtian had said so. True disciple? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. What's a true disciple? A true disciple is the title of the most outstanding disciple in the Simplicity Celestial sect. There are only 10 true disciples in the Simplicity Celestial sect. 10 years ago, one of our Simplicity Celestial sect's true disciples died. Since then, we've been looking for someone to fill the spot. Since you've chosen to join the Simplicity Celestial sect, the sect leader decided to give you the position. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could not help but ask, What's the difference between a true disciple in the Simplicity Celestial sect and a core disciple in the Coupling Celestial sect? Of course, there's a difference. Zhang Guangjing replied. The Simplicity Celestial sect only has 10 true disciples. However, the Coupling Celestial sect only has around 100 core disciples. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless again. He felt Bihai Mingfeng, the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect, was too petty. Previously, Bihai Mingfeng had promised Duan Lingtian that as long as he joined the Coupling Celestial sect, he would be able to enjoy the benefits of a core disciple. However, there were more than 100 core disciples in the Coupling Celestial sect. Even if they were treated well, how good could their treatment be? Since there are so few true disciples, they must have special privileges in the Simplicity Celestial sect, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course. Zhang Guangjing nodded. True disciples can comprehend all the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the Simplicity Celestial sect. Naturally, there are many other benefits as well. You can learn more about them when you join the sect. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, the benefits you promised as a direct disciple of the sect leader. Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered Zhang Guangjing's promise. In fact, since you've become a true disciple, you'll be treated the same as a direct disciple of the sect leader. Initially, I didn't expect you to become a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect. It was only after you chose to join the Simplicity Celestial sect that the sect leader sent me a message. Duan Lingtian nodded. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. There were 81 Devata realms in total. Every Devata realm had a sacred place called the Heavenly Palace. It was the cultivation place of the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms. The Heavenly Palace represented the forces under the control of the Heavenly Emperor. In the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Ever since Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, fled to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, many 10 directions celestial emperors fought for the position of the Heavenly Emperor. In the end, a 10 directions celestial emperor named Ni Yang took over the position of Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and became the new Heavenly Emperor. A gust of wind blew past the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven. A figure appeared out of thin air in the dark sky. Qin Xiaobo. As soon as the figure appeared, an indifferent voice rang in the air. It was as though a devil's voice had reverberated throughout the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Who's that? Who's so bold to address the Lord Heavenly Emperor by his name? Is he trying to rebel? When the indifferent voice echoed throughout the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven, everyone who heard it was shocked. Chen Xiaobo was the name of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Ni Yang Celestial Emperor. Although they knew it was the name of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, no one dared to address him by his name since it would be disrespectful to him. Who's that? How dare you address the Lord Heavenly Emperor by his name? A few moments later, a tall and burly figure rose into the air from the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at the source of the voice. It's me. The white-clothed youth, who had a medium build and a handsome appearance, glanced at the newcomer indifferently. The tall and burly figure was a large man with a curly beard. However, when he saw the white-clothed young man, his eyes suddenly shrunk. Shock and disbelief appeared on his face. Lord Heavenly Emperor? The burly man's eyes turned red as tears streamed down his cheeks. It was as though he had turned into a crybaby at this moment. The white-clad young man shook his head. He looked at the burly man mockingly and said, "Aren't you Qin Xiaobo's master now? It seems like you're going to stand up for Qin Xiaobo." Lord Heavenly Emperor, please don't make fun of me. The reason I haven't left the Heavenly Emperor Palace is because your soul orb is safe and sound. That's why I'm staying here and waiting for your return. The burly man smiled wryly. At the same time, the burly man frowned slightly. Lord Heavenly Emperor, why do I feel like your voice has deepened? This is just my clone from the Law of Earth. The white-clad young man said indifferently. Chapter 30-37. It's Lord Meng Luo. Even Lord Meng Luo was alerted. That person is definitely going to die if he doesn't call the Heavenly Emperor by his name. I think that since the other party dares to call the Lord Heavenly Emperor by his name, he shouldn't be too weak. Many people in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven recognized the owner of the voice immediately when they heard the words "Who dares to address the Heavenly Emperor by his name?" Meng Luo was a 9 palaces celestial emperor. He was also a titled celestial emperor with the title of Heavenly Python. Meng Luo, the Heavenly Python celestial emperor, had followed Feng Qingyang, the Burning Heaven celestial emperor, into the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. He was also the right-hand man of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. When Feng Qingyang was hunted down and killed in the Azura Hell, Meng Luo chose to stay in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. It could be said that Meng Luo, the Heavenly Python Celestial Emperor, was second only to the Heavenly Emperor in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Just as many people were about to soar into the air to watch the show, Yi Zichen's voice rang out. Meng Luo's thunderous voice rang in the air again, shocking everyone in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Chen Qiubo, our Lord Heavenly Emperor has returned. Why aren't you coming out to welcome him? The eyes of many grand elders in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven lit up when they heard Meng Luo's words. Our Lord Heavenly Emperor is back? Ah, I knew it. Even if our Lord Heavenly Emperor went to the Azura Hell, he would still be able to return. However, Chen Qiubo is not to be underestimated. Moreover, I heard he has recently made a breakthrough. He's not any weaker than our Lord Heavenly Emperor. Do you think our Lord Heavenly Emperor will remain stagnant after returning from the Azura Hell? Let's go. Let's welcome our Lord Heavenly Emperor. In the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, a group of grand elders rose into the air and flew toward the 2 figures in the distance. Lord Heavenly Emperor. When they saw the white figure, the grand elders of the Heavenly Emperor Palace bowed. The white-clad young man was none other than Feng Qingyang, the former master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Feng Qingyang nodded slightly when he saw the group of people. However, he quickly shifted his gaze to the east of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. There, a tall figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man wearing a silver robe. His face was like jade, and he exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Feng Qingyang, I didn't think that you would be able to leave the Azura Hell alive. What a surprise. The silver-robed middle-aged man walked through the air from afar. With every step he took, the space around him shook violently. He was like an emissary who controlled space. Wherever he went, space trembled. Qin Qiubo. Feng Qingyang glanced at the middle-aged man. Based on his words, it was clear that the middle-aged man was Qin Qiubo, the current Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. You've been managing the Heavenly Emperor Palace for me for the past few years. It's been hard on you. From today onwards, I won't bother you anymore. Feng Qingyang's voice was indifferent, but it contained an unquestionable tone. Feng Qingyang, we'll have to see if you have what it takes to reclaim the position of Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Qin Qiubo did not expect Feng Qingyang would be so direct. His eyes flashed coldly when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. If I remember correctly, you're just a defeated opponent. Feng Qingyang said indifferently. That was in the past. Chen Qiubo scoffed when he heard Feng Qingyang mentioning the past. I'm not the same as I was in the past. I wonder if you've improved? The moment he finished speaking, a crescent-shaped, 3-foot-long sharp blade appeared in Qin Qiubo's hand. It emitted waves of fierce aura. You're the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, but you don't even have a Devata artifact? Feng Qingyang looked at the 3-foot-long blade in Qin Qiubo's hand indifferently. He smiled faintly as though he was mocking Qin Qiubo's shabby appearance. Feng Qingyang, stop trying to be mysterious. Don't think I don't know that the soul of your Devata artifact, Solitary Annihilation Flaming Heavenly Sword, has been destroyed when you were pursued that day. In terms of strength, the current Solitary Annihilation Flaming Heavenly Sword is at most on par with my celestial artifact. Qin Xiaobo sneered. Kuang Ling. Upon hearing Qin Xiaobo's words, Feng Qingyang recalled how the soul of his solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword had died for him. He clenched his fists tightly as he made a promise to Kuang Ling. Kuang Ling, when the divine offering land reopens, I'll kill that person and avenge you. Kuang Ling was the soul of his solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword. Are we going to fight to the death? To the death? Feng Qingyang asked. If we fight to the death, it'll be too restrictive. Naturally, we'll fight to the death. Qin Xiaobo said. All right, let's fight to the death then. Feng Qingyang nodded. As soon as Feng Qingyang nodded, his body flashed and transformed into a khaki-colored energy that was surrounded by energy swords. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the next moment, the khaki-colored energy that Feng Qingyang had transformed split into countless energy swords that swept in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, a gigantic cage that seemed capable of trapping heaven and earth appeared above the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and enveloped Qin Xiaobo. Boom. Rumble. A series of explosions rang in the air as the wind and clouds shook violently. The space above the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven shook violently as though it would shatter at any moment. In the blink of an eye, the cage that seemed to be able to imprison the world rapidly shrank, enveloping only Qin Xiaobo within. This is, when Feng Qingyang transformed into a khaki-colored energy, Qin Xiaobo's expression changed drastically. Now, as the cage shrunk and enveloped him, a powerful gravitational force descended upon him, and it pressed down on him to the point he couldn't even circulate the celestial origin energy in his body. Feng Qingyang, you've become a god? Qin Xiaobo spoke once more, and his voice was filled with terror and despair. Becoming a god. This was the step that the 10 celestial emperors wanted to take the most, but it was also the most difficult to take. It was harder than ascending to the heavens. Becoming a god. Lord Heavenly Emperor has become a god? It seems like not only did Lord Heavenly Emperor not die during the previous calamity, but it even gave him a fortuitous encounter. At this moment, the eyes of the eminent elders from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven lit up. I was wondering why Lord Heavenly Emperor suddenly transformed into the energy of the Law of Earth. As it turns out, it's just a clone from the Law of Earth. I've long heard that after one becomes a god, one would be able to form a clone of the law as long as one comprehends all the profundities of a law. As it turns out, Lord Heavenly Emperor only sent a clone back. Just a clone is enough to crush a titled celestial emperor like Qin Xiaobo. Is this the power of a god? The eminent elders from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven sighed. On the other hand, when Qin Xiaobo saw that his celestial origin energy was completely suppressed, and even when he tried to condense his profundities, it was crushed by the gravitational force, he felt despair. Feng Qingyang. Qin Xiaobo cried out when he saw the cage was shrinking. I don't want the position of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven anymore. I'll return it to you. You've already become a god. There's no need for you to make life difficult for a mere celestial emperor like me, right? A hint of pleading could be heard in Qin Xiaobo's voice. He was truly afraid of Duan Ling Tian. Although Feng Qingyang was strong in the past, Qin Xiaobo was confident that he could defeat Feng Qingyang with his current strength. However, now that Feng Qingyang had ascended to the level of a celestial being, his strength had increased tremendously. He was no match for Feng Qingyang. In fact, Qin Xiaobo did not even have the strength to fight back against Feng Qingyang at this moment. It seems like you're the one who said we'll fight to the death, right? Feng Qingyang's voice seemed to come from all directions, but it also sounded like it was coming from the cage. At the same time, not only did the speed of the cage not slow down, it sped up slightly instead, causing Xianxia's eyes to almost split apart from rage. At this moment, not only was his celestial origin energy suppressed, but his body was also being controlled by the cage's gravitational force. Naturally, if it was just the gravitational force, it would not be so terrifying. The most terrifying thing was the sword-shaped energy surrounding the pillars that formed the cage. The energy from the profundities from the law of earth made Xianxia feel suffocated. Feng Qingyang, as long as you spare my life, I'm willing to serve you for the next 1,000 years. No, for the next 10,000 years, I'm willing to serve you as my master. As the cage continued to shrink, Xianxia could clearly feel a strange energy entering his body. At the same time, his vitality began to fade rapidly. He immediately began to beg for mercy. He even said that he was willing to be Feng Qingyang's slave for 10,000 years. Not interested. However, the response that Xianxia was waiting for was an indifferent and deep word that suddenly appeared in the void. Xianxia's eyes widened as he cried out in grief. And this was also the last voice he left in this world. Bang! Accompanied by a soft sound, before the cage could close completely, Xianxia's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. When the blood mist came into contact with the cage, it was immediately annihilated into void space, leaving nothing behind. Xianxia, a titled celestial emperor, had died just like that. After Xianxia's death, the cage turned back into an earthy yellow energy. Finally, the earthy yellow energy condensed and turned back into Feng Qingyang. Before I fought him, I had already sealed off the sound in this area. Feng Qingyang glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, I don't want anyone to know about my breakthrough. If I find out anyone is spreading the news. Chapter 3038. Lord Heavenly Emperor, we will definitely not spread this news. The Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, Meng Luo, and the other eminent elders from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven lowered their heads when they saw the killing intent in Feng Qingyang's eyes. At the same time, when they thought of the scenes they had just witnessed, their hearts trembled. After becoming a god, their heavenly emperor had killed Xianxia, a 10 Directions celestial emperor, with just a clone of the law of earth. Xianxia was a famous 10 Directions celestial emperor in the solitary destructive heaven. He was one of the strongest 10 Directions celestial emperors in the solitary destructive heaven. And, if they remembered correctly, their Lord Celestial Emperor didn't seem to be most proficient in the law of earth, but the law of destruction, right? News of the battle in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven spread like wildfire. Feng Qingyang, the heaven-burning celestial emperor, the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had returned from the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. He had killed Xianxia, the Ni Yang celestial emperor, and reclaimed his position as the heavenly emperor. As soon as the news spread, it caused a huge commotion among the celestial lords and celestial emperors in the solitary destructive heaven. At the same time, as time passed, more and more people found out about this matter. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang returned with a strong momentum and killed immortal Emperor Ni Yang, Xianxia. It seems like his entering the Azura Hell was a blessing in disguise, and his strength increased by a step. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill Xianxia. In the past, Xianxia was far weaker than Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, but now he's no weaker than Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang when he didn't have a myriad Heaven's divine artifact to rely on. Even so, he was still killed. It's clear that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's strength has increased much more than his. You have to know that the current Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang does not have a myriad Heaven divine artifact to rely on. The current Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, in terms of strength, is probably in the top 10 of the Heavenly Emperor ranking. The news of Feng Qingyang killing Xianxia had shocked many celestial emperors in the solitary destructive heaven. Some even felt that Feng Qingyang's current strength was enough to be ranked in the top 10 of the Heavenly Emperor ranking. The Heavenly Emperor ranking of the Devata realms was a list that recorded the strength of the Heavenly Emperors in the Devata realms. There were 81 Heavenly Emperors from 81 Devata realms on the list. Feng Qingyang was only ranked 18th on the Heavens Monarch ranking because he had a Heavens God weapon. If he didn't have a myriad Heavens Divine artifact, his ranking wouldn't be so high. Moreover, the Devata artifact in his hand was considered one of the more powerful Devata realms. In fact, it was known as the number 1 Devata realm divine sword. The reason Feng Qingyang was able to defeat the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was because he had received the Solitary Destructive Flaming Heaven sword's acknowledgement and help. Feng Qingyang did not go to the Title Temple to obtain a title. However, according to the Title Temple's rules, there was another way to obtain a title. The other way was to defeat or kill a Heavenly Emperor in a Devata realm and become the new Heavenly Emperor of that Devata realm. In that case, the Title Temple would bestow a title on him. This was how Feng Qingyang obtained his title. Feng Qingyang did not give himself the title of Burning Heaven. Instead, it was given to him by the Title Temple. It was derived from the word Burning Heaven in his Solitary Destructive Flaming Heavenly Sword. The Heavenly Emperors in the Solitary Destructive Heaven were unaware that Feng Qingyang had become a god. Otherwise, they would not have thought that Feng Qingyang's strength was enough to rank in the top 10 of the Heavenly Emperor ranking. After all, there was only one Heavenly Emperor on the Heavenly Emperor ranking who had become a god. Even the Heavenly Emperors who were ranked 2nd and 3rd were only demigods. Because of Feng Qingyang's deliberate concealment, other than his trusted subordinates, no one knew that he had become a god. As for why he wanted to hide the fact that he had become a god, only he knew. Your Majesty, did you hide the fact that you've ascended to godhood because of the Title Temple? In the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, asked the white-clad young man who was sitting in front of the wooden table as he stood in front of the wooden hut. Meng Luo, there are some things that you should keep to yourself. There's no need to say it out loud. The white-clad young man, Feng Qingyang, who had reclaimed his position as the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, raised his head slightly and glanced at Meng Luo indifferently. Yes. When Meng Luo heard this, he immediately shut his mouth. When he spoke again, he changed the topic. Your Majesty, how did you come out of the Azura Hell? The Azura Hell was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Moreover, it was one of the more dangerous, deadliest places. According to some people's speculations, among the 81 Heavenly Emperors in the Devata realms, only the top 3 Heavenly Emperors on the Heavenly ranking and Earth ranking were capable of coming out of the Azura Hell alive. Among the 3 Heavenly Emperors, one of them had already become a god, and the other 2 were demigods who were close to becoming a god. I didn't come out of the Azura Hell alive. Feng Qingyang said calmly, my main body is still trapped in the Azura Hell. Only my clones from the Law of Earth and the Law of Destruction have managed to come out of the Azura Hell alive. Even so, I'm still considered lucky. Otherwise, I would have died in there. When Feng Qingyang reached the end of his sentence, Meng Luo could clearly sense the fear in his voice even though he had deliberately tried to calm down. Moreover, Meng Luo knew the Azura Hell was so dangerous that even a god might die in there. Otherwise, how could Meng Luo, the Heavenly Emperor, who had already ascended to godhood, allow his main body to be trapped in there? The Azura Hell is so terrifying? Meng Luo was shocked. It's much more terrifying than you can imagine. Feng Qingyang's tone remained calm, but his hands were clenched into fists, and his palms were sweating profusely. Lord Heavenly Emperor, where's your clones from the Law of Destruction? Meng Luo asked. He remembered Meng Luo had comprehended all the profundities from the Law of Destruction before he comprehended all the profundities from the Law of Earth. Therefore, he must have condensed his clones from the Law of Destruction after he ascended to godhood. He went to take care of something else. Feng Qingyang replied. In the spirit overarching heaven. In the profound nether mansions territory in the southern heaven territory. As one of the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound nether mansions territory, The Simplicity Celestial sect had a close relationship with the profound Nether Mansion. The Simplicity Celestial sect's estate was located at the center of these mediocre celestial crystal veins. A huge spirit-gathering formation gathered the heaven and earth spirit energy from more than 10 mediocre celestial crystal veins into the sect's estate. Under such circumstances, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Simplicity Celestial sect was much denser than in the outside world. Naturally, not every place in the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate had the same density of heaven and earth spirit energy. In some places, the density of heaven and earth spirit energy was at least 5 times denser than other places. Lord Vice Sect Leader Duan Lingtian followed Zhang Guangzheng, the Vice Sect Leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, into the Simplicity Celestial sect. Along the way, the patrolling disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect greeted Zhang Guangzheng respectfully. At the same time, many people looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. They were curious about the identity of the young man following Zhang Guangzheng. What kind of status did the Vice Sect Leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect have to treat him with such respect? Moreover, the Vice Sect Leader had even allowed him to walk beside him. Senior Uncle. At this moment, a voice rang from afar. Following that, a young man dressed in green flew over from afar. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. After arriving in front of Duan Lingtian and the others, the young man bowed respectfully at Zhang Guangzheng. Hongyi, your master already knows we're back? Zhang Guangzheng asked with a smile. That's right. The young man nodded. Master asked me to invite senior uncle and little brother Duan Lingtian to meet him. As for the others, I'll make arrangements for them. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Zhang Guangzheng, and asked, I presume this must be little brother Duan Lingtian. As soon as the young man appeared, Duan Lingtian had noticed the young man looking at him out of the corner of his eyes. A hint of jealousy could be seen in the young man's eyes. Now that the young man was looking at Duan Lingtian, the jealousy in his eyes had turned into hatred. Who is this person? This is my first time meeting him, and he hates me so much? Jealousy? What's there to be jealous of? Jealousy? What's there to be jealous of? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. However, in the face of this person's insincere greeting, he still nodded slightly as a polite response. Duan Lingtian, his name is Hongyi. He's the third disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Let's go and meet the sect leader first. Zhang Guangzheng glanced at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile on his face. Then he looked at Hongyi and said, Hongyi, I'll leave the others to you. Yes, senior uncle. When Hongyi shifted his gaze back to Zhang Guangzheng, the jealousy in his eyes vanished without a trace. Brother Duan Lingtian, you're the first person in the history of the Simplicity Celestial sect to be appointed as a true disciple before you even joined the sect. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave with Zhang Guangzheng, Hongyi's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. When Hongyi mentioned being a true disciple, Duan Lingtian could vaguely hear Hongyi gnashing his teeth in anger. A true disciple? Upon hearing Hongyi's words, not only were the patrolling disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect shocked, but even the disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect who were following Zhang Guangzheng to the Scaling Cloud Lake and those who were about to enter the Simplicity Celestial sect were shocked. Does this mean Duan Lingtian has been appointed as a true disciple before he even joined the Simplicity Celestial sect? A true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect is treated extremely well. Even among the direct disciples of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, there are only 2 true disciples, right? Chapter 3039. Although Hongyi is the third disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, he doesn't seem to be a true disciple. No wonder he sounded jealous. He's jealous of Duan Lingtian. Even I'm jealous of Duan Lingtian. Although the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials present on the scene had not joined the Simplicity Celestial sect, they knew what it meant to be a true disciple in the Simplicity Celestial sect. The sect leader actually gave the 10th position to a brat who hasn't even joined the sect? Meanwhile, the disciples from the Simplicity Celestial sect who were patrolling the area looked at Duan Ling Tian in a different light. Who's this brat? He hasn't even joined the sect, but the sect leader has already given him the position of a true disciple. Moreover, the vice sect leader seems to be very polite to him. It seems like the people the vice sect leader brought back this time are those who survived the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and chose to join the Simplicity Celestial sect, right? Is this brat someone who survived the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as well? Since the vice sect leader treats him so well, it seems like he's ranked very high on the scoreboard. Ranked high? He's not even 100 years old. How high can his ranking be? Not even 100 years old. He's really not even 100 years old. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's not even 100 years old has comprehended one profundity. However, such a person shouldn't be worthy of the vice sect leader's treatment, right? Such a person shouldn't be worthy of the sect leader giving him the position of a true disciple in the Simplicity Celestial sect. The patrolling disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect whispered among themselves. They were curious as to why the sect leader and vice sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect treated the purple-clad young man so well. Although Duan Ling Tian isn't even 100 years old, he's ranked second in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As the vice sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, Zhang Guangzheng's ears were sharp. It was not difficult for him to eavesdrop on the conversations of the patrolling disciples. Apart from that, not only is he a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but he has also comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. Zhang Guangzheng continued. After he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a smile, "Duan Ling, ignore them. Follow me to see the sect leader." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Before he left, he glanced at Zheng Hongyi, then withdrew his gaze. Now, he finally knew why Zheng Hongyi looked at him with such a gaze. It turned out that it was because he had been designated as a successor disciple. As for Zheng Hongyi, he was not a true disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. As the direct disciple of the current sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, Zheng Hongyi must have been eyeing the position of a true disciple since a long time ago. Now that the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect gave it to me, he must be displeased. It wasn't hard for Duan Ling Tian to figure this out. After Duan Ling Tian left with Zhang Guangzheng told him the reason Zheng Hongyi had targeted him. It was just as he had guessed. If you didn't show up, Zheng Hongyi would have had a high chance of obtaining the position of a true disciple. Zhang Guangzheng said. After Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Guangzheng left, apart from Zheng Hongyi and Xue Jingyu who were aware of Duan Ling Tian's strength, the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials and the patrolling disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect were shocked by Zhang Guangzheng's words. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's not even 100 years old has comprehended two profundities from the law of earth? How's this possible? It's still possible for him to be ranked second in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, he's not even 100 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and has comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. This isn't something an ordinary person can achieve. It's not just an ordinary person. Even the monstrous geniuses in the history of the Simplicity Celestial sect aren't able to achieve this. I didn't expect the purple-clad young man to be so monstrous. It's no wonder the sect leader and the vice sect leader treated him that way. No wonder the sect leader gave him the position of a true disciple. As it turns out, his innate talent and comprehension ability are monstrous. Previously, not only the patrolling disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect, but even the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had followed Zhang Guangzheng back were unaware of Duan Ling Tian's true strength. Did Duan Ling Tian really comprehend two profundities from the law of earth? Many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were skeptical. There's no doubt about it. Before the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opened, I personally witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation. Duan Lingtian was defeated by Duan Lingtian, a middle-aged peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who looked like a middle-aged man said as he looked at Xue Jingyu who was standing nearby. Xue Jingyu happened to be here as well. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on Xue Jingyu. Xue Jingyu nodded. That's right. Duan Lingtian has indeed comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. Apart from the earth elemental profundity, he has also comprehended a defensive profundity. Even with my full strength, I couldn't break through his defenses. Xue Jingyu said, as the second prince of the southern Qi nation and a genius, many of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials present on the scene were aware of Xue Jingyu's strength. Now that they had heard Xue Jingyu's confirmation, they no longer doubted him. Everyone come with me. I'll take you to complete the procedures to enter the sect, and then arrange a place for you to stay. Zheng Hongyi said to Xue Jingyu and the others after he saw Duan Lingtian and Zhang Guangzheng's silhouettes disappear from his sight. He took a deep breath and suppressed the resentment in his heart. While leading Xue Jingyu and the others to go through the procedures to enter the sect, Zheng Hongyi's eyes flashed coldly. He's just a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even if he dies in an accident, no one will suspect me. In his heart, he had already sentenced the purple-clad young man whom he had only met once to death. After all, the purple-clad young man had snatched his spot as a true disciple. Although he might not have been able to obtain the spot even if the purple-clad young man did not show up, at least he still had a chance. However, now that the purple-clad young man had appeared, he no longer had any hope of obtaining the spot. The sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect had one of the best cultivation places in the sect. The heaven and earth spirit energy here was at least 5 times denser than the outside world. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to notice this as soon as he entered. The sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect's cultivation place was located in a small valley. The valley was surrounded by lush greenery, birds chirped, and flowers bloomed. It was like a paradise. Sect leader Zhang Guangzheng brought Duan Lingtian to the valley. He looked at the wooden house in the middle of the valley and bowed slightly. Senior brother Zhang, how many times have I told you? There's no need for formalities between us. Just call me by my name like before. If it weren't for you, senior brother Zhang, I would have died long ago, and I wouldn't be alive today. After Zhang Guangzheng bowed, Duan Lingtian saw a figure appearing in the air above the wooden house. It was a middle-aged man with a medium build who was dressed in a shabby robe. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were unusually bright. He had a sharp aura about him. He's the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Since the middle-aged man had appeared here at this time, there was no doubt he was the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Formalities mustn't be forgotten. Zhang Guangzheng looked at the middle-aged man and said. The middle-aged man smiled helplessly. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian who was standing next to Zhang Guangzheng and said with a smile, You must be Duan Lingtian, right? I'm the current sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, Sun Liang Peng. The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes slightly curved, and the smile on his face gave Duan Lingtian a feeling as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. Sect leader. Duan Lingtian greeted the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect when he heard the introduction. Senior brother Zhang has informed me of your situation through a communication celestial talisman. Sun Liangpeng looked at Duan Lingtian and said, However, I still want to test your strength. You won't mind, right? Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Sun Liangpeng added, Naturally, I'll suppress my celestial origin energy to the level of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. At the same time, I'll only cast 2 profundities of the same law. Of course, I don't mind. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by Sun Liangpeng's request. After all, the Simplicity Celestial sect had promised him many things. Great. Sun Liangpeng's eyes lit up. Then he stood on his tiptoes and flew up like a swallow. In just a blink of an eye, he was 1,000 meters in the air. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he rose into the air as well. Chaos Divine Earth. At the same time, Duan Lingtian called out to the Chaos Divine Earth. The sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect isn't an ordinary person. When you're helping me defend, try to give him the impression that I've comprehended a defensive profundity from the law of Earth. Don't worry about it. The Chaos Divine Earth replied in its childish voice. Clearly, it was not worried Sun Liangpeng would see through its disguise. I heard you're proficient in a defensive profundity from the law of Earth. I'll use my celestial origin energy as a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, 2 profundities from the law of metal, and some Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities to attack you. Sun Liangpeng and Duan Lingtian stood facing each other. Soon enough, a strange-looking sword appeared in Sun Liangpeng's hand. The reason why this sword was strange was because it was not only 4 feet long, but also covered with all kinds of strange water chestnuts. Each water chestnut was shining with a sharp light. This is a king-grade celestial sword that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. It's also my personal weapon. Since you're ranked 2nd in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I'm sure you have a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord, right? Chapter 30-40. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Lingtian had obtained 2 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. Yes. Sun Liangpeng nodded. Then he raised his hand, and the sword in his hand trembled before it formed a dazzling snowflake in the air. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light shone from the snowflake as faint ripples appeared in the air. It was obvious Sun Liangpeng had used some other technique to create the snowflake. Apart from the law of metal's fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity, I've also infused the law of metal's slicing profundity into my sword. The slicing profundity is one of the 2 most powerful offensive profundities from the law of metal. It's as famous as the piercing profundity. Sun Liangpeng's sword continued to transform as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Almost at the same time when Sun Liangpeng's words left his mouth, the sword in his hand trembled. The sword flower that was drawn up instantly merged into one and finally transformed into a sword ray that shot out toward Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! The sword ray shot out like a raging dragon. When the sword light was halfway through its flight, it began to compress and condense at an extremely fast speed. In the end, it turned into a long golden thread. As the golden thread passed through the air, a sharp buzzing sound rang in the air as though it would be sliced apart at any moment. What a powerful sword! So this is one of the 2 most powerful offensive profundities from the law of metal, the slicing profundity? Duan Lingtian had learned about the law of metal's profundity from the profound divine metal earlier. He knew the 2 most powerful offensive profundities from the law of metal were the slicing profundity and the piercing profundity. When Sun Liangpeng launched his attack, Duan Lingtian tried to dodge the attack. However, he soon discovered the attack seemed to have locked onto him. There was no way he could dodge it at all. Apart from that, his speed was not as fast as Sun Liangpeng's attack. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The golden threads swept through the air, seemingly capable of tearing apart space and everything as they descended upon Duan Lingtian. Since he couldn't avoid it, Duan Lingtian didn't try to avoid it and chose to take it head-on. The silhouette of a black armor appeared on the surface of his body. Then, he fused his celestial origin energy with the earth elemental profundity into the armor as well. The Duke-grade celestial method, the immovable king wisdom, the Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern purple chi, and the heaven-grade assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, were all cast. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian went all out to defend himself. At the same time, the The chaos divine Earth's energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body and merged with the black armor. Immediately, around the black armor phantom, there were clear crystal refraction lights, making the black armor look like it was covered in a layer of crystal. This is the defensive element of the laws of Earth, the deep crystal wall profound. Sun Liangpeng's eyes lit up. As the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, he was, naturally, familiar with the characteristics of various profundities. Among the many profundities from the law of Earth, the crystal wall profound was one of the only two profundities that focused on defense. Your assist-type divine ability isn't a Duke-grade divine ability. Your profundity is on par with mine. I'd like to see if you'll be able to block my attack. Sun Liangpeng was filled with anticipation. At the same time, with just a thought in his mind, the golden thread was like a sharp blade that could cut through everything. It swept toward the black armor silhouette that was propped up by Duan Lingtian's body. Boy, use the gravitational space profundity. Otherwise, he'll be able to see through my crystal wall profound. The chaos divine Earth's childish voice rang out in the air. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he cast the gravitational space profundity. A weak repulsive force surged out and shrouded the golden threads. In just a blink of an eye, the golden threads encountered resistance. Naturally, this resistance was nothing to the golden threads. After a slight pause, the golden threads continued to fly toward Duan Lingtian. Oh, the gravitational space profundity? Sun Liangpeng's eyes lit up. Although I haven't comprehended it yet, I'm certain I've comprehended it. It's only a matter of time before I comprehend it. How surprising. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity, the crystal wall profundity, and the gravitational space profundity. It seems like the Simplicity Celestial sect has picked up a treasure this time. At this moment, Sun Liangpeng had completely acknowledged Duan Lingtian. At the same time, with just a thought, the golden thread that streaked across the sky disappeared into thin air. HM? Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he saw Sun Liangpeng had stopped attacking. He did not understand what Sun Liangpeng was trying to do. Now that I've witnessed your strength, that's more than enough, Sun Liangpeng said with a smile. At the same time, he glanced at Zhang Guangzheng, who had risen into the air, and said, Senior brother Zhang, thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me. All right. Zhang Guangzheng understood what Sun Liangpeng was trying to say. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability, Sun Liangpeng planned to personally welcome Duan Lingtian into the sect so that Duan Lingtian would feel a sense of belonging to the Simplicity Celestial sect. After all, there was nothing better than being personally welcomed by the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Therefore, after bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian, Zhang Guangzheng tactfully left. Duan Lingtian, I'll bring you to the Simplicity Celestial sect's treasure vault. Initially, I agreed to let you choose 2 items from the vault. However, I feel a sense of familiarity when I see you. For this reason, I'll give you 3 items from the vault. After Zhang Guangzheng left, Sun Liangpeng said to Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Sun Liangpeng, what a brilliant way to win people's hearts. Duan Lingtian could tell Sun Liangpeng was trying to win people's hearts. In other words, Sun Liangpeng was trying to do him a favor. Sect leader, if I find 3 items that I like in the vault, I'll definitely repay your favor, Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. The meaning behind his words was clear. After choosing 2 items from the Simplicity Celestial sect's treasure vault, if there was a 3rd item that caught his fancy, he would ask Sun Liangpeng for it. If he did not find anything that he liked, he would not ask for Sun Liangpeng's favor. As you wish. The smile on Sun Liangpeng's face remained unchanged, but his heart was in turmoil. Duan Lingtian might be young, but he's not someone to be trifled with. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to remain as calm as him in the face of such temptation. Unless someone like him dies prematurely, once he matures, he'll definitely become a terrifying figure. In the future, Let alone the profound nether mansion, even the southern heaven territory won't be able to hold him. With this thought in mind, Sun Liangpeng no longer dared to underestimate Duan Lingtian just because of his young age and weak strength. The Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault was protected by layers of formations. It was said that even ordinary celestial lords would not be able to break through the formations. For this reason, there was no one guarding the treasure vault of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. After all, there was no need for it. Duan Lingnan, don't think it's easy for me to bring you in. If I didn't bring you in, even ordinary celestial lords wouldn't be able to force their way in. Sun Liangpeng said to Duan Lingtian as they walked through a series of complicated underground passages before they finally arrived at an altar. Duan Lingtian nodded. Along the way, Duan Lingtian could see Sun Liangpeng's solemn expression as he activated and deactivated the formations one after another. He could tell that the formations in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault were not something ordinary formations could compare to. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at the altar. It was not big, and a human-shaped statue could be seen on top of it. The human-shaped statue was of a Taoist priest. He held a 3-foot-long sword in his hand and pointed it at the sky. Although it was just a statue, it exuded a domineering aura. This statue belongs to the founding ancestor of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Han Feiyu. Sun Liangpeng bowed 3 times at the statue before he said to Duan Lingtian. Following that, under Duan Lingtian's watchful eyes, Sun Liangpeng raised his hands and made a series of complicated hand signs. He did this for 15 minutes. Finally, a pattern formed by his celestial origin energy that had merged with the law of metal's fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity, gradually appeared in front of him. It shone with a dazzling golden light. When the golden light finally shone, it seemed as though the pattern had come to life. Then, it flew toward the statue on top of the altar. After the pattern emitted golden light and shot into the statue's eyes suddenly lit up and shot out 2 rays of golden light. As the sword whistled through the air, streaks of golden light shot out from the tip of the 3-foot-long sword in the statue's hand. In the end, they intertwined and fused with the golden light from the statue's eyes. Swoosh, swoosh. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 rays of golden light turned into a huge beam of light that shot toward Duan Lingtian and Sun Liangpeng. Relax and don't resist. Sun Liangpeng reminded Duan Lingtian. As soon as Sun Liangpeng finished speaking, the beam of golden light shrouded Duan Lingtian's body, causing him to feel as though something was tugging at his body. Duan Lingtian, who had initially planned to resist the tug of golden light, immediately dismissed the thought when he heard Sun Liangpeng's words. This is a transportation formation? As the beam of golden light shrouded him, the tug of golden light grew stronger. Duan Lingtian's vision suddenly turned dark, and his feet felt lighter. At this moment, he realized the beam of golden light was the effect of the transportation formation. Chapter 3041. The cave was extremely spacious, but there were no entrances or exits to be seen. This is the treasure vault of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. At this moment, Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, said, although there aren't many treasures in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault, all of them are top-notch. The weakest king-grade celestial weapon here is a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. Ordinary king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by a celestial lord aren't qualified to enter our treasure vault. A hint of pride could be heard in Sun Liangpeng's voice when he finished speaking. Is there a royal-grade celestial weapon here? Sun Liangpeng's arrogance vanished when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Sun Liangpeng's lips twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although the Simplicity Celestial Sect had a royal-grade celestial weapon, it was in his possession. Apart from him, no one else knew he had a royal-grade celestial weapon. In the history of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Only the sect leader knew about the existence of a royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, it was only passed down to the next sect leader. The Simplicity Celestial sect would not use the royal-grade celestial weapon unless it was in a dire situation. After all, the sect might not be able to protect the royal-grade celestial weapon if it was exposed. No. Sun Liangpeng took a deep breath before he said to Duan Lingtian, royal-grade celestial weapons are extremely precious. Even if we had one, we would have handed it over to the profound Nether Mansion a long time ago. With the strength of the Simplicity Celestial sect, we're not strong enough to protect a royal-grade celestial weapon. After Sun Liangpeng finished speaking, he changed the topic and said, however, although we don't have a royal-grade celestial weapon in our treasure vault, we still have many valuable treasures. Apart from the 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords, the rest of the treasures here aren't any less valuable than purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords. In fact, the moment he appeared in the cave, Duan Lingtian's eyes had already swept through everything in the cave. Among them, 3 of them were purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. Their auras were similar to the defensive king-grade celestial weapon that Duan Lingtian was wearing. Clearly, they had been nurtured by celestial lords. Apart from the 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons, there were hundreds of other items in the cave. There were some small brocade boxes, some dusty immortal talismans, some array discs, and some materials. As for the materials, Duan Lingtian could recognize some of them. They were all very rare materials, but they were not very useful to him right now. In addition, there were nearly 10 items that Duan Lingtian could not identify. Among the 10 items, the one that attracted Duan Lingtian's attention the most was not any of the dazzling treasures, but an ordinary-looking withered tree branch. Is this some kind of medicinal herb that I don't recognize? Duan Lingtian guessed. Lad, you're in luck. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. I didn't expect to find a first-form Clear Heavens Divine Wood here. Clear Heavens Divine Wood. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. One of the 5 divine elements, the Clear Heavens Divine Wood? The Clear Heavens Divine Wood was one of the 5 divine elements. It was as famous as the Profound Divine Metal, the Chaos Divine Flame, the Chaos Divine Earth, and the World-Cleansing Divine Water. Where's the Clear Heavens Divine Wood? Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Earth. Over there. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's instructions, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the ordinary withered tree branch. This is the Clear Heavens Divine Wood? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. He did not expect the withered tree branch that he thought was extremely ordinary was actually one of the 5 divine elements, the Clear Heavens Divine Wood. However, it's not surprising if this is the first form of the Clear Heavens Divine Wood. After all, I've seen 3 types of profound divine metals in their first form. Most of them are just like stones. Duan Lingtian thought about the first form of the profound divine metal that he had seen more than once. Sect leader, what's this material? Is it an ingredient used to refine celestial pills? Duan Lingtian asked as he pointed at the first form Clear Heavens Divine Wood. Sun Liangpeng nodded. Sun Liangpeng nodded. With a wave of his hand, he took the first form Clear Heavens Divine Wood and said, the 3rd sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect obtained this branch by accident. It's a strange relic. It's suspected to contain the law of wood's twining profundity. Celestial origin energy surged out of Sun Liangpeng's hand as he fused it with the Clear Heavens Divine Wood. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw the Clear Heavens Divine Wood that looked like a dried tree branch extended thin branches one after another. In just a blink of an eye, they wrapped around Sun Liangpeng's hand that was holding the Clear Heavens Divine Wood. At this moment, Sun Liangpeng's hand seemed to have become one with the tree branch. When I withdraw my celestial origin energy, the branch will return to its original state. As Sun Liangpeng withdrew his celestial origin energy, the withered branch returned to its original state. It was as if nothing had happened to it. It looked extremely ordinary, like a withered branch that could be seen everywhere under an ordinary tree. However, although this branch seems to contain the law of wood's twining profundity, none of the disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect were able to comprehend the law of wood's twining profundity even after tens of thousands of years had passed. Nobody was able to comprehend the law of wood's twining profundity. Sun Liangping continued to explain. What I meant by improving one's comprehension of the winding profundity is that those who have comprehended the law of wood's winding profundity to the rudimentary stage won't be able to improve their comprehension of the winding profundity to the initial stage. Sun Liangpeng was worried Duan Ling Tian would not understand what it meant to raise one's profundities, so he quickly explained to Duan Ling Tian, king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities can only help one comprehend a profundity to the rudimentary stage. To improve one's comprehension of a law to the initial stage, one must obtain a royal-grade celestial method or divine ability that contains the law of wood's profundity. To improve one's comprehension of a law to the mastery stage, one must obtain an emperor-grade celestial method or divine ability that contains the law of wood's profundity. Sun Liangpeng spoke very patiently. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. However, as of now, I only know that this tree branch can't help someone who has comprehended the twining profound meaning to the minor completion realm. Perhaps, it can help someone who has comprehended the twining profound meaning to the minor completion realm to the mastery realm. When Sun Liangpeng reached the end of his sentence, it seemed like he was actively promoting the dried branch in his hand to Duan Ling Tian. Sect leader, do you believe what you just said? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Sun Liangpeng. Sun Liangpeng smiled awkwardly when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him meaningfully. Of course, he knew that the dried tree branch in his hand couldn't help someone who had comprehended the winding profound to the minor completion realm to the greater completion realm. If the branch could improve one's comprehension of the twining profundity to the initial stage, it would be easy for it to improve one's comprehension of the twining profundity to the initial stage. I'm just saying, I don't think this thing is very useful. It's fine to keep it, but if you want something useful, you should choose something else. Sun Liangpeng smiled awkwardly as he tried to salvage the situation. At the same time, he put the withered branch back to its original position in a timely manner. Sun Liangpeng thought Duan Ling Tian would not be interested in the branch, but he was shocked when he saw Duan Ling Tian's hand. With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian grabbed the withered branch. You're right, sect leader. Although it's not very useful, it's fine to keep it. Coincidentally, I like to collect strange things. This will be the first treasure I'll choose from the treasure vault. Duan Ling Tian said as he put the withered tree branch into his spatial ring. Duan Ling? Sun Liangpeng exclaimed. Sun Liangpeng only regained his senses after Duan Ling Tian put the branch into his spatial ring. He frowned slightly and asked, "Have you made up your mind?" In Sun Liangpeng's opinion, the Simplicity Celestial sect had studied the branch for tens of thousands of years and still could not figure it out. Therefore, he was certain Duan Ling Tian would not be able to find anything useful with it. However, in order to win Duan Ling Tian's favor, Sun Liangpeng reminded Duan Ling Tian, although the branch looks extraordinary, it's not very useful. Don't worry, sect leader. I've thought about it carefully. Since I don't have anything else in mind, I'll choose this branch first. As Duan Ling Tian spoke, he began to look at the other treasures in the Simplicity Celestial sect's treasure vault. Sun Liangpeng could not help but feel that Duan Ling Tian was being willful. Chaos Divine Earth, are there any other first form 5 divine elements here? For example, the first form World Cleansing Divine Water. There are 2 bottles here that seem to contain some water. Could it be the World Cleansing Divine Water? Duan Ling Tian asked the Chaos Divine Earth as he glanced at the 2 translucent bottles that were filled with liquids. Brat, do you really think the 5 divine elements are cabbages? The Chaos Divine Earth said in its childish voice when it heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Based on his words, it was clear to Duan Ling Tian that the 2 bottles did not contain the World Cleansing Divine Water from the 5 divine elements. Sect leader, what's the liquid in these 2 bottles? Duan Ling Tian asked Sun Liangpeng as he pointed at the 2 bottles. Chapter 3042. This bottle of liquid is a rare material required to refine a soul defense king-grade celestial weapon. As for the other bottle, it's a rare material required by celestial lords to inscribe powerful celestial talismans. Sun Liang Peng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, explained when he heard Duan Lingtian's question and saw the two bottles of liquid. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. It was no wonder the two bottles of liquid were in the Simplicity Celestial sect's treasure vault. Based on their uses, they were considered rare treasures in the Southern Heaven territory. I don't think I want anything in particular. As time passed, Duan Lingtian gained a better understanding of the treasures in the Simplicity Celestial sect as Sun Liang Peng continued to introduce them to him. However, after learning more about it, he discovered that there was nothing that he particularly wanted. Duan Lingtian isn't interested in any of the treasures? Sun Liang Peng was rendered speechless when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at the treasures in the treasure vault with a slight frown on his face. He could tell Duan Lingtian did not look like he was in a dilemma because he wanted more treasures. It was more like Duan Lingtian was not interested in any of the treasures. Sun Liang Peng could not help but feel frustrated. Was Duan Lingtian really a sectless cultivator? Since when did sectless cultivators have such high standards? Since when did they become so picky? Chaos Divine Earth, what do you think I should choose from the remaining treasures? Duan Lingtian asked as he thought about the Chaos Divine Earth. He was at a loss for words. Don't ask me. I don't know what to choose as well. Although the remaining treasures are considered treasures in the Simplicity Celestial sect, they're nothing to me. The Chaos Divine Earth replied. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian was about to take out an item when another voice rang in his mind. To your right, the red box with the golden rim. Choose that. The voice belonged to an old man. It was not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. In fact, Duan Lingtian could tell the voice belonged to the Chaos Divine Flame. Senior, why you're awake? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. Previously, the Chaos Divine Flame and the Profound Divine Metal had gone to great lengths to make the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life acknowledge him as its master. Due to the exhaustion, they had fallen into a deep slumber. The Primal Chaos Divine Flame responded, but its voice was not as vigorous as before, and it was slightly dispirited. Senior, the red box seems to contain a material for refining royal-grade celestial weapons. It's called Star Sand. Sun Liang Peng's words. Duan Lingtian recalled, the fire and the Chaos Divine Flame and the Chaos Divine of Life were Duan Lingtian. So for Duan Lingtian, Sun, Duan Lingtian, Sun, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian. For it, dual. Light Star Sand to help. The Star Sand will help for and is in it. And in Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the Chaos Divine Flame's words. Although Huang used to be the soul of a prominent divine sword, it was the soul of another divine sword after all. It would take a long time for it to completely merge with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. Although Duan Lingtian had long accepted this fact, he still hoped that Huang and the Seven Orifices exquisite sword would merge as soon as possible. After all, he would have another helper by his side. The artifact soul could exist outside of the artifact, and it could transform into a human, no different from a normal person. How do I use the Star Sand? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. You don't have to worry about how to use the Star Sand. Just leave it to me, the Chaos Divine Flame said. Leave it to me, the Chaos Divine Flame said. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Lingtian immediately decided on the Star Sand. He reached out and picked up the box containing the Star Sand. That's a crafting material. Although it can be used to forge royal-grade celestial weapons, you'll need other materials of the same grade to forge a royal-grade celestial weapon. Sun Liang Peng reminded Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian picking up the box. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he looked at the box in his hand and said, Sect leader, this is the second item I want. With this, Duan Lingtian obtained 2 items from the Simplicity Celestial sect's treasure vault. Zhang Guangjing, the vice-sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, had promised Duan Lingtian that he would join the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Sect leader, we can leave now. Duan Lingtian looked at Sun Liangpeng and said after he put the box containing the star sand away. Initially, Sun Liangpeng thought Duan Lingtian would continue to consider the third item after confirming the second item. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would leave after obtaining the second item. Duan Lingtian, you can take one more item. Although Sun Liangpeng was slightly speechless, he still patiently reminded Duan Lingtian. Sect leader, thank you for your kind intentions. However, there's nothing else that suits me. Otherwise, I definitely ask for a favor from you. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. If there was a third item in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault, he would have taken it even if he had to owe the sect leader a favor. However, there was nothing in the treasure vault. Under such circumstances, there was no way he would ask for a favor from the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Although Sun Liangpeng had mentally prepared himself for Duan Lingtian's insistence, he still felt helpless. The treasures in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault that had been passed down for many years were not attractive to a purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old. In the end, Sun Liangpeng could only bring Duan Lingtian out of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault in disappointment. Before they left, Sun Liangpeng activated another transportation formation. When Duan Lingtian's vision lit up again, he discovered he had returned to the altar. A lifelike statue could be seen standing quietly on the altar. However, the eyes of the statue and the sword in its hand had returned to normal. Let's go. Following that, Sun Liangpeng brought Duan Lingtian back to where they came from. The Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault might not be here. With the help of a transportation formation, it might be 100,000 miles away or even 1,000,000 miles away. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as they made their way back. Although he had been to the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault, he had been sent there by a transportation formation. Therefore, he had no idea where the treasure vault was. Even Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, might not know where the treasure vault was. Sect leader, do you know where the treasure vault is? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Sun Liangpeng paused for a moment before he continued to lead the way. Why do you ask? Since we need to use a transportation formation to get to the treasure vault, I'm sure the treasure vault might not be here. The altar and the formations we encountered along the way are only the first barrier, right? Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Sun Liangpeng meaningfully. The most important barrier is the transportation formation. In other words, the most important barrier is the method to open the transportation formation. Duan Lingtian, not only is your natural talent and comprehension ability extraordinary, even your intelligence and wisdom far surpass ordinary people. Sun Liangpeng could not help but sigh when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Naturally, he was indirectly responding to Duan Lingtian, proving that Duan Lingtian was right. Are you really a sectless cultivator? A hint of suspicion could be seen in Sun Liangpeng's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. He could not help but suspect Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability were not something an ordinary sectless cultivator could possess. Apart from that, sectless cultivators were usually inexperienced. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to care about anything in the treasure vault of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Sun Liangpeng could not help but suspect that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary background. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not seem to care about the treasures in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault. Now that Duan Lingtian had deduced that the treasure vault of the Simplicity Celestial Sect was not here but somewhere far away, Sun Liangpeng was even more impressed by Duan Lingtian's calmness and wisdom. Was Duan Lingtian really a sectless cultivator? Even the most outstanding young genius groomed by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord in the Southern Heaven territory would not be as outstanding as Duan Lingtian. In fact, Duan Lingtian might not even be as outstanding as Duan Lingtian. Sect leader, it's true that I'm a sectless cultivator. Moreover, I joined the Simplicity Celestial sect because of the profound nether mansion. It makes no difference to the Simplicity Celestial sect whether I'm a sectless cultivator or not, right? Duan Ling Tian replied with a question. That's true. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Sun Liang Peng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, began to waver. Was it possible that Duan Lingtian was really a sectless cultivator? After thinking about it for a while, he recalled Duan Lingtian's words. He felt relieved and no longer thought about it. It was just as Duan Lingtian had said, it made no difference to the Simplicity Celestial sect whether Duan Lingtian was a sectless cultivator or not. After exiting the complicated underground passageway, the dazzling light that entered Duan Lingtian's eyes made him feel as though he could finally see the light of day again. Duan Lingtian, this is the true disciple token of the Simplicity Celestial sect. There are only 10 of them in the entire Simplicity Celestial sect. As soon as Duan Lingtian came out of the passage, Sun Liangpeng's voice rang in his ears. He turned his head and saw that there was a wooden token in Sun Liangpeng's hand. Around this wooden token, there seemed to be faint green threads entwined, like small green snakes. Apart from you, the weakest of the 9 true disciples is a 5 elements celestial duke. Naturally, the true disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect aren't ranked based on their cultivation base but their innate talent. Chapter 3043. The first person in the history of the Simplicity Celestial sect to become a true disciple of the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial was just like you. He comprehended 2 profundities from the same law before he was even 100 years old. However, he wasn't as talented as you. He only became an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial when he was slightly over 100 years old. Even so, his battle prowess far surpassed those peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who had yet to comprehend any profundities from a law. A hint of sadness could be seen in Sun Liangpeng's eyes when he mentioned the person in the history of the Simplicity Celestial sect. What happened to that person in the end? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the person in the history of the Simplicity Celestial sect who comprehended 2 profundities from the same law before he was even 100 years old would definitely have a bright future ahead of him. After all, such a person would be considered a peerless genius even in the Southern Heaven territory, let alone the profound Nether Mansion. In fact, there were only a few such geniuses in the history of the profound Nether Mansion. However, when Duan Lingtian saw the sadness in Sun Liangpeng's eyes, he speculated that the person might have met with a mishap during his growth. After all, the Simplicity Celestial sect was only a grade 7 sect under the profound Nether Mansion. Moreover, it was indirectly under the profound Nether Mansion. If the genius disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect had grown stronger, given enough time, even if the Simplicity Celestial sect could not become one of the top sects in the Southern Heaven territory, it would at least become a grade 6 sect on par with the profound Nether Mansion. He had just become a 1 basic celestial duke when he was assassinated. The assassin was a 5 elements celestial king. Moreover, he was a professional assassin. Although the assassin was killed before he could escape from the Simplicity Celestial sect, there was no way he could save the genius in the Simplicity Celestial sect. Just like that, the Simplicity Celestial sect lost an opportunity to rise. A bitter smile appeared on Sun Liangpeng's face as he spoke. Who hired the assassin? Did you manage to find out who the culprit was? Duan Lingtian asked. No. Sun Liangpeng shook his head. Then he added, although we don't know who hired the assassin, based on the items in his spatial ring, he's not from the profound Nether Mansion. Moreover, there's no assassin organization in the profound Nether Mansion's territory that's capable of dispatching a 5 elements celestial king. Although there are assassin organizations in the profound Nether Mansion's territory, due to the suppression of the profound Nether Mansion, they're not large at all. In fact, it's basically impossible for other assassin organizations in grade 6 immortal mansions to dispatch a 5 elements celestial king. Sun Liangpeng's eyes flashed coldly as he continued to say, "For this reason, the elders of the Simplicity Celestial Sect are certain someone has left the profound Nether Mansion's territory and hired an assassin to kill our genius disciple. In the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven territory, it's impossible for a 5-element Celestial King to appear. However, in the Southern Heaven territory, there are several assassin organizations that are capable of dispatching such a powerful assassin. The Simplicity Celestial Sect is only a Grade 7 sect in the profound Nether Mansions territory. Even if we wanted to investigate this matter, we wouldn't be able to find any assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven territory. However, we're certain the person who hired the assassin is from the profound Nether Mansion." Sun Liangpeng said the last sentence with absolute certainty. The genius from the Simplicity Celestial Sect is considered a rare genius in the profound Nether Mansion. Even in the Southern Heaven territory, he's considered a once-in-a-century genius. Once such a genius matures, he'll be able to change the power structure in the profound Nether Mansion. At that time, many people and sects would be affected or even suppressed. Let's not talk about it anymore. It's all in the past. It's just that the Simplicity Celestial Sect is unlucky. Otherwise, such a genius wouldn't have died so early. Sun Liangpeng shook his head and sighed. A 5-element Celestial King. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Sun Liangpeng's words. He instinctively asked, "Sect leader, I'm considered a disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect now. Won't someone target me?" "You don't have to worry about that." Sun Liangpeng was slightly taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he was amused by Duan Lingtian's words. "You joined the Simplicity Celestial Sect through the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. No matter how high your innate talent is, you won't be a threat to those people. Only the monstrous geniuses of the Simplicity Celestial Sect who were nurtured from a young age would be able to become a thorn in their side. After all, only the monstrous geniuses of the Simplicity Celestial Sect would be able to help the Simplicity Celestial Sect rise to a higher level. For a genius like you who joined the Simplicity Celestial Sect halfway, even if you're fated to join the Simplicity Celestial Sect and thank us for taking care of you during your time in the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the most they'll do is to help the Simplicity Celestial Sect a little in the future. They won't do anything to help the Simplicity Celestial Sect wholeheartedly." Sun Liangpeng's words were clear to Duan Lingtian. He would not be targeted and assassinated like the former genius of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. "That's good." Duan Lingtian nodded, and his heart that was in his throat eased up slightly. Although he had a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that could be used twice, he was not afraid of a 5-elements Celestial King. However, if a 5-elements Celestial King assassin were to assassinate him, he would not be able to use his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon even if he had it with him. At that time, he would definitely die. Now that you've become a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, you'll be able to enjoy the best treatment in the sect. For example, you'll be able to obtain king-grade celestial methods, divine abilities, and the like from the top floor of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. All you have to do is show your true disciple identity token. Apart from that, a true disciple can also. As Sun Liangpeng continued to speak, Duan Lingtian gained a better understanding of the true disciples of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. He knew this identity was very convenient and had many benefits. In fact, the benefits of being a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect were much better than being a direct disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. For example, Zheng Hongyi, whom Duan Lingtian had met earlier. Although true disciples had a lot of privileges in the Simplicity Celestial Sect, there were still many things that they had to strive for on their own. Vice Sect Leader Zhang only promised me the benefits of being a direct disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Now that I've become a true disciple, I owe the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect a favor. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at Sun Liangpeng. Duan Lingtian, I'll send someone to register your identity. Now, I'll bring you to your residence in the Simplicity Celestial Sect as a true disciple before you go to the profound Nether Mansion. After a while, Sun Liangpeng bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and led Duan Lingtian north. Sect leader. Duan Lingtian looked at Sun Liangpeng and said bluntly, I have a friend who's staying in the palace of the supporting Fall Nation in the Thousand Nations territory. I wonder if you can arrange for someone to pick him up? Of course. Sun Liangpeng replied without any hesitation. Then he smiled at Duan Lingtian and said, Once I've arranged everything for you, I'll look for my second brother and ask him to personally go to the Thousand Nations territory to pick your friend up. My second brother specializes in the law of wind. Even if it's the farthest place in the Thousand Nations territory, he'll be able to make a round trip in 3 days. Sun Liangpeng continued to say, He'll be able to make a round trip in 3 days from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate? Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Sun Liangpeng's words. Even ordinary 5 elements Celestial Kings and 6 combos Celestial Kings would not be able to travel at such a speed, right? Based on Duan Lingtian's knowledge, the strongest Grade 7 forces like the Simplicity Celestial Sect were 6 combos Celestial Kings and 7 stars Celestial Kings. Only a few Grade 7 forces had 8 trigrams Celestial Kings. Sect leader, you can just send someone to pick him up. There's no need to make a big fuss. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. The person he had asked Sun Liangpeng to pick up was none other than Lu Guanglin, who was currently in the supporting Fall Nation's Imperial Palace. Lu Guanglin had not followed Sun Liangpeng to the Scaling Cloud Lake in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Earlier, Sun Liangpeng had used a communication celestial talisman to ask Lu Guanglin if he wanted to stay in the supporting Fall Nation or come to the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Without any hesitation, Lu Guanglin had said he would follow Sun Liangpeng to the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Since my second brother has nothing to do, it's better for him to move around a bit. Sun Liangpeng smiled. Sect Master, that second brother of yours? I wonder which elder in the sect he is? During Duan Lingtian's journey to the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Zhang Guangzheng, the vice sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, had mentioned many elders in the sect. However, Zhang Guangzheng had never mentioned that the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect had a second brother. Perhaps he's an elder in the Simplicity Celestial Sect? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. My second brother isn't an elder in the sect. Sun Liangpeng shook his head and smiled when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. In fact, he's not even a human. He's a celestial beast. Usually, he cultivates on solitary Night Peak and rarely leaves it. As Sun Liangpeng spoke, he looked at a mountain in the distance. Chapter 3044. A Celestial Beast? Since Duan Lingtian had met 2 celestial beasts in the city governor's estate in Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, he was not surprised that Sun Liangpeng had a celestial beast as his second brother. Yes. Sun Liangpeng nodded. My second brother is a life and death companion I met in my early years. I saved his life and he saved mine as well. Later on, when I became the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he left his clan and came here to guard the Simplicity Celestial Sect with me. Sun Liangpeng said. As soon as Sun Liangpeng finished speaking, he looked at a vast valley in front of him and said with a smile on his face, That's where the true disciples and inner disciples of the Simplicity Celestial Sect reside. Duan Lingtian looked at the valley in front of him. In the vast valley in the distance, from halfway up the mountain to the bottom of the valley, there were many small independent courtyards. Looking from afar, they were densely packed, and it was difficult to count how many independent courtyards there were in a short period of time. In various parts of the valley, there were figures rising into the air from small courtyards one after another. There were also some figures who entered from the outside and landed on the ground, entering a small courtyard. These people are the inner disciples of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Sun Liangpeng said to Duan Lingtian as he looked at the group of people in the valley. At the same time, he shifted his gaze to the floating islands in the sky above the valley. Those 10 floating islands are the residences of the true disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect. There were a total of 10 floating islands. On each floating island, there was a small courtyard. Although they're all in the same valley, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the residences of the true disciples is twice as dense as the inner disciples. The cultivation environment of the true disciples is comparable to the cultivation environment of the place where I usually cultivate. Moreover, it's not that the Simplicity Celestial sect is stingy and only provides a good cultivation environment for true disciples. It's just that the heaven and earth spirit energy provided by celestial crystal veins is limited. Sun Liangpeng added when he thought about the possibility that Duan Lingtian was a sectless cultivator. After all, rogue cultivators might not know the reason why sects divided their cultivation environments. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he followed Sun Liangpeng into the valley and appeared in front of a small courtyard on a floating island. This will be your residence from now on. Looking at the small courtyard in front of him, Sun Liangpeng said with a smile. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Although they had yet to enter the courtyard, the cultivation environment in the valley was at least twice as good as anywhere else in the Simplicity Celestial sect. According to the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, the cultivation environment in the small courtyard was much better than the cultivation environment in the small courtyard. Yes, Sect Master. Sect Master, why are you here? This seems to be the first time I've seen Lord Sect Master here. I've been in the inner sect for 30 years, and this is the first time I've seen Lord Sect Leader here. In fact, I've never heard of Lord Sect Leader coming here in the past 30 years. Sect Master seems to have come with the purple-clothed youth beside him. Who is he? The appearance of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, instantly attracted the attention of many inner disciples in the valley. The inner disciples discussed among themselves. Apart from being surprised by Sun Liangpeng's appearance, they were also curious about Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Sun Liangpeng. I just came back from outside. It seems like Lord Vice Sect Leader has returned from Scaling Cloud Lake. Scaling Cloud Lake? The place where the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opens? Does this mean the Vice Sect Leader has brought many people back with him? I heard the others followed Senior Brother Zheng Hongyi to register their identity tokens. Only one person followed Lord Vice Sect Leader to meet Lord Sect Leader. It seems like it's him. Since Lord Vice Sect Leader brought this person to meet Lord Sect Leader, he must be extraordinary. Upon hearing the words of the inner disciples who had just returned from outside, the group of inner disciples learned that Duan Lingtian was a disciple the Simplicity Celestial sect had recruited after the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm closed. For the sect leader to personally bring him here. What's so special about this purple-clad young man? Many of the inner disciples were shocked by this. Their curiosity about Duan Lingtian grew even more. Earlier, I heard from the patrolling disciples that Lord Sect Leader has given the position of a true disciple to this person, an inner disciple said. An inner court disciple who had just returned from outside said, right now, the sect leader is bringing him to stand outside the residence of the true disciple that was vacated. It seems like the sect leader really intends to give the vacant position to him. What? The position of a true disciple? Give it to him? Someone who just joined the sect? How's that possible? Those who come out of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm are, at most, peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. In the history of the Simplicity Celestial sect, there's only one person who became a true disciple while he was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, right? Is there a mistake? Many people thought the inner disciples had made a mistake when they saw the purple-clad young man standing beside the purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man who was standing next to the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect suddenly appeared in the air. Following that, the wooden token on his waist shone with a bright green light as green threads wrapped around his body. In the next moment, the purple-clothed young man, covered in green threads, stepped into the air and landed in front of the small courtyard on the floating island. Swoosh, swoosh. Before the purple-clothed young man landed on the floating island, A group of inner court disciples could see a layer of ripples appearing out of thin air around the floating island. The ripples continued to surge, but the green threads that touched the surface of the young man's body were all withdrawn. It's a true disciple token. The residence of a true disciple requires the corresponding true disciple token in order to enter it safely. Only then will one be able to enter it without being obstructed by the formation. Looks like the sect leader really gave the final seat to him. He's just an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has just joined the sect. What makes him worthy of being a true disciple? The position of a true disciple is taken away by a newcomer? What makes him worthy? I feel that since Lord Sect Leader sent him here personally and made Lord Sect Leader give him the position of a true disciple, he must have something extraordinary about him. After all, Lord Sect Leader isn't someone who can be easily fooled. I agree. There were many inner court disciples who were jealous of Duan Ling Tian for being promoted to a direct disciple as soon as he joined the Simplicity Celestial sect. However, there were also some inner court disciples who thought Duan Ling Tian must be extraordinary for him to receive such treatment. After all, how could the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect be so easily deceived and fooled? You can look for me if you have any problems. This is my soul pearl. Give me your soul pearl as well. After exchanging soul pearls with Duan Ling Tian, Sun Liang Peng left. When the inner disciples saw Sun Liang Peng taking the initiative to exchange soul pearls with Duan Ling Tian, they felt that Duan Ling Tian was not as simple as he seemed. As expected of one of the best cultivation places in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, the cultivation environment here is really good. The courtyard where the true disciples lived was similar to the courtyard where the inner disciples lived. The only difference was the location of the courtyard and the heaven and earth spirit energy in the courtyard. The courtyard was filled with lush flowers and plants, and there were 2 small trees. Behind one of the small trees was a stone table with a few stone benches around it. Behind the other small tree was an ancient-looking wooden house that occupied half of the courtyard. Duan Ling Tian walked to the front of the wooden house and pushed open the door. What entered his eyes was a large bed, and besides that, there was nothing else. As for this bed, it was no ordinary bed. It was sparkling and translucent, and there was a faint chill coming from it. It was like a bed of ice. The older an ice bed was, the more beneficial it would be to one's cultivation. Duan Ling Tian had learned this when he was still in the mundane realm. Although an old ice bed is beneficial to one's cultivation, it's only in the mundane realm. How can an ice bed be useful to a celestial in a Devata realm? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. After all, the cultivation of a celestial in a Devata realm was completely different from the cultivation of a celestial in a mundane realm. Boy, this isn't ordinary ice. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in the air when it heard Duan Ling Tian's words. If I'm not mistaken, the ice used to create the ice bed is the flying celestial mysterious ice. Cultivating on the flying celestial mysterious ice can calm one's mind and prevent one from suffering from chi deviation. Moreover, it's said that those with high comprehension ability can comprehend the law of ice through the flying celestial mysterious ice. The Chaos Divine Earth said, "Flying celestial mysterious ice?" Duan Ling Tian had a hunch that the ice bed was different from the ice in the mundane realm. With the Chaos Divine Earth's reminder, his guess was confirmed. The law of ice, huh? Duan Ling Tian did not care about the soaring celestial mysterious ice's effect of calming one's mind and preventing one from succumbing to chi deviation. After all, his cultivation method was normal, so the chances of him succumbing to chi deviation was close to 0. However, just because he did not care about the law of ice, it did not mean he did not care about the law of ice. Ice was made of water, but it was colder than water. In the Devata realms, those who comprehended the law of ice and those who comprehended the law of water had the same comprehension of profundities. Those who comprehended the law of water were usually no match for those who comprehended the law of ice. Even though ice originated from water, to a certain extent, it had already surpassed the blue. However, although ice originated from water, it lacked flexibility compared to water. Therefore, to a certain extent, the law of water and the law of ice each had their own merits. It's so cold. As soon as Duan Ling Tian sat on the ice bed, he did not use any technique to resist the cold air. However, he felt a gust of cold air rushing up his body and toward his head. Chapter 3045. After a short while, Duan Ling Tian began to circulate his cultivation method. The cultivation method he was currently cultivating was still the king-grade cultivation method, the Tai mystic technique, which was given to him by his grandaunt before her soul was destroyed. I wonder how Huan is doing now. Every time Duan Ling Tian cultivated, he would be worried about Huan since he had to circulate the Tai profound method. Duan Ling Tian, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, did not notice that when he began to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy with the help of the divine tree of life in his body, silhouettes began to emerge from the ice bed beneath him. These illusory figures looked graceful, like fairies dancing. Moreover, there were many of them, and the frequency of their dance was also very fast. If Sun Liang Peng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, was here, he would definitely be shocked. That was because the ice bed made of flying immortal mysterious ice would only produce a phenomenon when the person cultivating on it reached a certain level of cultivation speed. The more exaggerated the phenomenon, the more terrifying the cultivation speed of the person on the ice bed was. Even when Sun Liang Peng was cultivating on a bed made of celestial ascension mysterious ice, the phenomenon was not as exaggerated as Duan Ling Tian's ice bed. After cultivating for about an hour, Duan Ling Tian stopped and did not continue cultivating. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, how do I use the star sand? Duan Ling Tian stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he brought out the box that contained star sand and asked the Chaos Divine Flame, "Take out your divine sword and use me to burn it. After that, I'll guide the sword soul in your sea of consciousness to fuse with the divine sword. Sprinkle the star sand on the fire, and I'll speed up the process of fusing with the divine sword," the Chaos Divine Flame replied. It did not take long for the star sand to fuse with the star sand, the Chaos Divine Flame replied. "Alright," Duan Ling Tian replied. Then, he took out the 7 orifices exquisite sword from his body and let it hover in front of him. In the next moment, he raised his right hand and a gray flame ignited in his hand, burning the 7 orifices exquisite sword. However, when the gray flames hit the 7 orifices exquisite sword, it did not cause any changes to the sword. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by this. After all, the gray flame in his hand was only slightly stronger than a prominent celestial fire. It was not as strong as a Duke-grade celestial fire. If this level of flame could burn the 7 orifices exquisite sword, then he would question whether the 7 orifices exquisite sword was a real divine weapon. Little Huang the following process may be a bit difficult for you to bear. However, as long as you can bear it, you will be able to take advantage of this opportunity to complete at least half of your fusion with this divine sword. The Chaos Divine Flame's voice rang out in Duan Ling Tian's body. It was clearly speaking to Huang, the artifact soul in Duan Ling Tian's sea of consciousness. I can even endure the pain of the artifact soul leaving my body, so why would I be afraid of this little bit of pain? Huang's voice was still cold, but it was filled with an indomitable and fearless aura. She was not inferior to men. While Duan Ling Tian followed Hua Lao's instructions and used the star sand to speed up the fusion process between Huang and the 7 orifices exquisite sword Zhenghong Yi, the third disciple of Sun Liang Peng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, led the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials back to the valley where the true disciples and inner disciples cultivated. It's senior brother Zhenghong Yi. The group of people behind senior brother Zhenghong Yi seems to be peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. They must be the people Lord Vice sect leader brought back from the scaling cloud lake. These peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials are the best among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Moreover, They were promoted to inner court disciples as soon as they joined the sect. Although they have a high starting point, they'll still be kicked out of the inner court if their innate talent is lacking. As soon as Zheng Hongyi and his group of people returned, they attracted the attention of many inner disciples. The group of people behind Zheng Hongyi was even more eye-catching. Senior brother Hongyi. An inner disciple stepped out and appeared in front of Zheng Hongyi in just a blink of an eye. Clearly, he was very familiar with Zheng Hongyi. The sect leader was here earlier. Master? Zheng Hongyi frowned slightly. He's alone? No. He brought someone with him. It's a purple-clad young man. Moreover, I heard he sent the purple-clad young man to the empty true disciples' courtyard. The inner disciple continued to speak. All right, I understand. Zheng Hongyi nodded. Although a flame of anger rose in the depths of his heart at the right time, he also knew that the decision made by his master was not something he could change. In fact, his master could easily expel him from the Simplicity Celestial sect with just a word. Senior brother Hongyi, that person snatched the position of a true disciple before you. If it weren't for him, the position of a true disciple would have been yours. Seeing Zheng Hongyi's calm expression, the inner disciple was a little confused. Shouldn't this senior brother in front of him be very angry at this moment? In the past, he knew Zheng Hongyi was determined to obtain the position of a true disciple. Wu Feng, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Even without him, the position of a true disciple might not have been mine. Zheng Hongyi glanced at the inner disciple indifferently and said calmly, moreover, Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension skills are outstanding. He's definitely qualified to become a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect. If you're not convinced, do you think the sect leader is blind? When he reached the end of his sentence, a cold light flashed across Zheng Hongyi's eyes. Wu Feng was so frightened that his expression changed continuously. He was even rendered speechless. I'll leave them to you. Arrange a place for them to stay. You can arrange a place for them to stay. After leaving the group of people behind him to Wu Feng, Zheng Hongyi left. After Zheng Hongyi left, Wu Feng turned to look at the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials and said, "Follow me." The group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who followed behind Wu Feng felt slightly aggrieved. Duan Lingtian had been personally received by the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. On the other hand, they had only been received by the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Now, the direct disciples of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect had even sent them to an ordinary inner disciple. Do all of you know the purple-clad young man? Wu Feng asked as he looked at the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Many of the inner court disciples present on the scene learned about the prodigious prodigy of the Simplicity Celestial sect's new true disciple. He was not even 100 years old. He was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. He was ranked second in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. While Wu Feng was helping the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials settle down, the inner disciples were looking at one of the floating islands above the valley. The floating island was none other than the floating island where Duan Lingtian's courtyard was located. That purple-clad young man is such a monstrous genius. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already so terrifying. How terrifying will he be when he grows up? It's no wonder the sect leader treats him so well. With his innate talent and comprehension skills, as long as he doesn't die prematurely, the profound nether mansion won't be able to tolerate him when he grows up. His stage should be the southern heaven territory, or even a broader stage. He's definitely qualified to become a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect. The inner disciples who were initially dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian's promotion to the true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect were thoroughly convinced after learning about Duan Lingtian's strength and the fact that he was not even 100 years old. Initially, I thought the position of a true disciple would go to me, Zheng Hongyi, or Wang Hong. I didn't expect such a person would appear out of nowhere. An inner disciple who had just returned from outside was standing in the air. When he heard the whispers of the inner disciples around him, he shook his head and sighed. While the inner disciple was lamenting, many inner disciples who saw him greeted him respectfully and warmly. Senior Zhuang Fan. Senior Zhuang Fan. The reason why these inner court disciples were so enthusiastic was because this inner court disciple called Zhuang Fan was one of the 3 most outstanding inner court disciples. One of them was Zheng Hongyi, the 3rd disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, while the other was Wang Hong, the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Among the 3 of them, Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong had powerful backgrounds in the Simplicity Celestial sect. For this reason, compared to Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong, the inner disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect respected Zhuang Fan more. Yes. Zhuang Fan smiled and nodded in response to the inner disciples who greeted him. His amiable manner was refreshing. Meanwhile, in a quiet valley in the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. Zheng Hongyi, did you come here because of Duan Lingtian? A young woman with a curvaceous figure who was dressed in red stood in front of a waterfall in the valley. She looked at the young man standing in front of her with a calm expression on her face. Wang Hong, in the past, we could still compete for the position of a true disciple. However, Duan Lingtian came and snatched the position of a true disciple. The young man was none other than Zheng Hongyi, who had just left the valley where the true disciples and inner disciples cultivated. Are you willing to accept this? Zheng Hongyi asked in a deep voice. So what if I'm unwilling? That's your master's decision. Even my grandfather can't interfere. Wang Hong looked at Zheng Hongyi meaningfully before she replied with a smile on her face. From the beginning until the end, she had a nonchalant expression on her face. Wang Hong, stop pretending in front of me. Those who aren't familiar with you might think you're unaffected by this matter. Chapter 3046. In the face of Zheng Hongyi's sneer, Wang Hong's originally calm face finally had a slight change. Since you're here, do you have a way to deal with this matter? Or do you have a way to deal with this person? Wang Hong asked as she stared at Zheng Hongyi intently. At the same time, a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of her eyes. Naturally, the killing intent was not directed at Zheng Hongyi. Instead, it was directed at the person who had snatched the position of the last true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Just as Zheng Hongyi had said, it was impossible for her to remain indifferent to this matter. Wang Hong, since it's just the 2 of us here, let's not beat around the bush. As soon as Zheng Hongyi finished speaking, a formation compass appeared in his hand. He infused his celestial origin energy into the compass, and a light barrier enveloped him and Wang Hong. On the other hand, the formation set up by this disc was a type of formation that isolated sound transmission, sound, and vision. No matter how formidable an immortal king was, unless they destroyed this formation with force, otherwise, it was impossible for them to hear and see everything that was happening within this formation. You're really careful. Wang Hong narrowed her eyes when she saw Zheng Hongyi's actions. She said indifferently, speak. Wang Hong, I plan to hire an assassin to kill Duan Lingtian. Zheng Hongyi said without beating around the bush. Hire an assassin? Wang Hong laughed. I thought it was a good idea. The assassin organizations in the profound Nether Mansion's territory won't divulge information about low-level assassinations. However, if it involves the 3 sects and 2 clans, as long as your master goes to the profound Nether Mansion, the profound Nether Mansion will pressure the assassin organizations to sell you out. As she spoke, the smile on Wang Hong's face turned into a mocking sneer. If hiring an assassin organization in the profound Nether Mansion's territory was effective, Zheng Hongyi and Zhuang Fan, who were obstacles to her becoming a true disciple, would not have survived until today. At this moment, she felt Zheng Hongyi was too naive. Who said I'm going to hire an assassin organization in the profound Nether Mansion's territory? Zheng Hongyi was not angered by Wang Hong's mockery. Instead, he looked at Wang Hong calmly and said, I'm going to invite the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang, one of the 3 strongest assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. Blood Skeleton? Hearing Zheng Hongyi's words, Wang Hong's eyes narrowed slightly. The Blood Skull was one of the 3 most powerful assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. It was famous in the Southern Heaven Territory. Of course, it was infamous for its ferocity. It could be said to be a notorious assassin organization. It was said that the Blood Skull Gang even had celestial emperors because a 10 Directions celestial king had died in the hands of the Blood Skull Gang's assassins. Moreover, he was killed with a single strike. Even if it was a sneak attack, only a celestial lord could kill a 10 Directions celestial king with a single strike. You actually have a way to contact the Blood Skull? When Wang Hong asked Zheng Hongyi this question, although she tried to calm herself down, there was still a slight tremor in her voice. After realizing this, Zheng Hongyi didn't make fun of Wang Hong, because he knew how powerful the Blood Skull was. Let alone Wang Hong, even her grandfather, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, would be shocked if he knew he had a way to contact the Blood Skull Gang. The Blood Skull Gang was famous in the Southern Heaven Territory. However, not everyone could contact the Blood Skull Gang and hire assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. In order to contact the Blood Skull Gang and hire assassins from the Blood Skull Gang, one had to have at least a leader of a Grade 6 force as a guarantor. Naturally, it was also possible to have a celestial lord as a guarantor. The reason why Blood Skull had such a rule was because they dealt with high-end businesses and only accepted deals from high-end customers. This was one of the reasons they had a foothold in the Southern Heaven Territory. No, even if you have a way to contact the Blood Skull Gang, without a leader of a Grade 6 force or a celestial lord as a guarantor, it's impossible for you to hire assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. Wang Hong frowned when she thought about this. A hint of doubt could be heard in her voice. That's true, Zheng Hongyi nodded before he continued to say, however, what if I told you I met the son of a high-ranking official in the Blood Skull Gang and did him a favor? The son of a high-ranking official in the Blood Skull Gang? Wang Hong inhaled sharply upon hearing this. His father is one of the 3 vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang. Naturally, he's just an illegitimate son. However, even if he's an illegitimate son, he's still qualified to hire assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. I helped him at that time, and we exchanged soul pearls. He promised me that I'll have one chance to hire assassins from the Blood Skull Gang without a leader of a Grade 6 force or a celestial lord as a guarantor. Zheng Hongyi finished speaking in one breath. Truth be told, Zheng Hongyi's words were not entirely true. That was, the son of the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang had promised him that he would have 2 chances to hire assassins from the Blood Skull Gang without a guarantor. Naturally, Zheng Hongyi did not dare to say that he would have 2 chances to hire assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. After all, who knew if Wang Hong would be worried that he would use the second chance on her? If that's the case, you don't have to look for me. You can just ask him for the favor and hire assassins from the Blood Skull Gang to kill Duan Lingtian. Wang Hong said. Even so, I'm sure you've heard that the weakest assassin in the Blood Skull Gang is a 1 basic celestial king. Although I can hire assassins from the Blood Skull Gang through the son of the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang, I'll still have to pay the price. You should be able to guess that the price of a 1 basic celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang won't be low. With my current wealth, it'll be difficult for me to afford the price. Zheng Hongyi did not continue speaking after he finished speaking. Instead, he looked at Wang Hong meaningfully. So, you came to me because you want me to share your burden? Wang Hong sneered. That's right. Zheng Hongyi nodded. Do you think I'll jump into your trap? It's your business if you want to kill Duan Lingtian. What does it have to do with me? Wang Hong continued to scoff. She looked at Zheng Hongyi as though she was looking at an idiot. You'll jump into the trap. Zheng Hongyi looked at Wang Hong meaningfully before he said, Wang Hong, you should know that I can't compare to you in terms of wealth. It's a huge burden for me to hire a 1 basic celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang. I'd rather cut my losses than hire a 1 basic celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang. If you're unwilling, you can only watch as Duan Lingtian becomes the 10th true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Jing Hongyi said. Although it's only a matter of time before he leaves the sect, he'll still be a true disciple in the profound Nether Mansion. Of the other 9 true disciples in the Simplicity Celestial sect, 6 are in the profound Nether Mansion, and only 3 are in the sect. Zheng Hongyi said. Think about it carefully. As soon as Zheng Hongyi finished speaking, he removed the formation compass and rose into the air, preparing to leave the valley where Wang Hong was. This valley was the cultivation place of Wang Longxiang, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect. As Wang Longxiang's biological granddaughter, Wang Hong usually cultivated here. The cultivation environment here was similar to the cultivation environment of a true disciple. Zheng Hongyi, the direct disciple of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, did not receive such treatment. He could only cultivate in the residence of an inner disciple. This was because Sun Liangpeng, as the sect leader, had to set an example. It was inconvenient for him to give special treatment to his direct disciples. You have my soul pearl and soul mark. I'll wait for your reply. Before he left, Zheng Hongyi sent a voice transmission to Wang Hong. However, it's best that you give me a reply as soon as possible. After all, the Blood Skull Gang needs time to review and investigate the matter. You can only make a price after they've reviewed and investigated the matter. However, since Duan Lingtian is only a sectless cultivator, I'm sure his price should be within the range of what both of us can afford. After saying this, Zheng Hongyi left. From his words, it seemed that he was not worried that Wang Hong would reject him at all. Damn it. After Zheng Hongyi left, Wang Hong's expression darkened. Just as Zheng Hongyi had said, with her character, she would not allow an outsider who had just joined the sect to occupy the position of a true disciple. However, for her to agree to Zheng Hongyi like this and be led by the nose by Zheng Hongyi, she was still a little unhappy. She was more interested in getting rid of Duan Lingtian, who had snatched the position of a true disciple as soon as he had joined the sect. I can't let Zheng Hongyi be too complacent. I'll give him a reply when he contacts me. However, it's impossible for me to pay half of the price. At most, I'll pay 30%. Wang Hong thought to herself. However, even though Wang Hong was so resolute at this time, when Zheng Hongyi came to her again half a month later, she still agreed to pay half of the celestial crystals for the assassin. Naturally, the Blood Skull Gang was not interested in the prominent celestial crystals they were willing to pay. For this reason, they could only offer king-grade celestial weapons and other valuable treasures to the Blood Skull Gang. After Wang Hong agreed, Zheng Hong immediately took out a communication celestial talisman and contacted the illegitimate son of the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Young Master Chen, I'm Zheng Hongyi from the profound Nether Mansion's Simplicity Celestial sect. I'm the one you met in the Profound Principles Forest. You promised me that you'll allow me to make 2 unguaranteed trades with the Blood Skull Gang. This was the content of the first immortal message talisman that Zheng Hongyi had sent out. Now, I'm going to use one of them. After sending out the first communication celestial talisman, Zheng Hongyi waited for a reply. After about 15 minutes, he received a reply. The target's information. The reply was simple and straightforward. Duan Lingtian, a sectless cultivator. He's not even 100 years old, but he has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. He's outstanding in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and joined the Simplicity Celestial sect. Chapter 3047. He's not even 100 years old, but he has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth? In a vast city in the Southern Heaven territory, a young man was sitting in front of a table in the front courtyard of a luxurious mansion. He was sipping tea when he subconsciously tightened his grip on the cup and shattered it. What's wrong, Chun-Li? Another young man sitting on the opposite side of the table looked at the young man who had shattered the cup and asked with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. I just received a voice transmission from someone from a grade 7 sect whom I met on the way to the profound nether mansion. The young man who crushed the cup was Chun-Li. He was the illegitimate son of one of the vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang. Right now, the person sitting opposite Chun-Li was a friend of his. His temperament was extraordinary, and he was clearly not an ordinary person. Chun-Li was a young man dressed in a brocade robe with silver embroidery. His face was slightly pale, and his body was thin. It was as though his body had been drained by wine and women. However, Chun-Li was not one for wine and women. The reason he was like this was due to his innate malnutrition. Back then, his mother had been on the run while she was pregnant with him. His father's wife had sent people to hunt her down. She had almost died. Although she was lucky enough to give birth to him, he was frail and sickly. Due to this, his father had felt guilty toward him. For this reason, he had taken good care of him. In fact, the reason his father treated him so well was entirely because his father had no other sons other than him. The rest were all daughters. Chun-Li had 9 elder sisters and 13 younger sisters. He was his father's only son. For this reason, his father had spent a lot of effort to find great nourishing celestial pills for him even though he was born with poor physical conditions. At this time, it was useless for him to improve. For this reason, his innate talent and comprehension ability were only average. He was at the bottom among his sisters. However, it was precisely because he was his father's only son that he was able to enjoy treatment that far surpassed that of his elder and younger sisters. "Who are you killing?" the young man sitting opposite Chun-Li asked. This young man was dressed in a long white robe. He had a handsome appearance and held a folding fan in his hand. He was elegant and had an outstanding temperament. There was always a smile on his face, making people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Sitting together with the pale-faced Chun-Li, they seemed to form 2 extremes. "For you to lose your composure like this? Could it be that the person you want to kill isn't simple?" the scholarly young man asked. "He's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth even though he's not even 100 years old. He stood out in the profound nether mansion's southern Xianxia territory and ranked 2nd on the scoreboard. After that, he joined the Simplicity Celestial sect. If I'm not mistaken, the person who sent me the message is Xianxia. He's the 3rd direct disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. I can't believe he actually wants to hire someone from the Blood Skull to kill that person. That person must have offended his interests. The only reason he wants the Blood Skull's assassins to kill him is because he doesn't want to leave any evidence behind." If Xianxia were here, he would have been shocked to hear Chun-Li's words. After all, Chun-Li knew what Xianxia was thinking. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Moreover, he's also a sectless cultivator. "He's really talented," Chun-Li muttered to himself as he lowered his voice. At the same time, a hint of jealousy flashed in the depths of his eyes. He, Chun-Li, was jealous of those with high innate talent and high comprehension ability. After all, his innate talent and comprehension ability were only average. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth even though he's not even 100 years old? Moreover, he's also a sectless cultivator? The scholarly young man was slightly surprised when he heard Chun-Li's words. Even grade 6 celestial mansions can produce such geniuses? Even among the 10 great clans and 5 great sects in the Southern Heaven Territory, it was rare to see someone with such achievements before the age of 100. It could even be said that he was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. "What did you say to him?" the scholarly young man asked. "I promised him that I'll return the favor. I'll accept this job on behalf of the Blood Skull Gang." Chun-Li replied. "It's best to be careful and investigate that person's background. I have a feeling that someone with such innate talent and comprehension ability is unlikely to be a sectless cultivator," the scholarly young man said. Chun-Li nodded. Chun-Li was one of his few friends, so he naturally didn't wish for Chun-Li to provoke someone he couldn't afford to provoke and draw fire onto himself. Moreover, it was unnecessary for Chen Li to offend someone from a grade 7 sect. Don't worry. Chen Li forced a smile on his pale face. Don't you know the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence department? As long as he has a strong background, we'll be able to dig it out for him. Once we're certain he has an extraordinary background, it won't be difficult for us to deal with him, Chen Li said. Although the Blood Skull Gang was notorious in the Southern Heaven Territory, there were still some people they did not dare to offend. For example, those who were close to the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who ruled the Southern Heaven Territory. For example, those who were important disciples of the 10 major clans and 5 major sects. In the Southern Heaven Territory, Grade 6 Celestial Mansions and Grade 6 forces were Grade 5 forces. There were only 15 Grade 5 forces in the Southern Heaven Territory. They were known as the 10 major clans and 5 major sects. They were the strongest forces in the Southern Heaven Territory. That's good. Upon hearing Chen Li's words, the scholarly young man nodded. His slightly furrowed brows relaxed. He was well aware of the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence department. It was one of the best in the Southern Heaven Territory. Even his sect's intelligence network might not be as strong as the Blood Skull Gang's. After all, the Blood Skull Gang was an organization of assassins. When do you plan to return? Chen Li asked as he looked at the scholarly young man. I'll leave tomorrow. I've been out for a while now, so it's time for me to return. If you're free, you can come and look for me at any time. The scholarly young man smiled. After all, you're my only friend. A smile appeared on Chen Li's face, which was as pale as a sheet of paper. If there was anyone in this world with good talent and high comprehension ability that he was not jealous of, it would probably be the person in front of him. Chen Li was his only friend. As soon as Chen Li finished speaking, the scholarly young man sighed inwardly. If there was anyone in this world who knew Chen Li the best, it would be him and Chen Li's late mother. You're also my best friend. Forever. The scholarly young man stood up and placed a hand on Chen Li's shoulder as he said with a smile on his face. The smile on Chen Li's pale face grew wider and wider. In the end, it even seemed a little twisted and ferocious. Naturally, he was genuinely happy and touched by Chen Li's words. However, because his facial features were not very regular and his face was pale, when he really smiled, he would involuntarily become like this. In the Simplicity Celestial Sect in the profound Nether Mansion. This is it? Duan Ling Tian stood on the square at the peak of a short mountain that seemed to have been flattened by a blade. He looked at the building in the middle of the square that was 70 to 80% similar to a tower, and his heart jolted slightly. The building had a total of 9 floors, and it belonged to the Simplicity Celestial Sect. There were various cultivation methods, celestial methods, and divine abilities stored in the building. Apart from that, there were also books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls that recorded the battles between celestials. Duan Lingtian's destination was the 9th floor of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. It was also the top floor of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. The top floor contained the king-grade celestial methods, divine abilities, and the sect's most precious cultivation method, a king-grade celestial method. The sect's most precious cultivation method could only be cultivated by the high-ranking officials and true disciples of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Only these people were allowed to enter the top floor. There was only one door on the first floor. Therefore, if Duan Lingtian wanted to enter the top floor, he would have to slowly climb up from the first floor. 2 burly middle-aged Taoist priests stood at the entrance of the first floor. When they saw Duan Lingtian approaching, their eyes were cold as they stood in front of Duan Lingtian, blocking his path. There were 2 floors in the Simplicity Celestial Sect. One was the outer court while the other was the inner court. If one wanted to enter the inner court, one had to show one's identity token as an inner court disciple. This was to prevent outer court disciples from sneaking into the inner court. Although Duan Lingtian did not know one had to show one's identity token to enter the inner court, he still took out his identity token when he saw the 2 guards blocking his path. True disciple? The 2 middle-aged Taoist priests widened their eyes in shock when they saw Duan Lingtian's identity token. Then, they quickly made way for Duan Lingtian. So you're the genius who was appointed as a true disciple by the sect leader as soon as you joined the sect. One of the middle-aged Taoist priests looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression that said, "I've heard a lot about you." The other middle-aged Taoist priest did not say anything. However, his eyes shone with passion as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly at the two middle-aged Taoist priests before he entered the inner court. The few inner disciples behind him who were preparing to enter also stared blankly at his back as he walked away. They did not expect that the person standing in front of them just now was the genius disciple who had just entered the sect half a month ago, who had been the talk of the town for the past half a month. I heard Duan Lingtian is a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial before he's even 100 years old. Moreover, he has comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. It's hard to imagine such a monstrous genius would appear in the profound nether mansion. The most shocking thing is he's a sectless cultivator. Chapter 3048. Currently, it had been half a month since Duan Lingtian had arrived at the Simplicity Celestial sect. For the past half a month, he had been staying in the cultivation courtyard of his true disciple, helping Huang fuse with the seven orifices exquisite sword. With the help of the chaos divine flame, Duan Lingtian had finally consumed all the star sand he obtained from the Simplicity Celestial sect's treasure vault. Huang Er's fusion with the seven orifices exquisite sword was about 60% complete. It was only a matter of time before the fusion was complete. In fact, as long as Duan Lingtian could find materials similar to star sand that could help Huang fuse with the seven orifices exquisite sword, she would be able to fuse with the seven orifices exquisite sword. At that time, not only would the seven orifices exquisite sword regain its luster as a prominent divine artifact, but Huang would also be able to leave the seven orifices exquisite sword and live in the outside world like an ordinary person. After exhausting all the star sand, Duan Lingtian did not continue to cultivate in the courtyard. Instead, he left the valley where the inner and true disciples cultivated and arrived at the inner court of the Simplicity Celestial sect. His goal was to obtain the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities on the top floor. Although it was unwise to bite off more than one could chew, the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the Simplicity Celestial sect were all consumable memory celestial talismans. Since he had a chance to obtain them, why would he miss this opportunity? I should obtain all the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the Simplicity Celestial sect, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he entered the first floor of the Simplicity Celestial sect. At the same time, he made his way to the top floor. When he passed by the other floors, he was stopped as well. However, after he flashed his true disciple token, he was able to enter the top floor without any problems. Throughout this process, all the gatekeepers who saw the direct disciple token in his hand called out his name. After half a month, Duan Lingtian, an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had just joined the Simplicity Celestial sect, had become famous in the Simplicity Celestial sect. At this moment, apart from those who were still in closed-door cultivation and those who had yet to return, almost everyone in the Simplicity Celestial sect knew about Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian? As expected, the younger generation will surpass us in time. The person in charge of the top floor was a white-haired old man. His face was full of wrinkles, and the traces of time could be seen clearly. Senior. Although Duan Lingtian did not know the person in charge of the top floor of the Simplicity Celestial sect, he still bowed respectfully. Not bad. You've achieved so much at such a young age, and you're also so polite. A young man like you is very rare in this impetuous era. The old man squeezed out a smile on his wrinkled face, but it was uglier than crying. The old man smiled before he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked without beating around the bush, "Are you here for a king-grade celestial method, divine ability, or cultivation method?" Senior, I'm here for king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, Duan Lingtian said. The old man nodded. Then he asked, What kind of king-grade celestial method or divine ability do you want? What kind of king-grade celestial method or divine ability? Duan Lingtian was confused. He did not understand what the old man was trying to say. What kind of king-grade celestial method or divine ability do you want? The old man asked. Can't I take all of them? Duan Lingtian asked. His purpose for coming here was to take away all the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities from the Simplicity Celestial sect. After all, they were consumables and would not affect the Simplicity Celestial sect. After all, there were definitely powerhouses in the Simplicity Celestial sect who could recreate the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. You want all of them? The old man's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he said angrily, Who said you can take all of them? If he did, I'll break his legs when I get out of here. A hint of exasperation could be seen on the old man's face. Duan Lingtian did not expect the old man to react in such a manner. He smiled wryly and said, Senior, no one told me I can take all of them. However, no one told me I can't take all of them either. Duan Lingtian recalled that Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, had said he could obtain king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities from the top floor. However, he did not recall Sun Liangpeng mentioning that he could not obtain king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained any type of law. The old man's expression softened slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The old man reminded him, even a true disciple can only take king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain a law of any type. This is a rule that has been passed down since ancient times in the Simplicity Celestial sect. As for the reason why there was such a rule, it was because the ancestor was worried that the younger generation would be greedy. With the intention of not biting off more than they could chew, he established this rule. For this reason, you can only take king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain a law of any type. Naturally, you can also take all of the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain a law of any type. However, before you leave the top floor, you'll have to use the memory celestial talisman that contains them. The old man finished speaking. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. He did not expect the Simplicity Celestial sect would have such a rule. After all, he wanted to take away all of the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities from the top floor. Even if he did not have the time to comprehend other laws, he would still be able to use them in the future. Now that he heard the old man's words, he knew he could only take king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained a law of any type. I heard you've already comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. I suggest you choose the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of earth. The Simplicity Celestial sect has a total of 3 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of earth. 1 king-grade celestial method and 2 king-grade divine abilities. Duan Lingtian nodded. Senior, can I take a look at the 3 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of earth? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course. The old man nodded. Following that, Duan Lingtian was led by the old man to the bookshelf where the 3 memory celestial methods and divine abilities were recorded. There was another memory celestial talisman that introduced the 3 memory celestial talismans. Send your divine consciousness into the memory celestial talismans and you'll understand which profundities from the law of earth they contain. The old man reminded Duan Lingtian. After the old man finished speaking, he stood at the side and looked at Duan Lingtian quietly. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he extended his divine consciousness and sent it into the first memory celestial talisman. Soon after, a large amount of information surged into his mind. This is a king-grade divine ability called the Earth Soaring Dragon. It contains the Earth Elemental Profundity and another profundity from the Law of Earth, the Earth Elemental Profundity. It's called the Earth Elemental Profundity, the World-Walking Profundity. It's the only profundity in the Law of Earth that focuses on speed. However, before mastering this profundity, it won't be very useful in the air. It's only useful on the ground. Duan Lingtian had heard about the earth elemental profundity from the chaos divine earth before. Therefore, he knew about the weakness of the earth elemental profundity. If you want to unleash the profundity of the earth elemental profundity before mastering it, you'll have to lure your opponent to the ground. Otherwise, the profundity of the earth elemental profundity will be useless. Only by mastering the earth elemental profundity will you be able to escape from the ground. You'll be able to use the earth elemental profundity to mimic the ground. These were the chaos divine earth's words. Let's take a look at the other king grade divine abilities and celestial methods. After withdrawing his divine consciousness, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the other memory's celestial talisman. Soon after, more information entered his mind. This is a king-grade celestial method called the Thorn Cage. Apart from the earth elemental profundity, it also contains the gravitational space profundity from the law of earth. This king-grade celestial method doesn't seem to be any different from the king-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison. Both of them comprehend the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. Duan Lingtian was slightly disappointed. At the same time, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the last memory celestial talisman. This is a king-grade divine ability called the Earth Elemental Profundity. Apart from the Earth Elemental Profundity, it also contains the vibration profundity from the law of Earth. The vibration profundity. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. According to the chaos divine Earth, although the law of Earth excelled in defense and support, there was another profundity that focused on offense. The offensive profundity from the law of Earth was the vibration profundity. The Earth elemental method that contains the vibration profundity is very tempting. However, the Earth elemental method that contains the Earth elemental profundity is only SOSO. Moreover, the king-grade celestial method, the Bramble Cage, that contains the gravitational space profundity, seems to overlap with the king-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison. After all, they both comprehend the gravitational space profundity. Duan Lingtian felt slightly troubled when he thought about this. Based on the current situation, the three king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of Earth would be of great help to him. He could even comprehend many profundities from the law of Earth in a short time. However, he had only comprehended the Earth elemental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. It was not too late for him to give up on the law of Earth and switch to another law. Senior, where are the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of metal? Also, where are the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the old man. Chapter 3049. However, he was not interested in the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained other laws. With the help of the chaos divine Earth, his comprehension of the law of Earth was much faster than ordinary people. As for the law of metal and the law of fire, he had the help of the chaos divine flame and the profound divine metal, so his comprehension speed was much faster than ordinary people. In fact, no matter how high a person's comprehension ability was, without the help of the 5 divine elements, it would be impossible for them to comprehend the law of Earth, the law of fire, and the law of metal faster than him. Duan Lingtian, don't bite off more than you can chew. The old man frowned. He thought Duan Lingtian would choose the 3 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of Earth. I know, Senior. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with determination as he said, Senior, please show me the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of metal and the law of fire. The old man's heart skipped a beat when he saw the determination in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had only mentioned the law of metal and the law of fire. Could it be that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of metal and the law of fire? Was the law of Earth not the only law he had comprehended? The old man thought to himself, impossible. That's impossible. Duan Lingtian is not even 100 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's already shocking that he's able to comprehend two profundities from the law of earth. How could he have comprehended another law? However, faced with Duan Lingtian's stubbornness, the old man eventually brought Duan Lingtian to the celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of metal and the law of fire. Boy, you made the right decision. If there are many king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of metal and the law of fire, you should choose them. The chaos divine earth's childish voice rang out in Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Lingtian had asked for its opinion, so it gave Duan Lingtian a timely answer. The three king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of earth. Although you can use the soaring dragon's flight technique, it's not practical for you now. Thorn Cage overlaps with your Black Rock Prison, so it's meaningless. Pulse of the Earth is very suitable for you right now, but that's the only useful one. Let's see what the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of metal and the law of fire are like. Then I'll consider if I should take the three king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of earth. The Chaos Divine Earth said. After receiving the Chaos Divine Earth's affirmation, Duan Lingtian felt even more confident. The Simplicity Celestial Sect only has one king-grade divine ability that contains the law of metal. Soon after, the old man brought Duan Lingtian to the king-grade divine ability that contained the law of metal. At the same time, he said to Duan Lingtian, "Which one?" Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. Then, he shook his head and said, "Senior, please take me to the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire." The Simplicity Celestial Sect only had one king-grade divine ability that contained the law of metal. Regardless of what profundity it contained, Duan Lingtian would not choose it. It would be better for him to choose the three king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of earth. The three king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of earth would allow him to comprehend two more profundities from the law of earth. Moreover, one of them was the law of earth's only offensive profundity, the vibration profundity. Although the earth-traversing profundity was useless to him now, it would definitely come in handy in the future. As for the king-grade celestial method, the bramble cage, although it overlapped with the Black Rock Prison technique and contained the gravitational space profundity, who would dare to say that it would be easier for him to comprehend the bramble cage? After obtaining the bramble cage, would it be easier for him to comprehend the gravitational space profundity? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man remained indifferent. In his opinion, unless there was something wrong with Duan Lingtian's brain, there was no way he would choose the king-grade divine ability that contained the law of metal. Who would choose the three king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of earth? Senior, is there only one king-grade celestial method and divine ability that contains the law of fire in the Simplicity Celestial Sect? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask as he followed the old man. If that was the case, he might as well give up and return to the three king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of earth. How's that possible? The old man replied arrogantly, "In the Simplicity Celestial Sect, we have more king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire than any other law. In the Profound Nether Mansion, apart from the Profound Nether Mansion, the Simplicity Celestial Sect has the most king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire." The old man said. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. In the Profound Nether Mansion, apart from the Profound Nether Mansion, the Simplicity Celestial Sect had the most king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire? Senior, how many king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire do we have in the Simplicity Celestial Sect? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "Take a look for yourself," the old man replied. The old man's voice resonated in the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed the old man had stopped in front of a bookshelf. "These are all." Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as soon as he saw the bookshelf. There were a total of 10 memory celestial talismans on the bookshelf. They were arranged in 2 rows. The memory celestial talismans contained king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, while the memory celestial talismans contained information about the corresponding memory celestial talismans. If these memory celestial talismans contained information about king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of fire, it meant the Simplicity Celestial Sect had a total of 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of fire. Take a look for yourself, the old man said. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and shrouded the first memory celestial talisman on the left side. Soon after, the information from the first memory celestial talisman entered his mind. This is a king-grade celestial method that contains the law of fire. It allows one to comprehend the fire elemental profundity and the blazing sun profundity from the law of fire. The blazing sun profundity was one of the profundities from the law of fire. It was an auxiliary profundity that did not contain any offensive, defensive, or speed profundities. Duan Lingtian had learned this from the Chaos Divine Earth. Following that, he shifted his divine consciousness to the next memory celestial talisman. This is a king-grade divine ability that contains the law of fire. It allows one to comprehend the fire elemental profundity and the fire elemental profundity and the fire elemental profundity. The fire elemental profundity was one of the 2 speed profundities from the law of fire. It was similar to the earth elemental profundity from the law of earth. However, it was much more useless than the earth elemental profundity. It could only be used when one was in the rudimentary stage or in the initial stage. It could only be used with the fire elemental profundity at the mastery stage. However, if one wanted to raise the fire elemental profundity to the mastery stage, one would need to obtain an emperor-grade divine ability that contained the fire elemental profundity. The next memory celestial talisman. You can comprehend the explosion profundity from the law of fire. The explosion profundity was one of the 3 offensive profundities from the law of fire. It was extremely powerful and had explosive characteristics. Compared to the previous 2 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, Duan Lingtian was more interested in this king-grade divine ability. This was because the explosion profundity from the law of fire was much more powerful than the vibration profundity from the law of earth. He continued to look at the memory celestial talisman. You can comprehend the plundering profundity from the law of fire. The plundering profundity was one of the 2 speed profundities from the law of fire. However, it was much more practical than the fire elemental profundity. It could be used at the rudimentary stage. Its speed was not inferior to the gale profundity from the law of wind. As the saying went, as swift as the wind, as plundering as the fire. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's eyes landed on the memory celestial talisman on the far right side. He extended his divine consciousness toward it as well. Information surged into Duan Lingtian's mind like a tidal wave. This is a king-grade divine ability that contains the law of fire. Apart from comprehending the fire elemental profundity, the law of fire's burning profundity, it can also comprehend the law of fire's burning profundity. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard this. The burning profundity was a profundity of the law of fire. It was obvious that it was an offensive profundity. The Chaos Divine Earth's words confirmed Duan Lingtian's suspicions. Lad, you're quite lucky. The burning profundity is one of the 3 offensive profundities from the law of fire. The 3 offensive profundities from the law of fire are the explosion profundity, the burning profundity, and the erosion profundity. The explosion profundity and the burning profundity are the strongest offensive profundities from the law of fire. The erosion profundity is more peculiar and uncanny. The Chaos Divine Earth explained. Choose these 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire. With the help of the Chaos Divine Flame, it won't take you long to comprehend them. The Chaos Divine Earth urged Duan Lingtian to choose the 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire. Apart from the fire elemental profundity, the 5 king grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire would also allow one to comprehend 5 other profundities. The blazing sun profundity, the fire elemental profundity, the explosion profundity, the plundering profundity, and the burning profundity. In truth, Duan Lingtian had already decided to choose the 5 king grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire even without the chaos divine earth's reminder, since they were the most practical. Senior, I'll choose these 5 king grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man standing nearby and said bluntly, "Have you thought it through?" The old man asked for confirmation. "Yes, I have." Duan Lingtian nodded without any hesitation. "All right." Chapter 3050. You must consume these 5 king grade celestial methods and divine abilities in front of me. You can't take them away. The old man raised his hand and removed the 5 memory celestial talismans that contained the king grade celestial methods and divine abilities from the law of fire. Then he passed them to Duan Lingtian. Memory celestial talismans that contained king grade celestial methods and divine abilities were consumable memory celestial talismans that contained king grade celestial methods and divine abilities. For this reason, if the memory celestial talismans that contained king grade celestial methods and divine abilities were taken away, someone else would have to inscribe them to fill in the gaps. If one wanted to inscribe a memory celestial talisman that contained king grade celestial methods and divine abilities, one would have to completely comprehend the king grade celestial method and divine ability. Understood? Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he crushed the 5 memory celestial talismans in front of the old man, allowing the information about king grade celestial methods and divine abilities to become part of his memory. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and digested the information about the 5 king grade celestial methods and divine abilities contained in the memory celestial talismans before he opened his eyes again. His eyes shone brightly as a smile appeared on his face. There are a total of 9 profundities from the law of fire, including the fire elemental profundity. Now, it's as though I've been given the opportunity to comprehend 6 profundities at once. Moreover, I only need to spend some time and effort to comprehend 6 profundities. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel delighted. "Thank you, senior." When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, he looked at the old man beside him and thanked him. "You deserve it. There's no need to thank me." The old man said, "I'm not thanking you for giving me the 5 memory celestial talismans, but I'm thanking you for guiding me to them in such a short time." Duan Lingtian smiled. The old man was taken aback. Then he shook his head and smiled. "Boy, you sure have a sweet tongue. All right, if you have time, you can go to the other floors to have a look. There are many memory celestial talismans there that might be useful to you." "Thank you for your reminder, senior." Duan Lingtian thanked the old man again, then said goodbye to the old man and left the top floor. After leaving the top floor, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he went to another floor. Just as the old man had said, there were many memory immortal talismans on the other floors, which allowed Duan Lingtian to learn a lot of things that he did not know before. Duan Lingtian stayed for another 3 months. The memory immortal talismans on other floors were very useful to Duan Lingtian, so Duan Lingtian spent a lot of time on them. 3 months? However, although he knew that he had been here for a long time, Duan Lingtian was still shocked when he found out that he had been here for 3 months. He didn't expect that he had been here for so long. "It's time for me to leave." Duan Lingtian knew his top priority now was to break through to the Celestial Duke stage and comprehend the 6 profundities from the Law of Fire with the help of the Chaos Divine Flame. He would be able to comprehend the 6 profundities from the King-grade celestial methods and divine abilities he had obtained. Duan Lingtian. Not long after Duan Lingtian left, before he could return to the valley where the true disciples and inner disciples were located, a figure appeared in his path and blocked his path. Sect leader? The person who had just arrived was none other than Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Is there a reason you're looking for me, sect leader? Duan Lingtian asked curiously when he saw Sun Liangpeng descending from the sky and landing in front of him. I heard from Elder Zhou that you didn't ask for king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of earth. Instead, you asked for king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire? Sun Liangpeng asked with a slight frown on his face. When Duan Lingtian had left the top floor, the old man had informed Sun Liangpeng about this matter. Sun Liangpeng was confused. He did not know why Duan Lingtian had made such a decision. He did not believe Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of fire apart from the law of earth. At that time, Sun Liangpeng had wanted to look for Duan Lingtian immediately. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian was reading some memory celestial talismans on the top floor, he dismissed the idea of disturbing Duan Lingtian. Until today, when Duan Lingtian walked out and he received the message from the person guarding the first floor, he immediately put aside what he was doing and came to look for Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian, although there are many king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire in the Simplicity Celestial sect, there's no need for you to choose those king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. It's better for you to choose king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of earth. Sun Liangpeng did not beat around the bush. Sect leader, do you think I'm being greedy and chose king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. How could he not understand the meaning behind Sun Liangpeng's words? Naturally, he knew Sun Liangpeng had only warned him out of goodwill. Don't tell me you've comprehended the law of fire as well? Sun Liangpeng's heart skipped a beat when he saw the natural smile on Duan Lingtian's face. You'll find out in the future, sect leader. For now, I plan to return to my cultivation. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. After bidding farewell to Sun Liangpeng, Duan Lingtian continued to walk forward. Sun Liangpeng's eyes flashed with confusion as he looked at Duan Lingtian's departing figure. Duan Lingtian's choice and his confidence made Sun Liangpeng feel like he could not see through Duan Lingtian at all. Who's Duan Lingtian? How can there be someone like him among the sectless cultivators? Sun Liangpeng's emotions surged, and it took a long time for him to calm down. When Duan Lingtian returned to his true disciple's cultivation courtyard, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. In the same valley, in an inner court disciple's courtyard, Zheng Hongyi, who was watching Duan Lingtian enter the true disciple's courtyard, suddenly raised his eyebrows as though he had sensed something. After 3 months, there's finally a letter. At this moment, Zheng Hongyi received a message from a distant place. It was from the illegitimate son of one of the deputy leaders of the Blood Skull Gang that he had been looking for. He had been waiting for this message for more than 3 months. During the past 3 months, he had been eagerly waiting for this message. He had even thought that the bastard son of the vice chief of the Blood Skull would go back on his word and refuse to help him. Duan Lingtian from the borderlands, hearing the contents of the other party's message, Zheng Hongyi was dumbfounded. The borderlands? Naturally, Zheng Hongyi knew the Southern Heaven territory was divided into the Central Area and the Borderlands. In the past, in his eyes, the Borderlands were barbarians because there was a formation between the Central Area and the Borderlands that restricted the existence of experts at the Immortal King realm and above in the Borderlands. Thus, it was generally impossible for immortal kings to exist in the Borderlands. For this reason, the strongest force in the Borderlands was only a Grade 9 force. Most of them were mediocre forces that were not worth mentioning at all. It did not cross Zheng Hongyi's mind that the sectless cultivator, Duan Lingtian, whom he wished he could kill, actually came from the godforsaken Borderlands. Someone with his innate talent and comprehension ability can actually appear in the Borderlands? Is he the reincarnation of a powerhouse from somewhere? Zheng Hongyi thought to himself. Although the conditions for reincarnation were harsh, and very few people were able to reincarnate successfully, there were still people who would take the risk. Among these people, there were a few who were able to reincarnate successfully. Those who were reincarnated usually had a high starting point. Once they regained their memories, they would be able to comprehend the profundities they had comprehended in their previous lives. Their comprehension ability was heaven-defying. For this reason, Zheng Hongyi suspected Duan Lingtian was a reincarnated celestial. An ascender? When Zheng Hongyi learned that Duan Lingtian had ascended from the mundane realm to the spirit overarching heaven, he was dumbfounded. Then, Duan Lingtian is also an ascender? He's not even 100 years old, but he's already an ascender. It seems like he's indeed a reincarnated celestial. Moreover, he must have regained his memories from his previous life. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to comprehend the profundities of Allah at such a young age. Zheng Hongyi thought to himself. At the same time, Chen Li, the illegitimate son of the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang, sent a message saying that the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence department suspected Duan Lingtian was a reincarnated celestial. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. If he knew, he would be shocked by the intelligence department of the Blood Skull Gang. In just 3 months, the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence department had dug up all the information about Duan Lingtian. They even found out that he was an ascender from the mundane realm. The Blood Skull Gang has spent a lot of effort to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. According to the rules of the Blood Skull Gang, you don't have to bear the cost of the investigation. However, we want all the belongings of the target. Chen Li said to Zheng Hongyi, I know that. Young Master Chen, is the Blood Skull Gang's offer for Duan Lingtian out yet? Zheng Hongyi asked. Chen Li's last sentence was not limited to the Blood Skull Gang's rules. It was the same for all prominent assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven territory. Therefore, Zheng Hongyi was not surprised at all. 6 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons or 2 purely defensive celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords. Chen Li said. Chapter 3051. Chen Li continued to say, Naturally, I'm referring to the price of our 1 basic celestial king assassin. If you want a stronger assassin, the price will be different. However, I think it should be enough to kill a mere peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial with the weakest assassin in the Blood Skull Gang, right? That's enough. Zheng Hongyi nodded repeatedly. The price of the 1 basic celestial king assassin from the Blood Skull Gang is 2 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by a celestial lord? Zheng Hongyi inhaled sharply when he heard the price of the 1 basic celestial king assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Although he had expected the price of the Blood Skull Gang to be high, he did not expect it to be so high. Fortunately, I found Wang Hong. Although I can take out 2 purely defensive celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords, once I take them out, I won't have any defensive celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords. Zheng Hongyi felt slightly relieved. He only had 2 purely defensive celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord, and one of them was used to protect himself. Although he hated Duan Lingtian for snatching the last position of a true disciple in the Simplicity Celestial sect, he was not willing to sacrifice his life-saving celestial weapon in exchange for Duan Lingtian's life. However, according to Chen Li, we can exchange 6 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons for the 2 purely defensive celestial weapons that have been nurtured by a celestial lord. It seems like a purely defensive celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord can only be exchanged for 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. On the other hand, in the profound nether mansion, a purely defensive celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord can be exchanged for 4 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. As for the other king-grade celestial weapons, the ratio is the same. Zheng Hongyi's eyes lit up when he thought about this. Coincidentally, he had 2 pure defensive king-grade celestial weapons. As long as he could obtain a pure defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord, he would be able to exchange it for 4 pure defensive king-grade celestial weapons. At that time, All he had to do was to hand over the 6 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons to the assassin. If that was the case, he would not have to sacrifice the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. Young Master Chen, I accept your offer. When will your Blood Skull assassins arrive? Zheng Hongyi asked Chen Li. He couldn't wait for the Blood Skull Gang's assassins to arrive today and kill Duan Lingtian. However, he also knew that it was impossible for the Blood Skull's assassins to come here today. Even if the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang managed to make it here today, as long as Duan Lingtian remained in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian. After all, the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang was only a one basic Celestial King. He was not strong enough to force his way into the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Even if he managed to kill Duan Lingtian, he would not be able to escape from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. No matter how extraordinary the assassin was, he was only a one basic Celestial King. Although the one basic Celestial King was supported by the Blood Skull Gang, the Simplicity Celestial Sect was supported by the Profound Nether Mansion. The Profound Nether Mansion was supported by one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory. None of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory feared the Blood Skull Gang at all. In fact, the Blood Skull Gang did not even dare to accept orders that targeted the important disciples of the 10 major clans. We'll send a one basic Celestial King assassin to the Simplicity Celestial Sect within 3 days. He'll make his way over as soon as possible. The Blood Skull Gang's rule is to take half of the payment as a deposit. You'll have to pay him half of the payment when he arrives, Chen Li said. Zheng Hongyi nodded. All right. At the same time, after greeting Chen Li respectfully, he cut off the communication with Chen Li. A one basic Celestial King assassin is asking for 2 purely defensive celestial weapons that have been nurtured by a celestial lord. This price is at least 5 times higher than the price offered by assassins in the Profound Nether Mansion. After ending the call, Zheng Hongyi could not help but click his tongue in shock. He felt the Blood Skull Gang's price was too high. However, he knew the Blood Skull Gang's price was based on the target's strength and distance to the target. Moreover, if he hired an assassin organization in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory, as long as his master, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, approached the Profound Nether Mansion, the Profound Nether Mansion would put pressure on the assassin organization in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory. At that time, not only would it be impossible for him to become a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, but with his master's temper, his master might even kill him. Even if his master did not kill him, the Simplicity Celestial Sect would no longer tolerate him. Moreover, his cultivation base would most likely be crippled after he was expelled from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. For this reason, to be safe, he had no choice but to accept the Blood Skull Gang's price. There is a saying that says it well, it was better to be safe than sorry. Now, it's time to look for Wang Hong and ask for a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. After leaving his courtyard, Zheng Hongyi went to look for Wang Hong. As long as I exchange the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord for 4 ordinary purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons, I'll only need to offer 2 ordinary purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. That's more than enough to pay the Blood Skull Gang. Unfortunately, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. After he found Wang Hong and told her about the Blood Skull Gang's price, Wang Hong replied, although I've never met the Blood Skull Gang, I'm aware of the process that the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory follow. Before they make a move, they'll take half of the reward as a deposit. Call me over when the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang arrives, and I'll pay the deposit. As for the rest of the payment, you can pay him after he completes his mission. As soon as Wang Hong's words came out, Zheng Hongyi's hopes were completely crushed. With Wang Hong doing this, all his previous thoughts had turned into a fantasy. He couldn't take advantage of Wang Hong at all. After returning to the Southern Heaven Territory, Duan Lingtian had been sitting cross-legged on the ice bed in his courtyard. He was not cultivating. Instead, he was comprehending the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, with the help of the chaos divine flame. Duan Lingtian could still remember the chaos divine flame's words. If you can obtain the fire-type king grade celestial method and divine ability, I'll help you comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, within 3 hours. When the chaos divine flame had said this, its arrogant voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation. Would the chaos divine flame really be able to help him comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, within 3 hours? During the process of comprehending the law of fire's fundamental profundity, Duan Lingtian followed the chaos divine flame's instructions. He summoned the chaos divine flame from his body and allowed it to float on his fingertips, just like when he was refining pills. Naturally, he had only summoned the chaos divine flame. He did not refine pills. Soon after, his consciousness cleared up. Under the guidance of the chaos divine flame, he sensed the gray flame dancing on his fingertips. It was the chaos divine flame. As time passed, Duan Lingtian discovered his consciousness had completely merged with the gray flame. His emotions changed with the gray flame. During this process, many different images appeared in his mind. Without exception, all of these images were images of him using the chaotic divine flame to refine pills. Gradually, Duan Lingtian's consciousness was completely immersed in the gray flame on his fingertips. He had completely forgotten about the passage of time. When he regained his senses, he discovered he could communicate with the law of fire's fire elemental profundity. He had completely comprehended the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity. As for how long this process took, he had no idea at all. It felt as though it was only a blink of an eye, but it also felt as though a century had passed. How long did it take? Duan Lingtian asked the chaos divine flame. 2.5 hours. The chaos divine flame replied. As soon as the chaos divine flame finished speaking, the chaos divine earth snorted coldly. Nonsense. It was clearly 2.5 hours and 3 breaths. However, the chaos divine flame ignored the chaos divine earth's words. Based on the chaos divine earth's tone, Duan Lingtian could sense a hint of bitterness in its tone. After all, it had taken the chaos divine earth an entire night to help him comprehend the law of earth's fundamental profundity, the earth elemental profundity. Now that the chaos divine flame had helped him comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, in less than 3 hours. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew the reason he was able to comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, so quickly was partly because he had been in contact with the chaos divine flame since a young age. He had even refined pills with it many times. While he was refining pills with the chaos divine flame, his comprehension of the fire elemental profundity had unknowingly changed. With the chaos divine flame's help, he managed to comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, in just slightly more than 2 hours. The fire elemental profundity. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body. With just a thought, the fire elemental profundity merged with his celestial origin energy, causing his celestial origin energy to turn fiery red. Bush, 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 bush. Every time Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had merged with the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, stirred, the sound of something burning could be heard in the air. Bush, bush, bush. Chapter 3052. The celestial origin energy that has merged with the fire elemental profundity is stronger than the celestial origin energy that has merged with the earth elemental profundity. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to discover this when he sensed the celestial origin energy that had merged with the fire elemental profundity. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to merge the earth elemental profundity with his celestial origin energy, he discovered the fire elemental profundity in his celestial origin energy was repelling the earth elemental profundity. Duan Lingtian was confused when he discovered this. He could not help but ask the Chaos Divine Flame and the Chaos Divine Earth. Lad, before you become a god and form a law clone, you can only use one law at a time when you're fighting with others, the Chaos Divine Earth said. It's not impossible for you to use a second law, but you'll have to disperse the first law's fundamental profundity in your celestial origin energy and merge the second law's fundamental profundity with your celestial origin energy. Then, you'll be able to use the second law. You should know that the profundity of a law is dependent on the fundamental profundity. In other words, once your celestial origin energy has merged with the earth elemental profundity, you won't be able to merge it with the fire elemental profundity and the other profundities from the law of fire. Therefore, you won't be able to use the other profundities from the law of earth and the law of fire. If you're an ordinary person, I suggest you focus on one law before you become a god. However, if you're a god, I'll agree with you comprehending the law of earth, the law of fire, and the law of metal at the same time. With the Chaos Divine Flame, the Profound Divine Metal, and the Chaos Divine Flame, you'll be able to quickly comprehend the profundities from these three laws. Duan Lingtian nodded. With the three of us helping you, you'll definitely be able to comprehend all the profundities from the law of earth, the law of fire, and the law of metal before you become a god. If you can help us evolve to a higher form, it won't be impossible for you to comprehend all the profundities from these three laws to the mastery stage before you become a god. The Chaos Divine Earth said, even if that's the case, before I become a deity, I can only choose to use one law when I fight with others? Duan Lingtian knew very well that once he fought with someone, it would be very difficult for him to change the celestial origin energy from one law's fundamental profundity to another law. Under such circumstances, it was naturally better to use the strongest law that one had comprehended. That's right. The Chaos Divine Earth replied, therefore, before you ascend to godhood, it's best if you use the strongest law you've comprehended. However, based on the current situation, temporarily focusing on the laws of fire is the best choice for you. Although the Chaos Divine Earth could help Duan Lingtian quickly comprehend the profundities from the law of earth, that was only possible if Duan Lingtian obtained a king-grade celestial method or divine ability that contained the corresponding profundities. Currently, Duan Lingtian possessed a king-grade celestial method that allowed him to comprehend the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. However, Duan Lingtian possessed 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of Earth. He could comprehend 5 profundities from the law of fire: the blazing sun profundity, the fire elemental profundity, the explosion profundity, the plundering profundity, and the burning profundity. In addition to the fundamental profundities, Duan Lingtian possessed 2 profundities from the law of earth and 6 profundities from the law of fire. For this reason, it was best for him to focus on the law of fire for now. Indeed, the law of fire is the most suitable for me. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, although you're currently focusing on comprehending the profundities from the law of fire, if you encounter a bottleneck while comprehending the profundities from the law of fire, you still have to study the gravitational space profundity. After all, you've only scratched the surface of the gravitational space profundity. You're already capable of unleashing its full potential. Duan Lingtian nodded. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded again. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, now that I've comprehended the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, I'll be able to comprehend the other profundities from the law of fire. When Duan Lingtian recalled the 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire in his mind, he asked the Chaos Divine Flame, which profundity from the law of fire should I comprehend first? You don't need to ask him. I can answer you. You can choose one of the 3 Upanishads: Exploding Upanishad, Plundering Upanishad, and Burning Upanishad. You should prioritize the explosion profundity first, the Chaos Divine Earth said before the Chaos Divine Flame could reply. You should comprehend the plundering profundity first. The Chaos Divine Flame said, even with my help, the explosion profundity will take longer to comprehend compared to the burning profundity and the plundering profundity. As a celestial alchemist, your perception of fire is limited to its burning speed. Duan Lingtian hasn't experienced the explosion of fire. Therefore, it's destined that your speed of comprehending the burning profundity and the plundering profundity will be faster than your speed of comprehending the explosion profundity. Compared to the Chaos Divine Earth, the Chaos Divine Flame was more familiar with Duan Lingtian's current situation. For this reason, it made a decision for Duan Lingtian. The burning profundity and the plundering profundity are focused on speed and offense respectively. However, the burning profundity isn't the strongest offensive profundity from the law of fire. The explosion profundity is. For this reason, I think it's better for you to comprehend the plundering profundity first. The Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking. Alright, I'll listen to you, Senior. Duan Lingtian agreed. Moreover, as long as you've comprehended the law of fire's plundering profundity, you'll be able to charge at your opponent with fire while you're running. In that case, the plundering profundity will be extremely powerful. Moreover, you can also fuse the plundering profundity into your attacks to increase the power of your attacks. Although it's not as powerful as the explosion profundity, the burning profundity, or the corrosion profundity, it's still an offensive technique. Duan Lingtian nodded. Alright. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand the Chaos Divine Flame's words. Previously, when he was in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Sima Chun from the Sima clan had comprehended two profundities from the Law of Wind. Apart from the Wind Elemental profundity, he had also comprehended the Gale profundity. The Gale profundity was a profundity from the Law of Wind that focused on speed. However, since the Gale profundity could be fused into one's attacks at a high speed, it could also increase the power of one's attacks. Speed could bring about inertia. This was a widely acknowledged law even on Earth where Duan Lingtian was from in his past life. With the help of the Chaos Divine Flame, Duan Lingtian began to comprehend the law of fire's plundering profundity. After a few months, Duan Lingtian had also made a breakthrough in his comprehension of the pillaging profundity. He was finally able to cast the pillaging profundity. With this, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of fire's plundering profundity had caught up with his comprehension of the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. Profound Divine Metal, you're finally awake. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He knew the Profound Divine Metal had finally woken up after a long period of slumber. Previously, the Profound Divine Metal and the Chaos Divine Flame had joined forces to help Duan Lingtian make the Divine Tree of Life acknowledge him as its master. However, since the Chaos Divine Flame was already in its third form, it quickly woke up. The Profound Divine Metal was only in its second form, so it took a few more months to wake up compared to the Chaos Divine Flame. You little kid, it's fine that I'm awake. Why are you making such a big fuss? The Profound Divine Metal's voice was slightly sluggish. It was clear it was not fully awake yet. Hey, Profound Divine Metal, I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first? The Chaos Divine Earth didn't react the way it did in the past when the Profound Divine Metal called it a baby. Instead, it ignored the Profound Divine Metal's words and chuckled. Stop keeping me in suspense. The Profound Divine Metal said indifferently, even if you don't tell me, the Chaos Divine Flame can tell me. I'll tell you the bad news first. Upon hearing the Profound Divine Metal's words, the Chaos Divine Earth no longer hesitated and said, not long ago, this brat obtained 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain different profundities from the Law of Fire. For this reason, he'll have to focus on comprehending the Law of Fire and won't be able to comprehend the Law of Metal. 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain different profundities from the Law of Fire? The Profound Divine Metal was slightly surprised when it heard the Chaos Divine Earth's words. It seems like this little guy has been quite lucky while I was asleep. What's the good news? The profound divine metal did not think much of the chaos divine earth's words. After all, even if Duan Lingtian had obtained king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of metal, he would not be able to help Duan Lingtian comprehend the law of metal since he was in his second form. I forgot that you're still in your second form. A hint of regret could be heard in the chaos divine earth's childish voice when it heard the profound divine metal's words. As soon as the chaos divine earth finished speaking, the profound divine metal exclaimed in shock, "Little guy, you obtained a first form profound divine metal?" The chaos divine earth's words were directed at Duan Lingtian. "I'm quite lucky to have found a first form profound divine metal for you, senior." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he took out the first form profound divine metal from his spatial ring. Chapter 3053. In a lush forest 10,000 miles north of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, a skinny middle-aged man dressed in black could be seen hovering in the air. His feet were less than 3 feet above the ground. The middle-aged man's face was pale. Due to his skinny appearance, his cheekbones were protruding. His cheekbones were sunken, making him look like a bag of bones. Apart from that, if one looked closely, one would notice that there was a blood-red mark on his face. On the chest area of the middle-aged man's black clothes, there was a blood-red, lifelike skull imprinted on it. Suddenly, the middle-aged man raised an eyebrow as though he had sensed something. Swoosh, swoosh. Accompanied by 2 wind-like sounds, 2 figures flew side by side from a distance in the forest. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the middle-aged man. "You're Zheng Hongyi?" The middle-aged man's gaze fell on the young man as he asked in an indifferent tone. From the beginning until the end, he did not even spare a glance at the woman standing next to the young man. It was as though she did not exist. Wang Hong would have flown into a rage if she was ignored by an ordinary person. After all, apart from being a famous inner disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, she was also the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. However, she did not dare to put on airs in front of the middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man's cultivation base was not as high as her grandfather's, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he was not a match for her. However, the other party's background was something that even her grandfather did not dare to provoke. The Blood Skull Gang was one of the 3 strongest assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. It was infamous in the Southern Heaven Territory. Among the many forces in the Southern Heaven Territory, only the 10 major clans and the 5 major sects were not afraid of the Blood Skull Gang. The Simplicity Celestial Sect was only a grade 7 sect. Although it was affiliated with the Profound Nether Mansion, there were many grade 7 sects affiliated with grade 6 celestial mansions in the Profound Nether Mansion. "Yes, senior. I'm Zheng Hongyi." Standing in front of the middle-aged man, Zheng Hongyi could clearly feel the killing intent that was unintentionally emitted from the middle-aged man's body, causing his hair to stand on end as he hurriedly responded. "Who did you contact to place the order for the Blood Skull Gang?" The middle-aged man asked again. Obviously, he wanted to confirm the identity of the person before him and see if he was really the one who had placed the order with the Blood Skull. "Chen Li, young Master Chen." Zheng Hongyi said, "You should know the rules, right?" The middle-aged man glanced at Zheng Hongyi. "I know." Zheng Hongyi nodded, then turned to look at the woman beside him and called out, "Wang Hong." "Senior, this is the deposit." With a raise of her hand, a rattan armor that emitted a jade-green luster appeared in Wang Hong's hand. At first glance, the rattan armor looked like it was woven from vines emitting green light. It was bright, dazzling, and extremely eye-catching. "That's right." The middle-aged man examined the armor and nodded in satisfaction. "This is a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord." After the middle-aged man put away the rattan armor, he looked at Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong and said, "If the target leaves the Simplicity Celestial Sect, remember to inform me immediately. After the mission is over, I'll collect the remaining half of the reward." following which the middle-aged man asked for Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong's soul pearls. He also gave them his soul pearls so that they could communicate via immortal message talismans. After exchanging the soul orbs, the middle-aged man left. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared into thin air before Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hongyi. Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong were not surprised by this. After all, the middle-aged man was a one basic celestial king. Moreover, as an assassin from the Bloodskull gang, he was much stronger than ordinary one basic celestial kings in the profound Nether Mansion. Put everything else aside, just the profundities of the law that the middle-aged man had comprehended were not something ordinary one basic celestial kings in the profound Nether Mansion could compare to. Moreover, the middle-aged man was from the Bloodskull gang, so he had no lack of celestial methods and divine abilities. If Duan Lingtian doesn't leave the sect's estate, even if the assassin from the Bloodskull gang comes, they won't be able to kill him, right? Wang Hong looked at Zheng Hongyi and said, based on what I know, ever since he joined the sect, he hasn't left the sect's estate. Apart from going to the sect's estate once, he's been cultivating in his true disciples' courtyard. I'm afraid it won't be easy to lure him out of the sect's estate. Moreover, even if there's a way to lure him out of the sect, he'll definitely ask your master to send someone to escort him out. At that time, even the assassin from the Bloodskull gang might not be able to kill him. Wang Hong voiced her concerns. Don't worry. Upon hearing Wang Hong's words, Zheng Hongyi said nonchalantly, Duan Lingtian will soon leave the sect's estate on his own. But Wang Hong asked. It's a secret. Zheng Hongyi looked at Wang Hong meaningfully before a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Then he rose into the air and left the forest. Wang Hong left as well. However, her expression was unsightly. How dare Zheng Hongyi keep her in suspense? After all, she had to bear half of the reward for hiring the assassin from the Bloodskull gang to kill Duan Lingtian. 3 days later, in the Simplicity Celestial Sect, in the valley where the true disciples and inner disciples cultivated, Duan Lingtian, a middle-aged man dressed in the robes of an inner disciple, appeared in the courtyard of a true disciple and greeted him. Duan Lingtian was in the midst of comprehending the law of fire's pillaging profundity in his room when he heard the commotion outside. He was slightly taken aback. Someone's looking for me? In his bewilderment, Duan Lingtian opened the door to his courtyard and looked at a middle-aged man that was standing in the air not far away from the courtyard. The middle-aged man was the one who had called out to him earlier. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian asked. Earlier, before I entered the sect's encampment, I received a voice transmission. At the same time, the person who sent the voice transmission to me delivered a letter to me from afar. The middle-aged man handed the letter to Duan Lingtian as he spoke. The words to Duan Lingtian were written on the letter. This method of sending a letter, Duan Lingtian frowned when he saw the letter. He had been in the spirit overarching heaven for quite some time, but this was his first time seeing someone using such an ancient method to send a letter. Did you see who sent the letter to you? Duan Lingtian asked the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man shook his head. The person who sent the voice transmission was a man. A man? Duan Lingtian frowned. Who could it be? Duan Ling, if there's nothing else, I'll return to my residence first. The middle-aged man said. Thank you. Duan Lingtian nodded. After the middle-aged man left, Duan Lingtian opened the envelope in his hand and took out the folded letter. At the same time, he unfolded the letter. The 2 paragraphs on the letter were clearly reflected in his eyes. Swoosh. As soon as he read the 2 paragraphs of words on the letter, his expression changed completely. There were only 2 words on the first paragraph of the letter. The second paragraph was a long one. 100,000 miles to the east of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. Come here alone. If I find someone following you here, even if you don't see me, she'll definitely die. Duan Lingtian had been worried about Huan Er's whereabouts ever since she went missing. His heart was filled with anxiety when he saw the letter. She was kidnapped? And now, the person who gave me the letter wants me to meet him alone? It's obvious that he has an ulterior motive. Might not know where I am. Even if she knows, she wouldn't expose my whereabouts. How did that person find out about Huan? Is Huan really with him? Although his heart was burning with anxiety, Duan Ling Tian did not lose his reason. After taking a deep breath, he calmly pondered. Regardless of whether Huan is with him or not, and regardless of his motive, I have to make a trip there. Although Huan might not be with him, and the person wanted him to meet him for some reason, Duan Ling Tian was certain Huan was not with him. However, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to take the risk. If Huan was with him, and he did not cooperate with the person might harm Huan. However, it's obvious the other party has ill intentions. I have to be careful. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian left the valley where the true disciples and inner court disciples' small courtyards were located and made his way east. After Duan Ling Tian left, a figure walked out of one of the inner disciples' courtyards. He took the bait. The figure was none other than Zheng Hongyi, the third direct disciple of Sun Liang Peng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. At this moment, a bright smile could be seen on Zheng Hongyi's face. As expected of one of the 3 strongest assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory, I was worried about how to lure Duan Ling Tian out of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. Who knew they would have a way to lure Duan Ling Tian out of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate? I wonder what method the Blood Skull Gang used to lure Huan out of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. Although Zheng Hongyi knew the Blood Skull Gang had a way to lure Duan Ling Tian out of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate, he did not know what method the Blood Skull Gang had used. 3 days ago, Zheng Hongyi had confidently told Wang Hong that Duan Ling Tian would leave the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate soon because Chenli had informed him that the Blood Skull Gang had a way to lure Duan Ling Tian out of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian would be forced to leave the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate alone. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to ask anyone to leave with him. He's left. Zheng Hongyi's eyes flashed as he contacted the assassins sent by the Blood Skull Gang through a communication celestial talisman, informing him that Duan Ling Tian had left the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. Meanwhile, he took the bait? Chapter 3054. Similar to the spirit overarching heaven, the 10,000 beasts heaven was one of the 80 Devata realms. However, it was different from the spirit overarching heaven. 99% of the life forms in Wuxia heaven were immortal beasts. This was because the immortal beasts in Wuxia heaven ostracized humans and other life forms. If they encountered humans or other life forms, they would immediately kill them. On the other hand, the spirit overarching heaven was a Devata realm where humans and celestial beasts coexisted peacefully. In the Wuxia heaven, the Dragon Clan was one of the more powerful forces under the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Wuxia heaven. The patriarch of the Dragon's clan was a 10 Directions celestial emperor. His strength was comparable to the Heavenly Emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven. Below the clan leader, there were many dragons among the dragons. It was because of their existence that the dragon's status in Wuxia heaven was established. The residence of the dragons was located in a vast plain called the Ancestral Dragon Plain. This plain was also the territory of the dragons. Usually, very few immortal beasts dared to approach it. In the outer region of the Ancestral Dragon Plain, 2 figures shot out from the Ancestral Dragon Plain like a bolt of black lightning and a bolt of white lightning. In the blink of an eye, they left the Ancestral Dragon Plain. Not long after the 2 figures left, a gray figure appeared in the sky above the outer region of the Ancestral Dragon Plains. It was an old man in a gray robe. He was tall and sturdy, but there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. The old man raised his hand and an immortal talisman appeared in his hand. Then, The immortal talisman burned and turned into a seven-colored light that shot into the sky. Almost at the same time as the seven-colored light rushed into the sky, the void in the distance trembled, and a group of people stepped through the air from afar. Their movements were uniform, and they looked majestic. There were a total of 11 people in this group, led by a middle-aged man. They all wore silver armor, and the middle-aged man's armor was the thickest. 13th Elder. When they saw the old man, the middle-aged man in the lead hurriedly bowed respectfully to the old man, and the group of 10 people behind him followed suit. Did you see the two little fellows who just left? The old man looked at the middle-aged man and asked. The middle-aged man shook his head. Just as the old man was feeling a little disappointed, the middle-aged man added, however, although I didn't see the person you're talking about, I did sense two waves of celestial origin energy moving outside. It went that way. As the middle-aged man spoke, he pointed towards the south. Almost at the same time the middle-aged man finished speaking, the old man had already disappeared in front of the middle-aged man and the others like a ghost, as if he had disappeared into thin air. It seems that the ones who left were those two little fellows. After the old man left, the middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. Captain, do you know who the 13th Elder is chasing? Among the 10 people behind the middle-aged man, a young man asked curiously. A few years ago, the youngest elder of the dragons, Elder Xianxia, brought 2 clansmen back from the mundane realm, right? The middle-aged man asked. Of course I have. The young man's eyes lit up as he said confidently, it said that the 2 clan leaders were 8-clawed divine dragons in the mundane realm. After they entered the clan, they were baptized in the dragon pool and showed signs of transforming into 9-clawed divine dragons. Then, they displayed extraordinary innate talent in a short time. Currently, they're not even 100 years old, but they've already broken through and become celestial dukes. One of them has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. The other one has only comprehended 3 profundities from the law of destruction, but he has comprehended one of the profundities to the initial stage. This is why his battle prowess is much higher than the former. Both of them are rare geniuses in the dragons of the 10,000 beasts heaven. For this reason, the clan leader thinks highly of them and even sent the 13th Elder. When the young man spoke up to this point, he seemed to have recalled something. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the middle-aged man in shock and asked, Captain, don't tell me the 2 little fellows that 13th Elder asked us about are them? Yes, it's them. The middle-aged man smiled wryly. Moreover, based on the 13th Elder's actions, it's obvious he didn't keep an eye on them and allowed them to escape. I hope 13th Elder can catch up to them. Otherwise, if something happens to them, not only will 13th Elder not be able to escape the punishment of the Patriarch, even us patrolling warriors in this area will be implicated. The middle-aged man sighed repeatedly when he reached the end of his sentence. The gray-clad old man left the ancestral dragon plain and headed south. He searched every nook and cranny of the area, but he did not find his target. His expression darkened immediately. Ever since those 2 little fellows became celestial dukes, they've been trying to escape. I managed to stop them the previous few times. This time, I was distracted for a moment, and they managed to escape. I hope they're all right. Otherwise, how am I going to explain this to the clan leader? The gray-clad old man muttered to himself. His voice was filled with helplessness when he reached the end of his sentence. At the same time, tens of thousands of miles to the northeast of the gray-clad old man's location, the black and white bolts of lightning that were streaking across the sky slowed down. Then, 2 figures appeared. One of the figures was tall and the other was short. They were a young man and a young woman in white. The young man was wearing a long black robe. His resolute face was as sharp as a knife, emitting a cold aura. His eyes were expressionless. He was tall and sturdy, and he looked like a towering black iron tower. The other one was a white-clothed woman. She had a beautiful appearance, and her beautiful appearance revealed a heroic spirit. She gave people a feeling that she was not inferior to men. Apart from that, the young woman in white was also taller than an ordinary woman. She was 1.8 meters tall. However, she appeared petite when she stood in front of the young man in black who was almost 2 meters tall. Although the young woman's white robe was loose, it could not hide her proud figure. Her legs that were more than 1.8 meters long were especially eye-catching. It seems like we've shaken off the old man. The young woman in white sighed in relief. Then, she looked at the young man in black and asked, "Little Black, have you contacted Little Gold?" The young man in black nodded. Then, his eyes flashed as he said, "She's already there. Let's go over now. She's more comfortable. Nobody's watching her. She can leave whenever she wants." The young woman in white muttered. Then, the young man in black moved together. They turned into 2 bolts of lightning, one black and one white, and headed toward the south. When the 2 of them were heading south, the 13th elder of the dragons who could not find them in the southwest was still searching for them. However, he did not know that they were already in the northeast. 3 days later, in the desert, an abandoned city was covered in yellow sand. One could vaguely see the ruins on the yellow sand. It gave off a lonely feeling. At this very moment, above the broken walls above the yellow sand, a graceful golden figure stood in the air. It was a young woman in golden clothes. She had an oval face. She did not wear any makeup, but she had an extraordinary appearance. She stood there as though everything around her paled in comparison. In addition, her slim figure was also very tall. She was about 1.75 meters tall, much taller than ordinary women. "They're here." Suddenly, the woman seemed to have noticed something. She suddenly narrowed her eyes and looked toward the north. There were 2 small black dots that were rapidly growing in size. They were rapidly approaching her. A moment later, the growing black dot turned into a young man in a black robe and a young woman in white. "Little White, Little Black." A beautiful smile bloomed on the woman's originally cold face when she saw them. At the same time, she rose into the air and quickly welcomed them. "Little Gold, long time no see. You've become prettier again." The woman in white smiled. "Little White, don't just talk about me. You've become prettier too. I really don't understand. Little Black and you have the same mother. Why are you so beautiful and he's so ugly?" As the golden-robed woman spoke, she looked at the black-robed young man beside the white-robed woman and rolled her eyes at him. The corner of the young man in black's mouth twitched when he heard the woman in golden clothes' words. He glared at her coldly. At the same time, the cold and indifferent aura that he had been emitting seemed to have faded a lot. "Although you're prettier now, your chest is still so small. Those who don't know better would think you're a woman in disguise." The young man in black's voice was indifferent. As soon as he spoke, the woman in golden clothes' expression turned unsightly. Just as the woman in golden clothes was about to lose her temper, the woman in white stepped forward to mediate the situation. All right. Both of you haven't seen each other for so long. Why are you bickering as soon as you see each other? Don't forget why we're gathered here this time." When the white-clothed woman said the first sentence, the golden-clothed woman and the black-robed young man were still staring at each other. However, when they heard the white-clothed woman's second sentence, they both withdrew their gazes from each other. "Little White, it's been so many years. Do you think Brother Ling Tian and Sister Kerr are still in the St. Province realm?" The woman in golden clothes asked as she looked at the woman in white. "It doesn't matter if Brother Ling Tian and Sister Kerr are still in the St. Province realm. We're already celestial dukes, so we don't have to worry about the secular karma in the mundane realm," the woman in white said. When the golden-clothed woman and the white-clothed woman mentioned the words Big Brother Ling Tian and Big Sister Kerr, the depths of the black-robed young man's originally cold eyes were suffused with waves of gentleness. "I'm afraid Brother Ling Tian and Sister Kerr won't be able to recognize us now." Chapter 3055. In the Spirit Overarching Heaven. In the profound Nether Mansions territory in the Southern Heaven territory. In the east of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, There was a vast grassland that spanned from 80,000 to 130,000 miles. In the east of the Simplicity Celestial sect, there was a blue lake with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters on a grassland that was about 100,000 miles away from the Simplicity Celestial sect. This lake was located in the middle of the grassland. It was like a mirror embedded in the grassland, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds in the sky, as well as the scorching sun. As if a gust of wind had blown past, a purple figure appeared in the air above the lake that was originally empty. The purple figure was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had rushed here from the Simplicity Celestial sect. He looked to his left and right, but he did not see anyone around him. The reason Duan Lingtian was here was because of the letter he had received. Since the person who wrote the letter had invited him here, it was only a matter of time before he showed up. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry. He sat cross-legged in the air and continued to comprehend the law of fire's pillaging profundity with the help of the Chaos Divine Flame. With the help of the Chaos Divine Flame, his comprehension of the law of fire's pillaging profundity improved rapidly. At this rate, I'm sure I'll be able to comprehend the pillaging profundity within half a year. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was referring to comprehending the pillaging profundity to the rudimentary stage. A king-grade celestial method that contained the pillaging profundity could only help him comprehend the pillaging profundity to the rudimentary stage. Although Duan Lingtian was comprehending the law of fire, his divine consciousness was constantly spreading out. As long as someone was near him, he would be able to detect it immediately and react in time unless the person's cultivation base was much higher than his. While Duan Lingtian was comprehending the law of fire above the lake, two people were busy in the Simplicity Celestial sect. They were none other than Xianxia, the third direct disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, and Wang Hong, the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect. At this moment, the two of them were making their way around the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate to make sure none of the celestial kings had left the sect. The reason why the two of them were doing this was because they wanted to cooperate with the Blood Skull assassin. The assassin sent by the Blood Skull gang was only one basic celestial king. Although he was strong, there were many people in the Simplicity Celestial sect who were stronger than him. As a member of the Blood Skull gang, it was only natural for him to be cautious. Therefore, when he learned that Duan Lingtian had left, he sent a message to Xianxia to confirm if anyone from the Simplicity Celestial sect had left. 3 days later, Xianxia and Wang Hong met. The people I went to look for are all in the sect's encampment. No one has left. Wang Hong said to Xianxia. Same here. Xianxia nodded. At the same time, he took out an immortal message talisman. Through the soul imprint in a soul pearl, he sent the message over. Senior, all the celestial kings and above who haven't left the sect's estate are all in the sect's estate. None of them have left. It seems like Duan Lingtian really didn't tell anyone about your invitation. These were the exact words Xianxia sent to the assassin from the Blood Skull gang. Then he continued to flatter the assassin. Senior, you're really amazing. Not only did you lure Duan Lingtian out of the sect's estate, but you even made sure he didn't dare to tell anyone about your invitation. All right. Unfortunately, Zheng Hongyi's flattery was destined to be in vain. After receiving Zheng Hongyi's message, the assassin from the Blood Skull gang only responded with a faint grunt and then ignored Zheng Hongyi. It's time to make a move. The black-clad middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged in the air suddenly rose to his feet. In the next moment, his eyes were filled with sharpness as he stared at the grassland. At the same time, his body emitted waves of frightening killing intent. He murmured to himself, "It seems like the information from the organization is correct. That woman is indeed very important to him." However, he really didn't tell anyone that he came here. Could it be that he couldn't see that the letter could be a great threat to him? Or perhaps, he thinks his life won't be in danger if he follows my instructions? What a naive brat. After muttering for a while, the black-clothed middle-aged man smiled coldly. Then, his entire body seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning, and directly swept into the grassland. The grassland was vast, and the sky was clear. A mirror-like lake could be seen in the middle of the grassland. It was like a pearl that had fallen from the sky, giving the grassland a unique sense of beauty. A purple-clad young man could be seen sitting cross-legged in the air above the lake. He seemed to be meditating, but one could vaguely see waves of heat pulsing around his body. If it was night instead of day, it would not be difficult to see the heat waves pulsating around his body, emitting a faint fiery red glow. It was the fire elemental profundity, the fire elemental profundity. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. It had been a few days since Duan Lingtian arrived. He had been waiting for the person who had sent him the letter, but the person had yet to show up. However, since Duan Lingtian was comprehending the law of fire's pillaging profundity, time did not seem to pass too slowly. He's here. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately stood up and looked at the sky in front of him warily. As soon as he looked in the direction of the sound, swoosh. At this moment, a black figure appeared like a ghost in the sky. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a long black robe. The middle-aged man was skinny and looked like a bag of bones. However, the murderous aura he exuded was enough to make one's heart palpitate. HM? As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, Duan Lingtian looked at the blood-red skull embroidered on the chest of the middle-aged man's black robe. The bloody skull was embroidered vividly, as if it was a real skull that was dyed with blood. It was hideous and terrifying. The Blood Skull Gang? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he saw the middle-aged man's skinny face. Before he came to the Simplicity Celestial sect, he did not know about the Blood Skull Gang, let alone recognize the Blood Skull Gang symbol. However, after staying in the inner court of the Simplicity Celestial sect for a period of time, he learned a lot about the Southern Heaven Territory. He learned about the 3 strongest assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. One of the 3 strongest assassin organizations was the Blood Skull Gang. The assassins of the Blood Skull Gang wore the uniform of the Blood Skull Gang with the Blood Skull Gang's symbol on their chests. Apart from that, one could also tell the assassins' rank in the Blood Skull Gang by looking at the symbols on their chests. You're quite knowledgeable to recognize that I'm an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. The middle-aged man stared at Duan Lingtian coldly as he said, Duan Lingtian, you're an assassin. Waves of shock surged in his heart when he saw the purple-clad young man. It seemed as though the purple-clad young man had already noticed his presence. This was inconceivable to him. After all, he was a one-basic celestial king while the purple-clad young man was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Where's Huan? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently, ignoring the middle-aged man's cold gaze. Huan? The middle-aged man was taken aback. Then he sneered and said, There's no Huan. She's just a bait to lure you away from the Simplicity Celestial sect. It's just that I didn't expect you to come here on your own. It seems like that person is very important to you. Based on her name, she must be a woman, right? Today, a genius like you will die because of a woman. The middle-aged man's sneer deepened when he finished speaking. So, you don't know where Huaner is? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as he sighed in relief inwardly. Didn't I tell you? It's just a bait. The middle-aged man sneered. Although it's just a bait, the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence network is pretty good. To think you're aware of Huaner's existence and know how to lure me out. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Can you tell me who hired the Blood Skull Gang to kill me? Based on what I know, it's not easy to hire an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Not everyone is qualified to do so. Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the middle-aged man. You seem to know a lot. The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. Originally, since you're about to die, there's no harm in letting you know the reason before you die. Unfortunately, our blood skull has our own rules. You can only die with your curiosity and regret. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the air around him began to tremble as a majestic aura surged out of him. At the same time, A terrifying killing intent surged out of the middle-aged man's body. In the next moment, thush! In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man appeared in front of Duan Lingtian like a ghost. He raised his hand and threw a punch at Duan Lingtian. Blue celestial origin energy swirled around his fist. It was clear this was the celestial origin energy from the law of water's fundamental profundity, the water elemental profundity. Bang! His fist shot out like a roaring water dragon toward Duan Lingtian's head. It was clear the middle-aged man intended to kill Duan Lingtian with a single punch. However, the middle-aged man had a nonchalant expression on his face as though he was certain Duan Lingtian would be killed by his punch. However, in the next moment his gaze froze, and his expression changed drastically. Just as the middle-aged man's gaze froze and his expression changed drastically, a crisp sound rang out. It wasn't loud, but it scared the middle-aged man so much that he felt like his insides were about to split apart. Chapter 3056. The middle-aged man was completely dumbfounded. In fact, when Duan Lingtian recognized him as an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang and seemed to know a lot about the Blood Skull Gang, he had already sensed something was amiss when he saw Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. However, when he recalled the message from Zheng Hongyi, an inner disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect, and the fact that Duan Lingtian was just a transcender, he felt relieved. Duan Lingtian was most likely a reincarnated celestial who had regained his memories from his past life. However, so what? No matter how powerful Duan Lingtian was in his past life, he was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial now. How's this possible? The middle-aged man was shocked to discover that even after he cast the other profundities from the law of water, he still could not move Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian remained motionless as he held the middle-aged man's hand. He allowed the middle-aged man's water elemental profundity to wreak havoc on his hand. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly as he raised his hand that was holding the middle-aged man's hand. In the next moment, rip! A tearing sound rang in the air as Duan Lingtian tore the middle-aged man's arm off and tossed it to the side. In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man's severed arm fell into the lake below, causing a splash. At the same time, a blood-red flower bloomed on the surface of the lake. The middle-aged man had the opportunity to pick up his severed arm, but he did not dare to do so. At this moment, the middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had seen a ghost. Aren't you a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? How can you possess such powerful celestial origin energy? As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, his body blurred as he quickly distanced himself from Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian was a ferocious beast that would devour him. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian attacked, the middle-aged man had only sensed the aura of the earth elemental profundity in Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Apart from the earth elemental profundity, Duan Lingtian did not use any other techniques. The middle-aged man knew Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy was so powerful that the middle-aged man was unable to shake him. Even if the middle-aged man had Duan Lingtian's celestial profundity and used his one basic celestial profundity, he still would not be able to shake Duan Lingtian's Duan Lingtian. Although the celestial origin energy of a 10-direction celestial king is capable of suppressing me, it's not as strong as his celestial origin energy. It feels like his celestial origin energy has surpassed a celestial king's and is comparable to a celestial lord's. With this thought in mind, the middle-aged man knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. At the very least, he was no match for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian seems to have entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm not too long ago. This means he's only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, his celestial origin energy is comparable to a celestial lord's. This means he's relying on a powerful celestial talisman or a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Although his strength will continue to be depleted, it'll be easy for him to kill me before he runs out of energy. The middle-aged man figured out how Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy was comparable to a celestial lord's celestial origin energy. At this moment, there was only one thought in the middle-aged man's mind. Run! Alas, Duan Lingtian seemed to have expected the middle-aged man to flee. With a wave of his hand, his celestial origin energy that was boosted with the earth elemental profundity surged out. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that was boosted with the earth elemental profundity whistled through the air and transformed into black pillars in just a blink of an eye. They swirled around the middle-aged man and formed a cage that trapped him. Although Duan Lingtian had only comprehended the basics of the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity, he was still able to cast the king-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison. Naturally, the gravitational space profundity was not that powerful. Currently, Duan Lingtian was relying on his celestial origin energy that was comparable to an ordinary celestial lord's. With his celestial origin energy that was boosted with the earth elemental profundity, even if he had only comprehended the basics of the gravitational space profundity, it was still extremely powerful. At the very least, the middle-aged man who was trapped in the Black Rock Prison was forced to bend over due to the gravitational force. The middle-aged man roared as his celestial origin energy that was boosted with the water elemental profundity surged out of his body. His celestial origin energy took on many different forms as he charged at the Black Rock Prison. I can't escape. I'm dead meat. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was ashen. He knew he was going to die. As long as you tell me who hired you to kill me, I might spare your life. After all, you're just an assassin who has no enmity with me. You're just doing me a favor, Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he looked at the middle-aged man's ashen face. However, when the middle-aged man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he glanced at Duan Lingtian before a sneer appeared on his skinny face. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw the middle-aged man's body emitting a blue light. Then his body exploded, leaving behind a cloud of blood that dyed the Black Rock Prison red. A spatial ring and a set of armor fell to the ground. Did he commit suicide? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly, but soon after he cast it again. It was as though he had come to a realization. That's right. Since the Blood Skull Gang has such a reputation, it's impossible for their assassins to betray their employer. However, even though he's dead, his spatial ring was left behind. The Blood Skull Gang and the other powerful assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory all have a rule. They'll take half of the deposit before they make a move. Perhaps, I'll be able to find the deposit in his spatial ring. Naturally, the person who hired me has to be from the profound Nether Mansion. However, if he's not from the profound Nether Mansion, he won't be able to recognize me, let alone kill me. Moreover, those from the profound Nether Mansion would only have prominent celestial crystals at most. An assassin organization like the Blood Skull Gang wouldn't care about prominent celestial crystals. In other words, the person who hired the Blood Skull Gang to kill me must have paid the Blood Skull Gang with something else instead of celestial crystals. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's thoughts changed rapidly. He thought of many things and even had his own speculations. Although some of the people I killed during my trip to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm came from extraordinary backgrounds, it's impossible for them to be certain I killed them even if they suspect me. It's impossible for them to go to the Blood Skull Gang to kill me just because they suspect me. In other words, the person who hired the Blood Skull Gang to kill me is most likely from the Simplicity Celestial sect. With this thought in mind, a figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was none other than Xianxia, the third direct disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect whom he had met when he first arrived in the Simplicity Celestial sect. Based on what the inner disciples said, if I didn't show up, it's very likely Xianxia would take my spot as a true disciple. When I first met Xianxia, I could sense his jealousy and hostility toward me. Perhaps, he's the one who hired the Blood Skull Gang to kill me? However, is he capable of contacting the Blood Skull Gang and hiring the Blood Skull Gang to kill me? With these questions in mind, Duan Lingtian made his way back to the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. When I return, I'll look for the sect leader and show him the items in that person's spatial ring. If they belong to Zheng Hongyi, the sect leader might be able to recognize them. Although Zheng Hongyi was the direct disciple of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian knew Zheng Hongyi was only an ordinary direct disciple. Sun Liangpeng's other two direct disciples were also true disciples. Their innate talent far surpassed Zheng Hongyi's. This was one of the reasons Zheng Hongyi failed to become a true disciple. His innate talent was limited. Duan Lingtian believed that if it was really Zheng Hongyi who did it, Sun Liangpeng would surely give him an explanation and would not shield Zheng Hongyi. Sun Liangpeng would not hesitate to settle this matter in private. If he was an ordinary inner disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Sun Liangpeng might not even care about him. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew Sun Liangpeng was only a disciple of Sun Liangpeng. The only reason Sun Liangpeng was willing to give him an explanation was because he was extremely valuable to Sun Liangpeng. This could be seen from Sun Liangpeng's attitude when he first joined the Simplicity Celestial Sect. It was impossible for Sun Liangpeng to entertain ordinary people who entered the Simplicity Celestial Sect. While Duan Lingtian was on his way back to the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, the Blood Skull Gang received a communication celestial talisman from the assassin who had just committed suicide in front of Duan Lingtian. The target is Duan Lingtian. Although he's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he possesses a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon or a celestial talisman that allows him to possess the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord. Soon after the communication celestial talisman was sent to the Blood Skull Gang, Qin Li, who was the illegitimate son of one of the vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang, received the news. What? Duan Lingtian possesses a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon or a celestial talisman that allows him to possess the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord. Qin Li was dumbfounded. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have such a trump card. It seems like he's really a reincarnated celestial. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary celestial in his past life. He must have regained his memories and obtained something from his past life. In Chen Li's opinion, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon or a celestial talisman that allowed him to possess the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord must have been left behind by Duan Lingtian in his past life. It was highly likely that Duan Lingtian was a celestial lord in his past life. Chapter 3057. In the Simplicity Celestial Sect in the profound Nether Mansions territory. Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong sat at the same stone table in a quiet valley, waiting for the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang to return with news. Why is he taking so long? Wang Hong frowned. With his strength, it should be easy for him to kill Duan Lingtian. He should have returned by now. I think so too. Zheng Hongyi also felt that the Blood Skull Gang's assassin was too slow. Don't tell me he's still suspicious after I sent him the message and spent some time to confirm that Duan Lingtian didn't bring anyone with him? That's possible. Wang Hong nodded. Send him a message to hurry him up. Wang Hong said. Zheng Hongyi nodded. Wang Hong looked at Zheng Hongyi, waiting for him to send a message to the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. However, Zheng Hongyi's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Wang Hong frowned, but an ominous premonition faintly rose in her heart. He's dead, Zheng Hongyi said in a trembling voice. At the same time, his body also trembled slightly. His pupils shrank fiercely, as if he had discovered something shocking. What? Wang Hong was shocked by Zheng Hongyi's words. At this moment, she saw a shattered soul pearl in Zheng Hongyi's hand. At the same time, Zheng Hongyi continued to say, This is the soul pearl of the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. I used it to contact him. Dead? How's that possible? Wang Hong asked in disbelief. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian really sent a message to your master asking for help? Your master didn't send a powerhouse from the sect to make a move. Instead, he sent a powerhouse from outside the sect to make a move? This was the only thing Wang Hong could think of. Even in her wildest dreams, she did not expect the assassin from the Blood Skull gang to be killed by Duan Lingtian. I don't know. Zheng Hongyi shook his head. He was still in a daze. It took him a long time to regain his senses. Contact that Chenyi you know. The Blood Skull's assassin organization will definitely know about the death of the Blood Skull's assassin. In addition, that assassin had most likely sent a message back before he died. Wang Hong calmed down before Zheng Hongyi, reminding Zheng Hongyi at the right time. Hearing this, Zheng Hongyi immediately took out another soul pearl and used an immortal message talisman to contact the owner of the soul imprint on the soul pearl. The owner of the soul pearl was none other than the illegitimate son of the vice leader of the Blood Skull gang, Chen Li. Young Master Chen, the soul orb of the Blood Skull's assassin has shattered. He's probably dead. Zheng Hongyi went straight to the point and asked, Do you have any news from him? After the transmission, Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong waited together. Zheng Hongyi, do you think that Blood Skull assassin killed Duan Lingtian before he died? Wang Hong looked at Zheng Hongyi and asked. I don't know. Zheng Hongyi shook his head. We have to wait for young Master Chen's reply to find out what happened before the Blood Skull gang assassin died. We can only hope that the assassin managed to send a message back to the Blood Skull gang before he was killed. After Zheng Hongyi finished speaking, he continued to wait. Wang Hong nodded. She did not say anything and continued to wait. As time passed, Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong's expressions gradually turned solemn. It's here. Suddenly, Zheng Hongyi's eyes lit up. Wang Hong's eyes lit up as well as she looked at Zheng Hongyi. In the next moment, he saw Zheng Hongyi's face suddenly sink. At the same time, his eyes flickered, and then his face became even more uncertain. What's wrong? Wang Hong asked. However, Zheng Hongyi did not reply to her. He was still immersed in the shock that Chen Li's message had brought to him. Zheng Hongyi, the Blood Skull gang's assassin, has failed. According to the Blood Skull gang's rules, the mission will continue, but the reward will be halved. The assassin who failed has already received half of the original payment as a deposit. This is the full payment for this mission. You don't need to pay anything else. As for Duan Lingtian, the Blood Skull gang will continue to send assassins to deal with him. However, if necessary, we'll seek your help. This was Chen Li's message to Zheng Hongyi. Young Master Chen, do you know who killed the assassin? Was it a powerhouse from the Simplicity Celestial sect? Zheng Hongyi asked as soon as he heard Chen Li's message. No, Chen Li replied indifferently. You don't need to know how he died. All you need to know is that we, the Blood Skull, will continue with this mission. That's all you need to know. Zheng Hongyi's expression darkened when he heard Chen Li's words. However, he did not dare to ask any questions. Zheng Hongyi, did young Master Chen reply to you? Wang Hong asked again. Yes. At this moment, Zheng Hongyi finally regained his senses and nodded. Young Master Chen said that the assassin had failed. However, the Blood Skull gang will continue to send assassins until Duan Lingtian is dead. Failed? Wang Hong's expression darkened. Did he say how he failed? Is the person who killed the assassin from the Blood Skull gang a celestial king from the Simplicity Celestial sect? I asked him about this, but he didn't say anything. He only told me that the Blood Skull gang will continue to send assassins until Duan Lingtian is dead, Zheng Hongyi said. Wang Hongyi nodded. Then he looked at Wang Hong and said, Don't worry. Even if the assassin from the Blood Skull gang is killed, he won't reveal our identities. Naturally, I believe in the reputation of the Blood Skull gang. Wang Hong looked at Zheng Hongyi with a faint smile on her face as she said, Zheng Hongyi, as far as I know, there's a rule in the Blood Skull gang. If an assassin fails the first time, even if they continue to send assassins, their reward will be halved, right? Wang Hong looked at Zheng Hongyi meaningfully as she spoke. Upon hearing Wang Hong's words, Zheng Hongyi knew he would have to pay a price no matter what. He sighed inwardly before he took out 2 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons and gave them to Wang Hong. Wang Hong accepted the king-grade celestial weapons with a satisfied expression on her face. Wang Hong, young Master Chen, said that it's very likely that the Blood Skull's assassins will ask for our help. If you don't want to be involved in this matter, return the 2 king-grade celestial weapons to me. I'll cooperate with them. Zheng Hongyi's heart ached for the 2 king-grade celestial weapons. However, Wang Hong merely scoffed when she heard Zheng Hongyi's words. Zheng Hongyi, the Blood Skull gang won't betray me, and it's impossible for you to betray me as well. Chapter 3058. What? Although Sun Liangpeng was the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, he was still shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Someone had hired the Blood Skull gang to kill Duan Lingtian, and the Blood Skull gang's assassins had come to kill Duan Lingtian. He could not help but feel worried for Duan Lingtian. When he learned that Duan Lingtian had escaped from the Blood Skull gang's assassins, he assumed someone had saved Duan Lingtian at the critical moment. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to say he was the one who had killed the Blood Skull gang's assassins. Based on his knowledge, the Blood Skull gang was one of the top 3 assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. Even the weakest assassin in the organization was a 1 basic celestial king. Moreover, since the Blood Skull gang was a grade 5 force, they did not lack king-grade celestial methods or divine abilities. Most of the 1 basic celestial kings in the Blood Skull gang had comprehended many profundities from the law. They were much stronger than most of the 1 basic celestial kings in the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian, why you're not joking, right? Sun Liangpeng gasped as he looked at Duan Lingtian. After a long time, he finally spoke again. Sect leader, there's no need for me to joke about this. Duan Lingtian shrugged. At the same time, with a single thought, a powerful divine sense extended out and enveloped Sun Liangpeng's body, intentionally allowing Sun Liangpeng to discover it. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness shrouded Sun Liangpeng's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he felt as if he was enveloped by a terrifying aura, and he was like a lone boat in the boundless ocean, completely helpless and in danger of capsizing at any moment. This is the divine consciousness of a 10 Directions celestial king? The divine consciousness that shrouded Sun Liangpeng's body was so powerful that it caused his heart to palpitate. However, this was not his first time facing a divine consciousness of this level. He remembered one of the Vice Mansion Masters of the profound Nether Mansion had used his divine consciousness to suppress him. Just when Sun Liangpeng was looking at Duan Lingtian in disbelief and shock, he found that the divine sense that enveloped him had been withdrawn. Moreover, he could clearly feel it. The divine sense withdrew into Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Ling, you? How can you have such a powerful divine sense? Sun Liangpeng asked in shock. What if I told you that my divine sense was even stronger when I killed that Blood Skull assassin? What would you say, Sect Master? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Sun Liangpeng and said, Stronger than now? Then, isn't your divine sense comparable to the divine sense of a celestial lord? Sun Liangpeng was even more shocked now. At the same time, a thought appeared in his mind. Don't tell me you have a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon? Although some powerful celestial talismans could temporarily boost one's celestial origin energy and divine sense to the level of a celestial lord, it did not last long. Moreover, once the duration of the celestial talisman was up, the celestial origin energy and divine sense would dissipate, and the user would revert to his original state. However, it was a different story if it was a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Whether it was the user's celestial origin energy or divine sense, they could be continuously depleted. During the depletion process, the user's cultivation base that was stronger than the user's cultivation base would constantly weaken. For example, Duan Lingtian's divine sense. Duan Lingtian's divine sense was comparable to a 10 directions celestial king's. If he said his divine sense was stronger than now, it would only be comparable to a celestial lord's. It was obvious he was using a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Isn't it obvious? Duan Lingtian asked. Sun Liangpeng was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. When he regained his senses, he asked, Duan Lingtian, did you obtain the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Duan Lingtian shook his head. I obtained it elsewhere. How many times can you use it? Sun Liangpeng asked curiously. Upon hearing Sun Liangpeng's words, Duan Lingtian's expression darkened immediately. I've used it up this time. He did not plan to tell Sun Liangpeng that the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon could only be used once. Who knew if Sun Liangpeng would be tempted by it? A consumable royal-grade celestial weapon was extremely tempting even for a sect leader of a 7th-grade sect like Sun Liangpeng. After all, it would allow him to possess divine consciousness and celestial origin energy that were comparable to a celestial lord's for a short period of time. Duan Lingtian, you're being too extravagant. You should have sent me a message. I could have hidden in the dark to protect you. Since the assassin from the Blood Skull gang only targeted you, I'm sure he's not as strong as I am. Sun Liangpeng smiled bitterly. He felt Duan Lingtian was being too extravagant. He had to use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon just for this matter. Moreover, it was the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon's last use. What if the person who hired the Blood Skull gang to assassinate me is from the Simplicity Celestial sect? If he comes to your place, it won't be difficult for him to discover your absence. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Sun Liangpeng meaningfully. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Sun Liangpeng's expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian, based on your words, you suspect someone from the Simplicity Celestial sect hired the Blood Skull gang to assassinate you? It's not impossible, Duan Lingtian said. Do you have any proof? Sun Liangpeng's eyes flashed coldly. If someone from the Simplicity Celestial sect really hired the assassin to assassinate Duan Lingtian, he would not let the assassin off so easily. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then, have you had any conflicts with anyone since you came to the Simplicity Celestial sect? Sun Liangpeng asked again. I haven't had any conflicts with anyone. However, I'm afraid my arrival here has affected some people's interests. Duan Lingtian said, it's not impossible for someone to hire an assassin to assassinate me. Prophet? Sun Liangpeng was confused. You've just joined the Simplicity Celestial sect. Who would you have a conflict of interest with? A true disciple. Duan Lingtian stared at Sun Liangpeng and enunciated every word clearly. Sun Liangpeng's eyes widened slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he said bluntly, that's a conflict of interest. Chapter 3059. A helpless and bitter smile appeared on Sun Liangpeng's face when he saw Duan Lingtian picking up the rattan armor that emitted a green light. This seems to be a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. A sneer appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he discovered the rattan armor was a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. I can't believe the person who hired the Blood Skull gang to kill me is a king-grade celestial weapon. Sect leader, you're not going to pretend that you don't recognize this king-grade celestial weapon, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Sun Liangpeng meaningfully. This king-grade celestial weapon belongs to the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect, Wang Qianzhan. Naturally, I only know he has this king-grade celestial weapon. I'm not sure if he gave it to anyone else. Sun Liangpeng replied. The Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect, Wang Qianzhan? Duan Ling Tian raised his brows. I remember. Sect leader, you seem to have said earlier that if I didn't appear, one of the 3 people most likely to seize the position of a true disciple that I have now is the Grand Elder's granddaughter, Wang Hong. Can I take it that the Grand Elder was the one who gave the king-grade celestial weapon to Wang Hong? As for Wang Hong, she gave it to the Blood Skull as a reward for killing me. After all, if the Grand Elder wanted to kill me, he wouldn't have asked someone else to do it. If he really wanted to kill me, he could have done it himself. Duan Ling Tian looked at Sun Liang Peng and explained his analysis word by word. There's no way it's the Grand Elder. Sun Liang Peng said decisively, however, it's highly unlikely that it's Wang Hong. After all, if she wanted to kill you, she could have asked the Grand Elder to do it. Why would she go to the trouble of hiring someone from the Blood Skull gang? Why don't you come with me? We'll go find the Grand Elder and ask him who he gave the jade light armor to. As soon as Sun Liang Peng finished speaking, he beckoned Duan Ling Tian over to look for the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Before leaving with Sun Liang Peng, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and put the pile of things back into his storage ring. After all, these were the spoils of war left behind by the one basic celestial king of the Blood Skull gang. Many of them were extremely valuable. Naturally, he would not throw them away. Apart from the jade light armor, there were also a few purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. Apart from the jade light armor, there were also a few king-grade celestial weapons left behind by the Blood Skull gang's assassins. There were even more king-grade celestial weapons. Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Based on his name, it was easy to imagine a muscular figure. However, Wang Qianzhan himself was extremely thin. If he were even thinner, he would be nothing more than skin and bones. Ever since Duan Ling Tian had arrived in the Simplicity Celestial Sect, apart from the assassin from the Blood Skull gang, he had never seen anyone skinnier than Wang Qianzhan. Sect leader. As the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he immediately bowed and greeted Sun Liang Peng. At the same time, he instinctively looked at the purple-clad young man standing next to Sun Liang Peng. Grand Elder. Sun Liang Peng greeted Wang Qianzhan with a smile on his face. Then, he introduced Duan Ling Tian to Wang Qianzhan. This is Duan Ling Tian. I'm sure you've heard of him, Grand Elder. Of course, I've heard of him. With Duan Ling Tian's achievements at such a young age, he's definitely a rare genius in the profound Nether Mansion. It's a blessing for the Simplicity Celestial Sect to have him join us, Wang Qianzhan said as he nodded at Duan Ling Tian with a smile on his face. Grand Elder. Duan Ling Tian greeted Wang Qianzhan. Then, without any warning, he took out a rattan armor that shone with a green light. Sun Liang Peng was taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's actions. Jade light armor. Wang Qianzhan exclaimed in surprise as soon as Duan Ling Tian took out the rattan armor. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian curiously and asked, Duan Lingnan, how did you obtain this jade light armor? I remember. I used it to exchange for some rare materials to inscribe celestial talismans before I left the profound Nether Mansion 3 years ago. Wang Qianzhan replied. As soon as Duan Ling Tian took out the rattan armor, he stared at Wang Qianzhan intently, hoping to find some clues from Wang Qianzhan's expression. Alas, he did not notice anything amiss. It was as though Wang Qianzhan was truly shocked by the appearance of the jade light armor. Grand Elder, are you sure you gave away this jade light armor 3 years ago? Sun Liang Peng asked. Wang Qianzhan nodded immediately. I remember it very clearly. At that time, I exchanged for more than 10 rare materials to inscribe celestial talismans. Duan Lingnan, are you acquainted with the sectless cultivator who exchanged for the materials to inscribe celestial talismans with me? Wang Qianzhan looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock before he continued to say, if that's the case, it seems like we're fated to meet. Grand Elder, do you have any evidence to prove that you gave away this jade light armor 3 years ago? Moreover, you exchanged it for materials to inscribe celestial talismans with a sectless cultivator. Duan Ling Tian looked at Wang Qianzhan calmly and asked in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Evidence? Wang Qianzhan frowned. I don't have any. However, I'm certain the jade light armor in your hand is the same as the one I had in the past. The veins and auras on it are identical. Most king-grade celestial weapons were unique. Even for king-grade celestial weapons that looked similar to each other, if one were to look closely, one would be able to see the differences in the inscriptions and auras on them. Could it be that Wang Qianzhan isn't lying? After a long time, Duan Ling Tian could not help but speculate inwardly. Or perhaps, the sect leader had secretly sent a message to Wang Qianzhan on the way here, so Wang Qianzhan was prepared for this? If Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, was cooperating with Wang Qianzhan, then it would be impossible for him to track down the person who hired the Blood Skull Gang to assassinate him. Grand Elder. At this moment, Sun Liangpeng opened his mouth and told Wang Qianzhan the whole story with a solemn expression. He told Sun Liangpeng about the jade light armor that Duan Lingtian had obtained from the Blood Skull Gang's assassin spatial ring. What? Blood Skull Gang? A consumable royal-grade celestial weapon? While Sun Liangpeng was speaking, Wang Qianzhan was frightened. His expression changed constantly, giving people a feeling of uncertainty. If Wang Qianzhan was lying to me, with his acting skills, he's definitely an award-winning actor on Earth. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at Wang Qianzhan calmly. If that's the case, it's very likely that the jade light armor was obtained from the sectless cultivator who traded with the Grand Elder 3 years ago. Sun Liangpeng speculated. That should be the case. Wang Qianzhan nodded. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian with a pained expression on his face as he said, Duan Lingyan, even if you were worried that the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang would kidnap your friend, you should have informed the sect leader. If you were worried that the sect leader and the other celestial kings in the sect's estate would be exposed, you could have asked the sect leader to send a message to the celestial kings outside the sect to help you. There's no need for you to use a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Even if he's an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, it's not worth it for a one basic celestial king. It was clear Wang Qianzhan felt sorry for Duan Lingtian for using a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Earlier, Sun Liangpeng had only said that Duan Lingtian was worried that someone from the Simplicity Celestial sect had hired the Blood Skull Gang. He did not mention that Wang Hong, Wang Qianzhan's granddaughter, was the prime suspect. For this reason, Wang Qianzhan's emotions did not fluctuate at all from the beginning until the end. It seems like I've come for nothing. Duan Lingtian casually bade farewell to the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect and the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect before he left indifferently and returned to his courtyard. Regardless of whether Wang Qianzhan was lying or not, Duan Lingtian did not have any evidence to prove that Wang Hong had paid the jade light armor to the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. However, if I find out in the future that Wang Hong really paid the jade light armor to the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, Wang Qianzhan, since you're protecting your granddaughter today, I'll make sure you and your granddaughter die a graveless death. When he returned to the cultivation courtyard, the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes was awe-inspiring, as if he was about to devour someone. If he did not possess a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he would not have been a match for the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. For this reason, he was eager to find out who had hired the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang to kill him. His target was Wang Hong, the granddaughter of Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Once he had evidence, he would not let this matter rest. Meanwhile, not long after Duan Lingtian left, Sun Liangpeng also left Wang Qianzhan's residence. At the same time, Wang Qianzhan sent a message to his granddaughter, Wang Hong, informing her of Duan Lingtian and Sun Liangpeng's visit. Not only that, but he also told her about the details. Meanwhile, Wang Hong was shocked when she received Wang Qianzhan's message. The one basic celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang was killed by Duan Lingtian? He actually has a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon? Wang Hong was completely dumbfounded. Not even in her wildest dreams did she expect this. When Wang Hong told Zheng Hongyi about this, Zheng Hongyi was shocked as well. Duan Lingtian actually has a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that allows him to possess cultivation base and divine consciousness that's comparable to a celestial lord? Similar to Wang Hong, Zheng Hongyi also did not expect this. Chapter 3060. Who's Duan Lingtian? He even has a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Whether it was Zheng Hongyi or Wang Hong, they were both very shocked by this. Zheng Hongyi, do you think Duan Lingtian is the reincarnation of a powerful celestial lord? Is his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon one of the treasures he left behind in his past life? Wang Hong sent a message to Zheng Hongyi, telling him her guess. At the same time, she wanted to hear Zheng Hongyi's opinion. That's very likely. Zheng Hongyi agreed with Wang Hongyi's words. It's a pity we're too weak. Otherwise, we'd be able to kill him and have everything he owns. Wang Hong continued to say. Her voice was filled with greed. I don't have a chance to obtain his things. However, if you want them, you might have a chance. Zheng Hongyi said. I have a chance? Wang Hong was taken aback. So long as the Grand Elder is willing to kill Duan Lingtian, everything that belongs to Duan Lingtian will become the Grand Elder's spoils of war. The Grand Elder only has you as his relative, so he will surely not be stingy towards you. Zheng Hongyi's voice was filled with temptation. Duan Lingtian returned to his courtyard. Not long after he entered his room, he received another message from Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Duan Lingtian, the Blood Skull Gang's assassin, has failed. According to the Blood Skull Gang's rules, they'll take the client's deposit as their reward. If the client doesn't have to pay, they'll send another assassin to kill you. For this reason, it's best if you don't leave the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate in the future. Even if you want to leave, you must remind me so I can send someone to protect you. Sun Liangpeng's tone was solemn when he spoke. It was clear he was wary of the Blood Skull Gang. Thank you, sect leader. Although Duan Lingtian knew the Blood Skull Gang would not let him off so easily, he still thanked Sun Liangpeng for reminding him. Previously, when he was in the Simplicity Celestial sect, he learned that the Blood Skull Gang had such a rule. My cultivation base is still at the level of a 10 Directions Celestial King after I killed the Blood Skull Gang's assassin. However, my comprehension of the profundities from the law of 10 Directions Celestial King is still lacking. Even if I'm just a 5 Elements Celestial King, I'm afraid I won't be a match for him if I don't use the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. I won't be able to defeat him without the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. Duan Lingtian thought. Comprehending the profundities from the law had greatly increased. Was a Celestial King comprehension Celestial King was a Celestial King was? Duan's for now is a realm Celestial King comprehension Celestial realms that's as long as they's eyes, as long as they's not too strong a's, they's is, they that's? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian immersed himself in comprehending the law of fire's pillaging profundity. With the help of the primal chaos divine flame, his progress was extremely fast. Just as Duan Lingtian was immersed in his comprehension of the laws of fire. At this moment, a black figure appeared at the edge of the profound Nether Mansion's territory. In just a few moments, the black figure entered the depths of the profound Nether Mansion's territory. I really don't know what the organization is thinking. They actually want me to do it personally. Is there a need to be so careful? He's a 10 Directions Celestial King who has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of Earth. With such strength, even a 4 Phenomenon Celestial King would be able to kill him easily. Needless to say, the black figure was making his way to the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. As he muttered to himself, it was obvious that his identity was exposed. An assassin from the Blood Skull. Let alone a 4 Phenomenon Celestial King, even a 3 Talents Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang had comprehended more profundities than a 1 Basic Celestial King. It was not difficult for a 4 phenomenon celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang to kill a 10 directions celestial king who had only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. If they want a 6 combos celestial king like me to kill him, he'll definitely die unless he has comprehended 4 or more profundities from the law of earth. The words of the black figure were filled with confidence. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the Blood Skull Gang had sent a 6 combos celestial king to kill him. He did not know that the Blood Skull Gang had sent a 6 combos celestial king to kill him. The strength of a 6 combos celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang was not inferior to a leader of a grade 7 force even if they were to fight openly. For this reason, the assassin was displeased that the organization had sent him here. He felt the organization was wasting his talents. A month later, in the Simplicity Celestial Sects estate, in the valley where the inner and true disciples' courtyards were located, a figure flew out of one of the inner disciples' courtyards. As soon as this person came out, many of the surrounding inner disciples saw him and greeted him warmly and respectfully. Senior Zheng. Senior Zheng. The inner disciple was none other than Zheng Hongyi, the 3rd direct disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. It's only been a month, but the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang is already here? The previous assassin from the Blood Skull Gang took a few months to arrive, right? It seems like this assassin's cultivation base is much higher than the one from the Blood Skull Gang. That's true. After all, I've already warned young Master Chen that Duan Lingtian didn't use a celestial talisman to kill the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. His current cultivation base is comparable to a 10 directions celestial king. However, it's impossible for the Blood Skull Gang to send a 10 directions celestial king. Although Duan Lingtian is as strong as a 10 directions celestial king with the help of a consumable royal grade celestial weapon, his comprehension of the profundities of the laws is extremely weak. He has only comprehended 2 profundities, and one of them is the fundamental profundity. I'm afraid the Blood Skull Gang only needs to send a 3-talent celestial king or 4 phenomenon celestial king to kill him. The profundities they've comprehended aren't any weaker than the elders of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. It only took a month for the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang to arrive. That assassin is at least a 3-talent celestial king. A hint of excitement could be seen in Zheng Hongyi's eyes as he left the valley. At the same time, he glanced at one of the true disciples' cultivation courtyards as a cold smile appeared on his face. Duanling, you don't have long to live. Unless you're a coward and continue to hide in the sect's estate. Otherwise, you'll definitely die if you leave the sect. Zheng Hongyi sneered inwardly. The cultivation courtyard Zheng Hongyi was looking at was none other than Duan Lingtian's cultivation courtyard. This time, Zheng Hongyi had left the Simplicity Celestial Sects estate alone to meet the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. He did not inform Wang Hong about this. Just like the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang last time, this time, the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang came because Chen Li, the son of the deputy leader of the Blood Skull Gang, had contacted him and asked him to go to an agreed place where he could meet the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Previously, he had brought Wang Hong to meet the assassin so she could pay the deposit. This time, there was no need for him to pay anything. Naturally, he could not be bothered to inform Wang Hong. Senior. In a secluded valley, Zheng Hongyi met the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. The assassin was a middle-aged man with a medium build. The middle-aged man was dressed in the black robes of the Blood Skull Gang. He looked ordinary, but his eyes seemed to be constantly flickering with a cold light. When his gaze fell on Zheng Hongyi felt his scalp go numb. I'll think of a way to lure the target out. Naturally, if you're able to lure the target out, the Blood Skull Gang won't mistreat you. We'll give you 10 bottles of Duke-grade pills. The middle-aged man said as he glanced at Zheng Hongyi indifferently. Although Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, was the only person who was stronger than him, it would not be easy for Sun Liangpeng to kill him. If he barged into the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he was confident he could kill Duan Lingtian and escape unscathed after killing Duan Lingtian. However, he did not dare to do that. Although the Simplicity Celestial sect was only a grade 7 sect, it was a vassal force of the Profound Nether Mansion. If he did that, the Profound Nether Mansion would not let him off the hook. Even if he killed Duan Lingtian while concealing his identity as an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, it would be difficult for him to leave the Profound Nether Mansion's territory. This was because the Profound Nether Mansion had set up a special formation in the 3 sects and 2 clans territories. As long as one stayed in the territories of the 3 sects and 2 clans for a short period of time, an indelible mark would be left on one's body. Through the mark, the Profound Nether Mansion would be able to track him down. At that time, the inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion would be able to find him and kill him. For this reason, he could only wait for Duan Lingtian to leave the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. 10 bottles of Duke-grade pills? Zheng Hongyi's eyes lit up when he heard the middle-aged man's words. The Duke-grade pills were similar to the overarching heaven pills used by overarching heavenly supreme celestials. However, the Duke-grade pills were much more valuable than the overarching heaven pills. Although Zheng Hongyi was the 3rd direct disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, he would only use the Duke-grade pills when he was at a critical juncture. Now, he had a chance to obtain 10 bottles of Duke-grade pills. In the Devata realms, a standard bottle of Duke-grade pills would contain 10 Duke-grade pills. For this reason, 10 bottles of Duke-grade pills were equivalent to 100 Duke-grade pills. After exchanging soul pearls with the middle-aged man, Zheng Hongyi turned around and returned to the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. On the way back to the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, Zheng Hongyi was still unable to calm down. The temptation of 10 bottles of Duke-grade pills was just too great. Chapter 3061. After Zheng Hongyi returned to the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he had been keeping an eye on Duan Lingtian's cultivation courtyard. While he was paying attention to Duan Lingtian, he was also trying to come up with a plan to lure Duan Lingtian away from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. However, as time passed, he still could not come up with a plan. It seems like I'm not fated to obtain the 10 bottles of Duke-grade pills, Zheng Hongyi sighed inwardly. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was comprehending the law of fire's pillaging profundity in his room in his courtyard. With the help of the Chaos Divine Flame, his speed of comprehending the law of fire's pillaging profundity was extremely fast. Time continued to pass by. In just a blink of an eye, 5 months had passed since Duan Lingtian had killed the Blood Skull Gang's assassin with his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. In a spacious room, a figure shrouded in crimson flames could be seen moving back and forth in the air like a ball of fire. After a while, the figure that was burning with crimson flames stopped moving. He stood in the air, revealing his figure under the flames. It was a handsome young man dressed in purple. "I can go even faster," the purple-robed young man said faintly. Almost at the instant he finished speaking, his body shuddered, and he seemed to fuse with the flames around him. He sliced through the air, and it was as if a ball of crimson flames had swept past. Bang, 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 bang. This time, the crimson flames moved even faster in the room, stirring up a heat wave and stirring up a strong wind that caused the windows and doors to tremble. Only the ice bed remained motionless at the side of the room. However, upon closer inspection, one could see the ice bed was also trembling slightly at a high frequency. The only difference was that it was not as obvious as the windows and doors. So this is the rudimentary pillaging profundity? It's really extraordinary. The raging flames once again stopped in the void, and the purple-clothed young man reappeared. As he muttered to himself, a brilliant smile appeared on his face at the right time. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. He had spent 5 months in seclusion this time. With the help of the chaotic divine flame, he had finally comprehended the pillaging profundity of the laws of fire. The law of fire's pillaging profundity was comparable to the law of wind's gale profundity. Apart from increasing one's speed, it could also unleash an extremely powerful attack. Comprehending the law of fire's plundering profundity also meant that Duan Lingtian had completely mastered the Monarch grade divine ability that contained the law of plundering. That day, Duan Lingtian had obtained 5 king grade divine abilities that contained the law of fire. He could now comprehend the other 5 laws of fire other than the fire elemental profundity. And now, Duan Lingtian had comprehended one of the profound meanings. Let's go take a look at Guanglin. After comprehending the law of fire's plundering profundity, Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. He opened the door and walked out of his room. When Duan Lingtian opened the door and walked out of his room, Zheng Hongyi's eyes lit up immediately. He had been paying attention to Duan Lingtian's true disciple cultivation courtyard. Many people were looking at Duan Lingtian when he walked out of his room. Therefore, he did not notice Zheng Hongyi's gaze. Lu Guanglin had long been brought to the Simplicity Celestial Sect by Sun Liang Peng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, from the Grade 8 Celestial Kingdom, the supporting Fall Nation. However, instead of staying in the valley where the inner and true disciples were staying, Sun Liang Peng had arranged for Lu Guanglin to stay in another valley with beautiful scenery. The valley was the place where the Simplicity Celestial Sect received guests. The environment was excellent, and it was not inferior to the inner disciples' cultivation courtyards. However, ever since Lu Guanglin arrived at the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian had yet to meet him. Although Duan Lingtian had not met Lu Guanglin before, he knew where Lu Guanglin was staying in the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Sush! Duan Lingtian soared into the sky and left the vast valley under everyone's watchful eyes. He disappeared before the group of inner court disciples' eyes. He left. Zheng Hongyi's eyes glinted when he saw Duan Lingtian leaving. However, he did not dare to follow Duan Lingtian. Instead, he quickly sent a message to the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Senior, Duan Lingtian has left his cultivation courtyard and is heading east. I'm not sure if he's leaving the sect or not. His current cultivation base is comparable to a 10 Directions Celestial King. I don't dare to follow him. Based on Zheng Hongyi's message, one could tell he was a calm person. He was not blinded by the temptation of 10 bottles of Duke-grade pills. About an hour later, Zheng Hongyi discovered Duan Lingtian had returned. He immediately sent a message to the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang so the assassin would not waste his time waiting outside. Naturally, Zheng Hongyi did not care if the assassin had waited for Duan Lingtian for nothing. However, he had to consider whether or not the other party would vent his anger on him if he became impatient and became angry. He did not want to see that happen. I didn't expect Guanglin to comprehend the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, in less than a year after he arrived at the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. He did not expect Lu Guanglin's comprehension ability to be so high. When he went to look for Lu Guanglin, he learned that Lu Guanglin had comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. Although Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity in a single night, it was with the help of the Chaos Divine Earth. Lu Guanglin, on the other hand, did not have the help of the Chaos Divine Earth. The King-grade divine ability that Lu Guanglin had comprehended was given to him by Sun Liang Peng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew Sun Liang Peng had done this to show his gratitude. Therefore, he owed Sun Liang Peng a favor. Lu Guanglin had been loyal to him for a long time. As time passed, he had accepted Lu Guanglin as his follower. Previously, he had asked Lu Guanglin to choose between staying in the supporting Fall Nation or joining the Simplicity Celestial Sect. However, in truth, he still hoped that Lu Guanglin would join the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Even if Lu Guanglin chose to stay in the supporting Fall Nation, he would still respect Lu Guanglin's decision. Duan Lingtian only left for an hour. Where did he go? Zheng Hongyi was curious when he saw Duan Lingtian had returned after only an hour. He instinctively wanted to find out more about Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. As soon as he did, he discovered Lu Guanglin's presence. A follower? Zheng Hongyi frowned as he thought to himself, it's not difficult to knock him out and take him away from the sect. However, how could a follower make Duan Lingtian leave the sect's estate and risk his life for him? Zheng Hongyi put himself in Duan Lingtian's shoes. If he was in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would not risk his life for a follower. I don't care anymore. However, when he thought about the 10 bottles of Duke's Supreme pills, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. It's better to get him out of here. If Duan Lingtian refuses to leave the sect's estate for Duan Lingtian, he can only blame himself for being unlucky. However, if Duan Lingtian is willing to leave the sect's estate for Duan Lingtian will definitely die. At that time, I'll be able to obtain 10 bottles of Duke's Supreme pills. Zheng Hongyi's eyes shone brightly when he thought about this. A greedy expression could be seen on his face as he licked his lips. I have to think of a way to get close to him. When he lets his guard down, I'll use the White Lightning Strike talisman to knock him out and bring him away from the sect's estate. Although Zheng Hongyi had made up his mind to kidnap Duan Lingtian's follower, Lu Guanglin, he did not dare to be careless. He was afraid Duan Lingtian would receive a message from Lu Guanglin before he could bring Lu Guanglin away. If that was the case, his identity would be exposed and he would be doomed eternally. For this reason, he had to be careful. Half a month later, Zheng Hongyi saw the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang again on a barren plain some distance away from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. Who's he? The Blood Skull Gang's assassin could not help but frown when he saw Zheng Hongyi lift his hand and pull out a living person from the swirling vortex in front of him. The person that Zheng Hongyi dragged out of his small world was a middle-aged man who had fainted. Senior, this is the follower of Duan Lingtian, your target. Zheng Hongyi hastily answered the Blood Skull Gang's question. He did not forget to add, Duan Lingtian's follower came from the Thousand Nations territory. Moreover, my master, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, personally brought him here. Follower? The assassin from the Blood Skull Gang frowned. You brought his follower here because you want to use him as bait to lure Duan Lingtian out, right? Yes. Zheng Hongyi replied. Do you think Duan Lingtian would leave the Simplicity Celestial Sect and risk his life for a mere follower? The assassin from the Blood Skull Gang sneered. Senior, I can't think of another way for now. However, I still think we can try this method. Zheng Hongyi braced himself and said, Senior, you don't want to keep waiting outside, right? Although this method might not work, but what if it does? Zheng Hongyi tried his best to convince the assassin. You're right. The assassin from the Blood Skull Gang muttered to himself for a moment before he was convinced by Zheng Hongyi. Zheng Hongyi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the Blood Skull Gang's assassin was convinced. He looked at the Blood Skull Gang's assassin anxiously and said, Senior, since this person saw me and knows who I am, please kill him before he wakes up after you lure Duan Lingtian out. If Duan Lingtian doesn't come out, please kill him as well. Zheng Hongyi pleaded. All right. The assassin from the Blood Skull Gang nodded. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.